So far as I can gather, these lectures are primarily intended for genuine experts on the arts, art historians, and experts on aesthetics, amongst whom I cannot possibly count myself. It is therefore a particular generosity on their part to have invited me. My only valid excuse for talking about this subject is that the Romantic movement naturally is relevant to the arts. The arts, even though I know not very much about them, cannot be altogether kept out. And I promise not to keep them out beyond measure. The second reason why I can claim some qualification for talking about this subject is that I propose to deal with political and social and moral life as well. And it is true, I think, to say of the Romantic movement that it is not only a movement in which the arts are concerned, not only an artistic movement, but perhaps the first moment, certainly in the history of the West, when the arts dominated other aspects of life, when there was a kind of tyranny of art over life, which in some sense is the essence of the Romantic movement. At least I propose to try and demonstrate that this is so. Certainly, the interest in Romanticism is not simply a historical one. A great many movements of the present day, nationalism, existentialism, admiration for great men, admiration for impersonal institutions, democracy, totalitarianism, all these things are profoundly affected by the rise of Romanticism, which enters them all. And that is why it is a subject not altogether irrelevant, even to our own day. Perhaps you would expect me to begin, or at least to attempt to begin, with some kind of definition of Romanticism, or at least some generalization in order to say what it is that I mean by it. I don't propose to walk into that particular trap. The eminent and wise Professor Northrop Frye points out that whenever anyone embarks on a generalization on the subject of Romanticism, even something so innocuous, for example, as to say that a new attitude sprang up among English poets towards nature. Let us say Wordsworth and Coleridge as against, say, Dryden and Pope. Somebody will always be found who will produce countervailing evidence from the writings of Homer, Kalidaza, pre-Muslim Arabian epics, medieval Spanish verse, and finally Dryden and Pope themselves. And for this reason, I don't propose to generalize. I propose, if I may, simply to convey in some other way what it is that I think Romanticism to be. Indeed, the literature on Romanticism is larger than Romanticism itself. And the literature defining what it is that the literature on Romanticism is concerned with is quite large in its turn. It's a kind of inverted pyramid. It's a dangerous and confused subject in which many have lost, I won't say their senses, but at any rate their sense of direction. It's like like the dark cave described, I think, by Virgil, where all the footsteps lead in one direction, the cave of Polyphemus. Those who enter it are never seen to emerge again. It is therefore with some trepidation that I embark upon the subject. Let me begin by saying that I think that the importance of Romanticism is that it is the largest recent movement which transformed the lives and the thought of the Western world. It seems to me to be the greatest single shift in the consciousness of the West that has occurred. And all the other shifts which have occurred in the course of the 19th and 20th centuries appear to me comparably less important and at any rate deeply influenced by it. The history of not only thought but consciousness, opinion, action too, morals, politics, aesthetics, is to a large degree a history of dominant models. Let me try and explain what I mean. Always, whenever you look at any particular civilization, I think you will find that its most characteristic writings are dominated by a particular pattern of life, which those who engage in these writings or paint these paintings or produce these particular pieces of music, in some sense are dominated by. And in order to identify a civilization, in order to explain what kind of civilization it is, in order to understand the world in which men of this sort thought and felt and acted, it is, I think, of importance to try, so far as possible, to isolate the dominant pattern which that culture obeys. Let me try and explain this by examples. For instance, if you read Greek philosophy or Greek literature of the classical age, you will find, for example, in the case of, say, the philosophy of Plato, that he is dominated by a geometrical or mathematical model. It is clear that his thought operates on lines which are in some way conditioned by the thought that there are certain axiomatic truths, adamantine, unbreakable, from which it is possible by severe logic to deduce certain absolutely infallible conclusions. That it is possible to attain to this kind of absolute wisdom by a special method which he recommends. That there is such a thing as absolute knowledge to be obtained in the world. And if only we can attain to this absolute knowledge, of which geometry and mathematics in general is the nearest example, the most perfect paradigm, if only we can do that, we can organize our lives in terms of this knowledge, in terms of these truths, once and for all, in a static manner, needing no further change, and then all suffering, all doubt, all ignorance, all forms of human vice and folly can be expected to disappear from the earth. And this notion that there is somewhere a perfect vision, and that it needs only a certain kind of severe discipline or a certain kind of method to attain to this truth, which is analogous at any rate to the cold and isolated truths of mathematics. This vision then affects a great many other thinkers in the post-Platonic age. Certainly the Renaissance, which had similar ideas. Certainly thinkers like Spinoza, thinkers in the 18th century, thinkers in the 19th century too, who believed it possible to attain to some kind of, if not absolute, at any rate nearly absolute knowledge, and in terms of this, to tidy the world up, to create some kind of rational order in which tragedy, vice, and stupidity, which have caused so much destruction in the past, can at last be avoided by the use of carefully acquired information and the application to it of universally intelligible reason, something of that kind. Now, this is one way of, one kind of model. I simply offer it as an example. These models invariably begin by liberating people from error, from confusion, from some kind of unintelligible world which they seek to explain to themselves by means of a model. But they almost invariably end by enslaving those very same men, by failing to explain the whole of experience, by beginning as liberators and ending as in some sort of despotism. Take, for example, a parallel culture, that of the Bible, that of the Jews at a comparable period. You will find a totally different model dominating, a totally different set of ideas which would have been unintelligible to the Greeks. The notion, certainly, from which both Judaism and Christianity to a large degree sprang, is the notion of family life, the relations of father and son, perhaps the relations of members of a tribe to one another. Such fundamental relationships in terms of which nature and life are explained as the love of children for their father, the brotherhood of man, forgiveness, atonement, commands issued by a superior to an inferior, the sense of duty, transgression, sin, and therefore the need to atone for it. This whole complex of qualities, in terms of which the whole of the universe is explained by those who created the Bible and by those who were to a large extent influenced by it, is something which would have been totally unintelligible to the Greeks. Let me read you a perfectly familiar psalm, and you will see what it is I mean. For instance, when the psalmist says that in the presence of the Lord, the sea saw and fled, Jordan was driven back, the mountains skipped like rams, the hills skipped like young lambs. The earth is ordered to tremble in the presence of the Lord. This would have been totally unintelligible to Plato or to Aristotle. Because the whole notion of it, so to speak, the whole notion of a world which is, in some sense, reacts personally to the orders of the Lord, that all relationships, both animate and inanimate, must in some way be interpreted in terms of the relations of human beings, or at any rate in relations of personalities, in one case divine, in the other case human, is very remote from the Greek conception of what a god was and what his relations were to mankind. Hence the absence among the Greeks of the notion of obligation, hence the absence among the Greeks of the notion of duty, which it is so difficult for people who read the Greeks through the spectacles partly affected by the Jews to grasp. Let me try and convey to you how strange different models can be, because this is important in simply tracing the history of these transformations of consciousness. What I wish to convey is that considerable revolutions have occurred in the general outlook of mankind, which it's sometimes difficult to retrace because we swallow them as if they were familiar. Vico was perhaps the Italian thinker who flourished at the beginning of the 18th century, if a man who was totally poor and neglected may be said to have flourished. Vico is the man who, I suppose, drew our attention to the strangeness of these ancient cultures. He points out, for example, that in the familiar line, omnia plena Jovis, everything is full of Jove, which is a perfectly familiar Latin half-line, something to us not wholly unintelligible is said. On the one hand, Jupiter, or Jove, is a large bearded divinity who hurls thunder, lightning. On the other hand, in some sense, the entire, everything, omnia, is said to be full of this bearded being, which is not on the face of it intelligible. And he then argues with great imagination and with great cogency that somehow the view of these ancient peoples remote from us must have been very different from ours, for them to have been able to conceive of their divinity both as a bearded giant commanding the gods and men, and on the other hand as something of which the whole heavens could be full. Let me give you a more familiar example. When Aristotle, for example, in the Nicomachean Ethics, discusses the subject of friendship, he says, rather to us in a somewhat surprising manner, that there are various kinds of friends. For example, there is friendship which consists in passionate infatuation by one human being with another. And there is also a friendship which consists in business relationship, in trading, in buying and selling. The fact that for Aristotle there is nothing strange in saying there are two kinds of friends. There are people whose whole lives are given, or at any rate whose emotions are passionately engaged in love. And on the other hand, of course, there are people who sell shoes to one another, and these are species of the same genus. Is something which, as a result, perhaps, of Christianity or of the Romantic movement, or whatever it may be, we find it rather difficult to acclimatize ourselves to. I merely give you these examples in order to convey to you that these ancient cultures are stranger than we think, and that larger transformations have occurred in the history of human consciousness than the ordinary uncritical reading of the classics would seem to convey. There are a great many other examples with which I shall not trouble you. There is, of course, the world can be conceived organically like a tree in which every part lives for every other part and through every other part, and again, mechanistically as a result of, say, some scientific model in which the parts are external to one another and in which, for example, say, the state or any other human institution is regarded as a gadget for the purpose of promoting happiness or preventing people from doing each other in. These are very different conceptions of life, and they too belong to different climates of opinion and are influenced by different considerations. What as a rule happens is that some subject gains the ascendancy, say physics or say chemistry, and as a result of the enormous hold which it has upon the imagination of its generation, it is applied in other spheres as well. This happened to sociology in the 19th century, it happened to psychology in our own. Now, my thesis is that the Romantic movement, in some sense, was just such a gigantic and radical transformation, after which nothing was ever the same. And this is the subject to which I really wish to address myself. Where did the Romantic movement take its rise? Before I even say what it is, certainly not in England, although technically, no doubt it did. That is all the historians of thought will tell you. At any rate, that is not where it occurred in its most dramatic form. The question arises, when I speak of Romanticism, Do I mean something which happens historically, as I appear to be saying, or is it perhaps a permanent frame of mind, which isn't exclusive, isn't monopolized by any particular age? Two of my eminent predecessors, Sir Herbert Reed and Sir Kenneth Clarke, both Mellon lecturers, have taken up the position that Romanticism is a permanent state of mind which might be found anywhere. Sir Kenneth Clarke finds it, I think, in some lines of Hadrian's. Sir Herbert Reed quotes a very great many examples. The Baron Seyer, who has written extensively on this subject, quotes Plato and Plotinus and the Greek novelist Heliodorus and a great many other persons who in his opinion, were romantic writers. I don't wish to enter upon this issue, it may be so, but the subject with which I wish to deal is confined in time. I don't wish to deal with a permanent human attitude, but with a particular transformation which historically occurred and affects us. And therefore I propose to confine my attention to what occurred in the second third of the 18th century. It occurred not in England, it occurred not in France, it occurred for the most part in Germany. The common view of history and historical change is that we begin with the French 18e, an elegant century in which everything begins by being calm and smooth, rules are obeyed both in life and in art, there is a general advance of reason, rationality is progressing, the church is retreating, unreason is yielding to the great attacks upon it of the French philosophe. There is peace, there is calm, there is elegant building, there is a belief in universal reason applying both to human affairs and to artistic practice, to morals, to politics, to philosophy. And then there is a sudden, apparently unaccountable invasion. Suddenly there is a violent eruption of emotion, enthusiasm. People become interested in Gothic buildings, in introspection. People suddenly become neurotic and melancholy. They begin to admire the unaccountable flights of spontaneous genius. There is a general retreat from this symmetrical, elegant, glassy state of affairs. At the same time, other changes occur too. A great revolution breaks out. There is discontent. A revolution breaks out. The king has his head cut off. The terror begins. It's not quite clear what these two revolutions have to do with each other. As we read history on the whole, there is a general sense that something catastrophic occurred towards the end of the 18th century. At first, things appeared to go comparatively smoothly, then there was a sudden breakthrough. Some welcome it, some denounce it. Those who denounce it suppose that this age to have been an elegant and peaceful age. Those who didn't know it didn't know the true douceur de la vie, as Talleyrand said. Others, on the other hand, say it was an artificial and hypocritical age, and the revolution ushered in a reign of greater justice, greater humanity, greater freedom, greater understanding of man for man. Well, that's as may be. The question is, what is the relation of the so-called Romantic Revolution, the sudden breakthrough, as it were, in what might be called the realms of art or of morals, of this new and turbulent attitude, and the revolution which is normally known as the French Revolution? Were the people who danced upon the ruins of the Bastille, were the people who cut off the head of Louis XVI, were these the same persons as those who were affected by the sudden cult of genius, or the sudden breakthrough of emotionalism of which we're told, or the sudden disturbance and turbulence which suddenly flood the Western world? Apparently not. Certainly the principles in the name of which the French Revolution was fought were principles of universal reason, of order, of justice, not at all connected with the sense of uniqueness, the profound emotional introspection, the sense of the differences of things, the dissimilarities rather than the similarities with which the Romantic movement is usually associated. At this point, someone will say, what about Rousseau? Well, Rousseau, of course, in a sense, is quite correctly attributed to the Romantic movement as one of its fathers. But the Rousseau who is responsible for the ideas of Robespierre, the Rousseau who is responsible for the ideas of the French Jacobins, is not the Rousseau, it seems to me, who has obvious connection with Romanticism. That Rousseau is the Rousseau who wrote The Social Contract, which is a classical treatise, a typically classical treatise, which speaks of the return of man to those primary principles which all men have in common, the reign of universal reason which unites men as opposed to emotions which divide him, the reign of universal justice and universal peace as against the conflicts and the turbulence and the disturbances which on the whole tear human hearts from their minds and divide men against themselves. So that it's difficult to see what is the relation of this great romantic upheaval to the political revolution. And then there is the industrial revolution too, which cannot be regarded as irrelevant. After all, ideas don't breed ideas. Some social and economic factors are surely responsible for great upheavals in the human consciousness. So we have on our hands a problem. There is the Industrial Revolution, there is the great French political revolution under classical auspices, and there is the Romantic Revolution. Even if we look at the arts, if we look at the great art of the French Revolution, for example, the great revolutionary paintings of David, it's difficult to connect him specifically with the Romantic Revolution. The paintings of David have a kind of austere eloquence, the austere Jacobin eloquence of a return to Spartans, the return to Romans, a protest against the frivolity and the superficiality of life, which is connected with the preachings of such men as Machiavelli or Savonarola or Mably, people who denounced the frivolity of that age in the name of eternal ideals of a universal kind, whereas the Romantic movement, well, told by all its historians, was a passionate protest against universality of any kind. And therefore, there is, prima facie at any rate, a problem to understand what happened. In order to give you some sense of what it is that I regard as being this great breakthrough, why I think that in those years, say 1760 to 1830, something transforming occurred. There was a great break in the European consciousness. In order to give you, at any rate, some preliminary evidence of why I think there is even a case for this, let me give you an example of what I mean. Supposing you were traveling about Western Europe, say in the 1820s, and supposing in France you spoke to the avant-garde young men who were friends of Victor Hugo, Hugo Latre, and supposing you went to Germany and spoke there to the people who had once been visited by Madame de Stael, who had interpreted the German soul to the French. Supposing you had met the Schlegel brothers, who were great theorists of Romanticism, or let us say the people, one or two of the friends of Goethe in Weimar, the fabulist and poet Tieck, other persons connected with the Romantic movement, and their followers in the universities, students, young men, painters, sculptors, who were deeply influenced by the work of these poets, and these dramatists, and these critics. And supposing in England you had spoken to someone who'd been influenced, say, by Coleridge, and above all by Byron, anyone influenced by Byron, whether in England or France or Italy, or beyond the Rhine or beyond the Elbe, supposing you had spoken to these persons, you would have found that their ideal of life was approximately of this kind, that the values to which they attach the highest importance are such values as dedication to an ideal, integrity, sincerity, readiness to sacrifice one's life to some inner light, to some ideal for which it is worth sacrificing all that one is, for which it is worth both living and dying. You would have found that they were not primarily interested, say, in knowledge, say in the advances of science, not interested in political power, not interested in happiness, not interested above all in adjustment to life, in finding your place in society, in living at peace with your government, even in loyalty perhaps to your king or to your republic. You would have found that common sense, moderation, was very far from their thoughts. you would have found that what they believed in was the necessity of fighting for whatever you believed in to the last breath in your body. And you would have found that there were persons who on the whole believed in the value of martyrdom as such, no matter what the martyrdom was martyrdom for. You would have found that they believed that minorities were in some way more holy than majorities, that failure was in a certain sense nobler than success, which had certainly something shoddy and something vulgar about it. You would have found the very notion of idealism, which is not in its philosophical sense, but in the ordinary sense which we use it. Idealism, that is to say, the state of mind of a man who is prepared to sacrifice a great deal for principle or for some conviction, who is not prepared to sell out, who is prepared to go to the stake for something which he believes because he believes in it. This attitude was relatively new. And what people admired was wholeheartedness, sincerity, purity of soul, ability and readiness to dedicate yourself for your ideal, no matter what it was. No matter what it was. That is the important phrase which I wish to use. Supposing in the 16th century, say, you had a conversation with somebody engaged in the great religious wars which tore Europe apart at that period. And supposing you said to, let us say, a Catholic of that period, engaged in hostilities, supposing you said, of course these Protestants believe what is false. Of course, to believe what they believe is to court perdition. Of course, they are dangerous to the salvation of human souls than which there is nothing more important. But they are so sincere, they die so readily for their cause, their integrity is so splendid, one must yield a certain meed of admiration for the moral dignity and sublimity of people who are prepared to do that. Such a sentiment would have been unintelligible. Anyone who really knew, supposed themselves to know the truth, say a Catholic who believed in the truths preached to him by the church, would have known that persons able to put the whole of themselves into the theory and practice of falsehood were simply dangerous persons, and the more sincere they were, the more dangerous, the more mad in a sense. No Christian knight would have supposed when he fought against a Muslim that he was expected to admire the purity and the sincerity with which the Paynim believed in their absurd doctrines. No doubt, if you were a decent person and you killed a brave enemy, you weren't obliged to spit upon his corpse. You took the line that it was a pity that so much courage, which was a universally admired quality, so much courage, so much ability, so much devotion should have gone to a cause so palpably absurd or dangerous. But certainly you wouldn't have said, it matters little what these people believe. What matters is the state of mind in which they believe it. What matters is that they didn't sell out, that they were men of integrity. These are people I can respect. If they had come over to our side simply in order to save themselves, that would have been a very self-seeking, a very prudent, a very contemptible form of action. This is the state of mind in which people would say, if I believe one thing and you believe another, then it is important that we should fight each other. Perhaps it is good that you should kill me or that I should kill you. Perhaps in a duel it is best that we should kill each other. But the worst of all possible things is compromise, because that means we have both betrayed the ideal which is within us. Now, martyrdom was always, of course, admired, but martyrdom for the truth. Christians admired martyrs because they were witnesses to the truth. If they were witnesses to falsehood, there was nothing admirable about them, perhaps something to be pitied. Certainly nothing to be admired. By the time you get to the 1820s, the period in which I speak, you certainly get a frame of mind in which the state of mind, the motive is more important than the consequence. The intention is more important than the effect. The purity of heart, integrity, devotion, dedication, all these things which we ourselves admire without much difficulty, which is entered into the very texture of our normal moral attitudes, became more or less commonplace. First among minorities, gradually they spread outwards. Let me give you an example of what I mean by a shift. Take, for example, Voltaire's play on Muhammad. Well, Voltaire was not particularly interested in Muhammad, and the play on Muhammad was really intended, no doubt, as an attack upon the church. Nevertheless, Muhammad in Voltaire's play emerges as a superstitious, cruel, and fanatical monster who crushes all efforts at freedom, at justice, at reason, and is therefore to be denounced as an enemy of all that Voltaire held most important: toleration, justice, truth, civilization. And then consider what, for example, not so very much later, Carlyle has to say on the subject, who in a sense is a highly characteristic, if somewhat exaggerated, representative of the Romantic movement. He is described by Carlyle in the course of a book called Heroes and Hero Worship, in the course of which a great many heroes are enumerated and analyzed. Muhammad is described as a fiery mass of life cast up from the great bosom of nature herself. He's a man of blazing sincerity and power, and therefore to be admired. And what he is compared to, what is not liked, is the 18th century, which is withered and useless. The 18th century, which to Carlyle, as he calls it, is a warped and second-rate century. The point about Muhammad is that Carlyle is not in the least interested in the truths of the Quran. He doesn't begin to suppose that the Quran does contain anything which he, Carlyle, could be expected to believe. But what he admires Muhammad for is that he's an elemental force, that he lives an intense life, that he had a great many followers with him, that something elemental occurred, that in some way a tremendous phenomenon occurred, that there was a great movement, a great and moving episode in the life of mankind, which Muhammad in some way instantiates, and the importance about Muhammad is his character and not his beliefs. The question of whether what Muhammad believed was true or false would have appeared to Carlyle perfectly irrelevant. He says, in the course of the same essays, Dante's sublime Catholicism had to be torn asunder by Luther. Shakespeare's noble feudalism has to end in the French Revolution. Why do they have to do this? Because it doesn't matter whether Dante's noble Catholicism or sublime Catholicism is or is not true. The point is, it's a great movement, it has lasted its time, and now something equally powerful, equally earnest, equally sincere, equally deep, equally earth-shaking must take its place. The importance of the French Revolution is that it made a great dent upon the consciousness of mankind, that the men who made the French Revolution were deeply in earnest, and not simply smiling hypocrites, as he thought Voltaire to be. Now, this is an attitude which I think is, I won't say brand new, because it's too dangerous to say that, but at any rate, sufficiently new to be worthy of attention. And whatever it was that caused it occurred, it seems to me, somewhere between the year 1760 and 1830. And it began in Germany then and grew apace. The important thing now is to consider what kinds of effects this kind of development had. Again, I don't wish to enumerate this because I propose to deal with the details of it in forthcoming lectures. But take another example of the sort of things I mean. The attitude, for example, towards tragedy. Broadly speaking, previous generations assumed that tragedy was always due to some kind of error. Someone got something wrong, so to speak. Someone made a mistake. Either it was moral error or it was intellectual error. It might have been avoidable or it might have been unavoidable. Greek tragedy was error which the gods sent upon you, which no man subject to them could perhaps have avoided. But in principle, if these men had been omniscient, they would not have committed those grave errors which they did commit, and therefore not have brought misfortunes upon themselves. If Oedipus had known that Laios was his father, he wouldn't have murdered him. This is true even of the tragedies of Shakespeare to a certain degree. If Othello had known that Desdemona was innocent, none of the denouement of that particular tragedy could have occurred. And therefore, the tragedy is founded upon, if you like, the inevitable or perhaps avoidable lack of something in men: knowledge, skill, ability to live, moral courage, ability to do the right thing when you see it, or whatever it may be. Better men, morally stronger, intellectually more adept, above all, omniscient persons who perhaps also had enough power, could always avoid that which, in fact, is the substance of tragedy. This is not so for the early 19th century. Even for the late 18th. If you read Schiller's tragedy, The Robber, to which I shall have to return again, you will find that Karl Moor, the hero of that, the hero villain of that, is a man who avenges himself upon a detestable society by becoming a brigand and committing a number of atrocious murders. He is punished for it in the end. But if you ask who is to blame, is it the society of which he comes, are its values totally corrupt, or are his values totally insane? Which of the two sides is right? Certainly there is no answer to be obtained in that tragedy, and the very question would have appeared to Schiller shallow and, in some sense, blind. Here there is a collision, perhaps an unavoidable collision, between sets of values which are literally incompatible. Previous generations supposed that all good things could in some way be reconciled. This is true no longer. If you read Büchner's tragedy, The Death of Danton, in which Robespierre finally causes the death of Danton and Desmoulins in the course of the revolution, and you ask, was Robespierre wrong to do this? No. The tragedy is such that Danton, although he was a sincere revolutionary who committed certain errors, didn't deserve to die, and Robespierre was perfectly right in putting him to death. In some sense, you have a collision here of what Hegel afterwards called good with good. It isn't due to error, it's due to some kind of collision or conflict of an unavoidable kind, of loose elements wandering about the earth in some way, of values which couldn't in some sense be reconciled. And what matters is that people should dedicate themselves to these values with all that is in them. If they do that, they are suitable heroes for tragedy. If they do not do that, then they are Philistines. Then they are members of the bourgeoisie. Then they are no good and not worth writing about. The figure who in some sense dominates that particular century as an image is the puzzled figure of Beethoven in his garret. Beethoven is a man who does what is in him. He is poor, he is ignorant, he is boorish. His manners are bad, he knows little, and he is perhaps not a very interesting figure outside the inspiration which drives him forward. But the point about him is that he is not sold out. He sits in his garret and he creates. He creates in accordance with the light which is within him, and that is all that a man should do. This is what makes a man a hero. Even if Beethoven were not a genius, even if, like the hero of Balzac's Le Chef-d'œuvre inconnu, the unknown masterpiece, he is mad and covers his canvas with paints, so that in the end there is nothing intelligible at all, just a fearful confusion of unintelligible and irrational paint. Even then, this figure is worthy of more than pity. He is in some sense a man who has dedicated himself to an ideal, who has thrown away the world, who is in some sense represents the most heroic, the most self-sacrificing, the most splendid qualities which a human being can have. When Gautier, in the famous introduction to Mademoiselle de Maupin, in I think 1835, defending the notion of art for art's sake, says, "Fools, cretins," this is addressed to the critics in general and the public too. "Fools, cretins, you cannot make soup out of a book. A novel is not a pair of boots. A sonnet is not a syringe. A drama is not a railway. 1,000 times no. No, 1,000 times no." Gautier's point is that the old defense of art, quite apart from the particular school of social utility which he's attacking, Saint-Simon and the utilitarians, who are in fact the object of attack, and the socialists. Apart from these, the notion that the purpose of art, for example, is to give pleasure to a large number of persons, or even to a small number of carefully trained cognoscenti, is not true. The purpose of art is to produce beauty, and if the artist alone perceives that his object is beautiful, that is a sufficient end to life. Clearly, something occurred. To have shifted consciousness to this degree, to have shifted it away from the notion that there are universal truths, universal canons of art, that in some sense all human activities were meant to terminate in getting things right, and the criteria of getting things right were in some way public, in some way demonstrable. All intelligent men, by applying their intellects, could discover them, has shifted from that to a wholly different attitude towards life and towards action. Something clearly occurred. We ask what? We are told that there was a great turn towards emotionalism, that there was a sudden interest in the primitive and the remote in time and remote in place, that there was an outbreak of craving for the infinite. Something is said about emotion recollected in tranquility. Something is said, but it's not clear what this has to do with any of the things which I've just mentioned, with Scott's novels, Schubert's songs, Delacroix, the rise of state worship, and German defense or German propaganda in favor of economic self-sufficiency. Also, something to do with superhuman qualities, admiration of wild genius, outlaws, heroes, aestheticism, self-destruction. What have all these things in common? If we try and discover a somewhat startling prospect greets our view, let me offer you some definitions of romanticism which I've attempted to cull from the writings of some of the most eminent persons who have written on the subject. And you will see that the subject is by no means easy. Stendhal says, the romantic is the modern and the interesting. Classicism is the old and the dull. It isn't quite perhaps as simple as it sounds. What he means is that romanticism means understanding the forces which move in your own life as opposed to some escape towards something which is obsolete. However, what he actually says in the book on Racine and Shakespeare is that which I've just enunciated, namely the modern and the interesting, whereas classicism is the old and the dull. But Goethe says romanticism is disease. It is the weak, the sickly, the battle cry of a school of wild poets and Catholic reactionaries, whereas classicism is strong, fresh, gay, sound, like Homer and the Song of the Nibelungs. And Nietzsche says it is not a disease, but a therapy, a cure for a disease. Sismondi, who was a Swiss critic of considerable imagination, though not perhaps altogether friendly to romanticism, in spite of being a friend of Madame de Stael, Sismondi says that romanticism is a union of love, religion, and chivalry. But Gentz, who was Metternich's chief agent at this time and a precise contemporary of Sismondi, as Goethe was indeed of Stendhal to some extent, Gentz says that it is one of the heads of the three-headed hydra, the other two heads being reform and revolution. It's in fact a left-wing menace, a menace to religion, to tradition, and to the past, which must be stamped out. And the young French romantics, les jeunes France, echo this by saying, le romantisme, c'est la révolution. Revolution against what? Apparently against everything. Heine says romanticism is the passion flower sprung from the blood of Christ. A reawakening of the poetry of the Middle Ages, the sleepwalking Middle Ages, dreaming spires that look at you with deep, dolorous eyes of grinning specters. And Marxists, I think, would add that it was indeed an escape from the horrors of the Industrial Revolution. And Ruskin, I think, would agree, saying it is a contrast of the beautiful past with the frightful and the monotonous present, which is a modification of Heine's view, but not all that different from it. But Monsieur Taine says, Romanticism is a bourgeois revolt against aristocracy after 1789. Romanticism is the expression of the energy and force of the new arrivists. The exact opposite. It's the expression of the pushing, vigorous powers of the new bourgeoisie against the old, decent, conservative values of society and history. It's expression not of weakness, nor of despair, but of brutal optimism. Friedrich Schlegel, who I suppose is the greatest harbinger, the greatest herald of Romanticism that ever lived, the greatest prophet of it, says, there is in man a terrible, unsatisfied desire to soar into infinity, a feverish longing to break through the narrow bonds of individuality. And you will find passages not altogether unlike this in Coleridge and indeed in Shelley too. But Professor Brunetière, towards the end of the century, says that it is literary egotism. It is stressing of individuality at the expense of a larger world. It is the opposite of self-transcendence. It is sheer self-assertion. And the Baron Seyer adds, yes, and egomania and primitivism. And Professor Babbitt of Harvard University echoes this. Friedrich Schlegel's brother, August Wilhelm Schlegel, and Madame de Stael both agreed that Romanticism comes from the Romance nations, or at least the Romance languages, that it really comes from a modification of the verses of the Provençal troubadours. But Renan says it's Celtic. Gaston Paris says it's Breton. Seyer says it comes from a mixture of Plato and Pseudo-Dionysius the Areopagite. Professor Nadler, who is a learned German critic, says that Romanticism is really the homesickness of those Germans who live between the Elbe and the Niemen, their homesickness for the old central Germany from which they once came, the daydreams of exiles and colonists. Eichendorff says it is Protestant nostalgia for the Catholic Church. But Chateaubriand, who didn't live between the Elbe and the Niemen and therefore didn't experience these emotions, says it is the secret and inexpressible delight of a soul playing with itself. I speak everlastingly of myself. And Professor Aymon says it is the will to love, something, an attitude or an emotion towards others, not towards oneself, the very opposite of the will to power. Middleton Murray says Shakespeare was essentially a romantic writer, and adds, all great writers since Rousseau have been romantic. But the eminent Marxist critic, Professor Georg Lukács, says, no great writers are romantic, least of all Scott, Hugo, and Stendhal. So that, in a sense, as you can see, there is some difficulty in attenuating, it takes these quotations by men who, after all, have deserved to be read. But in other respects, profound and brilliant writers in many subjects, there is some difficulty in discovering what it is that is a common element in all these generalizations. That is why Professor Northrop Frye was so very wise to warn against it. And all these definitions, so far as I know, have never really been protested by anyone. They have never incurred that degree of critical wrath which might have come to anyone who had really produced definitions or generalizations which were universally regarded as absurd and irrelevant. Let me now go on to the task which I next set myself, which is to see what characteristics have on the whole been called romantic by writers on this subject, by critics. And a very peculiar result emerges. It is, let me read you what I've read, there are no fewer than 10 categories which I've accumulated. I must ask you to bear with me while I read them out. But I think they do throw light upon the subject. At any rate, they indicate the extreme difficulty of the subject which I was so unwise to have chosen. Romanticism is the primitive, the untutored. It is youth, life, an exuberant sense of life of the natural man. But it is also pallor, fever, disease, decadence, the maladie des siècles, la belle dame sans merci, the dance of death, indeed death itself. It is Shelley's dome of many-colored glass, and it is also his white radiance of eternity. It is the confused, teeming fullness, Fülle des Lebens, the confused, teeming fullness and richness of life, inexhaustible multiplicity, turbulence, violence, conflict, chaos, but also it is peace, oneness with the great I am, harmony with the natural order, music of the spheres, dissolution in the eternal, all-containing spirit. It is the strange, the exotic, the grotesque, the mysterious, the supernatural, ruins, moonlight, enchanted castles, hunting horns, elves, giants, griffins, falling water, the old mill on the Floss, darkness and the powers of darkness, phantoms, vampires, nameless terror, the irrational, the unutterable. Also it is the familiar, the sense of one's unique tradition, joy in the smiling aspect of everyday nature, and the accustomed sights and sounds of contented, simple, rural folk, the sane and happy wisdom of rosy-cheeked sons of the soil. It is the ancient, the historic, it is Gothic cathedrals, mists of antiquity, ancient roots, and the old order with its unanalyzable qualities, its profound but inexpressible loyalties, the impalpable, the imponderable. Also it is the pursuit of novelty, revolutionary change, concern with the fleeting present, desire to live in the moment, rejection of knowledge, past and future, the pastoral idyll of happy innocence, joy in the passing instant, a sense of timelessness. It is nostalgia, it is reverie, it is the intoxicating dreams, it is sweet melancholy and bitter melancholy, solitude, the sufferings of exile, the sense of alienation, roaming in remote places, especially the East, and roaming in remote times, especially the Middle Ages. But also it is happy cooperation in a common creative effort, the sense of forming part of a church, a class, a party, a tradition, a great and all-containing symmetrical hierarchy, knights and retainers, the ranks of the church, organic social ties, mystic unity, one faith, one land, one blood, la terre et les morts, as I think Barrès said, the great society of the dead and the living and the yet unborn. It is the Toryism of Scott and Southey and Wordsworth, and it is the radicalism of Shelley, Büchner and Stendhal. It is Chateaubriand's aesthetic medievalism, and it is Michelet's loathing of the Middle Ages. It is Carlyle's worship of authority and Hugo's hatred of authority. It's extreme nature mysticism and extreme anti-naturalist aestheticism. It is energy, force, will, youth, life, étalage du moi. It's also self-torture, self-annihilation, suicide. It is the primitive, the unsophisticated, the bosom of nature, green fields, cowbells, murmuring brooks, the infinite blue sky. No less, however, it is also dandyism, the desire to dress up, red waistcoats, green wigs, blue hair, which the followers of people like Gérard de Nerval wore in Paris at a period. It's the lobster which Gérard de Nerval led about on a string in the streets of Paris. It's wild exhibitionism, eccentricity, it is the Battle of Hernani, it's ennui, it's Taedium Vitae, it is the death of Sardanapalus, whether painted by Delacroix or written about by Berlioz or Byron. It is the convulsion of great empires, wars, slaughter, and the crashing of worlds. The romantic hero is the rebel, the homme fatal, the damned soul, Corsairs, Manfreds, Jaurs, Laras, Cains, all the population of Byron's heroic poems. It is Melmoth, it is Jean Bogart, all the outcasts and Ishmaels, as well as the golden-hearted courtesans and the noble-hearted convicts of 19th century fiction. It is drinking out of the human skull. It's Berlioz who said he wanted to climb Vesuvius in order to commune with a kindred soul. It's satanic revels, cynical irony, diabolical laughter, black heroes, but also Blake's vision of God and his angels, the great Christian society, the eternal order, and I quote, the starry heavens which can scarce express the infinite and eternal of the Christian soul. It is, in short, unity and multiplicity. Its fidelity to a particular in painting, the paintings of nature, for example, and also mysterious, tantalizing vagueness of outline. Its beauty and ugliness. Its art for art's sake and art as an instrument of social salvation. Its strength and weakness, individualism and collectivism, purity and corruption, revolution and reaction, peace and war, love of life and love of death. It is perhaps not very surprising that faced with this, Professor Lovejoy, who is certainly the most scrupulous and one of the most illuminating scholars who ever dealt with the history of the ideas of the last 2 centuries, approached a condition nearing despair. He said that not only were all the strands of romantic thought which he was able to unravel, some of them contradict the others, which is patently true, some totally irrelevant to the others, but he took 2 specimens of what nobody would deny to be romanticism, for example, primitivism, and the other eccentricity, dandyism, and asked what they had in common. Primitivism, which began in English verse, let us say, and partly English prose at the beginning of the 18th century, celebrates the noble savage, the simple life, the irregular patterns of spontaneous action as against the corrupt sophistication and Alexandrine verse of a highly sophisticated society. It's an attempt to demonstrate that there is natural law which can be discovered best in the untutored heart of the uncorrupted native, of the uncorrupted child. And, says Professor Lovejoy, quite intelligibly, what has this in common with red waistcoats, blue hair, green wigs, absinthe, death, suicide, and the general eccentricity of the followers of Nerval and Gautier? And he concludes by saying that he really doesn't see what there is in common to these, and one can sympathize with him. Well, you might perhaps say that there is an air of revolt in both. Both have revolted against some kind of civilization. Some in order to go to some Robinson Crusoe island, there to commune with nature and live among uncorrupted, simple people, and the other in some kind of violent aestheticism and dandyism. But mere revolt cannot be romantic. Mere denunciation of corruption cannot be romantic. We don't regard the Hebrew prophets as particularly romantic. We don't regard Savonarola as particularly romantic. We don't even regard Methodist preachers as particularly romantic. And therefore, this, I think, is too wide of a mark. One therefore has a certain sympathy with Professor Lovejoy's despair in this matter. Let me read to you a passage which his disciple, Professor Boas, also of Johns Hopkins University, wrote apropos of this. After the discrimination of romanticisms made by Lovejoy, there ought to be no further discussion of what romanticism really was. There happens to be a variety of aesthetic doctrines, some of which were logically related to others, and some of which were not, all called by the same name. But this fact does not imply that they all had a common essence, any more than the fact that hundreds of people are called John Smith means that they are all of the same parentage. This is perhaps the most common and misleading error arising from the confusion of ideas and words. One could speak for hours about it alone, and perhaps one should. I should like to relieve your feelings immediately by saying that I don't propose to do this. But at the same time, I think that both Professor Lovejoy and Professor Boas are eminent scholars they are, and great that their contribution has been towards illumination of thought, are on this instance mistaken. There was a romantic movement. It did have something which was central to it. It did create a great revolution in consciousness. And it is important to discover what this is. One can, of course, give up the whole game. One can say, like Valéry, words like romanticism and classicism, words like humanism and naturalism are not words, are not names with which one can operate at all. One cannot get drunk, one cannot quench one's thirst with labels on bottles. And finally, there is much to be said to this point of view. At the same time, I think unless we do use some generalizations, it is impossible to trace the course of human history. And therefore, difficult as it may be, it is important to find out what it was that caused this enormous revolution in human consciousness, which appears to me to have occurred in those centuries. There are people who, I think, faced with this plethora of evidence which I've attempted to collect, may feel some sympathy for the late Sir Arthur Quiller Couch, who said with typical British breeziness, the whole pother about the difference of classical and romantic amounts to nothing that need trouble a healthy man. I can't deny that I don't share this point of view. It appears to me to be excessively defeatist. And therefore, in the course of these lectures, I shall do my best to try and explain what, in my view, the Romantic movement fundamentally came to. I think the only sane and the only sensible way of approaching it, at least the only way that I've ever found to be helpful at all, is by slow and patient historical method, by looking at the beginning of the 18th century and considering what the situation was then, and then considering what the factors were which undermined it one by one, and what the particular combination or confluence of factors was, which by 1760, by 1770, and by 1780 caused what appears to me to be the greatest transformation of the Western consciousness, certainly in our time. Last time I said that I would speak today about the attack delivered on the ideal of the Enlightenment, at any rate, the beginning of it. I think it would be only fair to tell you what the general program of these lectures is to be. I shall today discuss the first onslaught upon the Enlightenment. Next time, I propose to continue with that, and in particular to deal with the attitudes and the ideas and the effects of the ideas of Rousseau, Kant, and Schiller. In the fourth lecture, I propose to deal with the rise, the real full blast effect of Romanticism, both upon the arts and upon literature and on thought and life. In the fifth lecture, I propose to deal with the specific results of it in the early 19th century, and in particular in France. And in the last lecture, I propose to try and draw a summary of all that I've said and consider what parts of it are alive and what parts of it are dead for us now, and what effect it has had, is having, and even perhaps is likely to have upon our own lives. Let me therefore go back to the subject of which I spoke. The Enlightenment of the late 17th and early 18th century needs some definition. There are certain propositions, if we like to boil them down to that, which are, as it were, the three legs upon which the whole Western tradition rested. These are not confined to the Enlightenment, although the Enlightenment gave a particular version, transformed them in a particular manner. These three principles are roughly these: that all genuine questions can be answered, that if a question cannot be answered, it is not a question. We may not know what the answer is, someone else will. We may be too weak or too stupid or too ignorant to be able to discover the answer for ourselves. In that case, the answer may perhaps be known to persons wiser than we, experts, an elite of some sort. We may be sinful creatures and therefore incapable of ever arriving at the truth by ourselves. In that case, we shall not know it in this world, but perhaps will in the next. Or perhaps it was known in some golden age before the fall and the flood had rendered us as weak and as sinful as we are. Or perhaps the golden age is not in the past, but in the future, and we shall discover the truth then. If not here, there. If not now, at some other time. But in principle, the answer must be known, if not to men, then at any rate to an omniscient being, to God. If the answer is not knowable at all, if the answer is in some way is in principle shrouded from us, then there must be something wrong with the question. This is a proposition which is common both to Christian and to scholastic, to Enlightenment, and to positivist tradition of today. It is, in fact, the backbone of what might be called the main Western tradition, and it is this that Romanticism, in a certain sense, cracked. The second proposition is that all these answers are knowable, that is to say, they can be discovered by means which can be learnt and taught to other persons. So there are techniques by which it is possible to learn and to teach ways of discovering what the world consists of, what part we occupy in it, what our relation is to people, what our relation is to things, what true values are, and every other serious and answerable question. The third proposition is that all the answers must be compatible with one another. Because if they aren't compatible, then chaos will result. It is clear that the true answer to one question cannot be incompatible with a true answer to another question. It is a logical truth that one true proposition cannot contradict another. If all answers to all questions are to be put in the form of propositions, and if all true propositions are in principle discoverable, then it must follow that there is a description of an ideal universe, a utopia, if you like, which simply is that which is described by all true answers to all serious questions. And this utopia is something which, although we may not be able to attain to it, at any rate is that ideal in terms of which we can measure off our own present imperfections. That is the general presupposition, if you like, of the rationalist Western tradition, whether Christian or pagan, whether theist or atheist. Now, the particular twist which the Enlightenment gave to it was to say that the answers were not to be obtained in many of the hitherto traditional ways. I needn't dwell on that, for it will be familiar to most people here. The answer is not to be obtained by revelation, for different men's revelations appear to contradict each other. Then it's not to be obtained by tradition, because tradition can be shown to be often misleading and false. It is not to be obtained by dogma. It is not to be obtained by individual self-inspection of men of a privileged type, because too many impostors have usurped this role and so forth. There is only one way of discovering these answers, and that is by the correct use of reason. Deductively, as in the mathematical sciences, inductively, as in the sciences of nature. That is the only way in which answers in general, true answers to serious questions, may be obtained. And there is no reason why these answers, which after all have produced triumphant results in the worlds of physics and chemistry, should not equally apply to the much more troubled fields of politics, ethics, and aesthetics. The general pattern, I wish to stress, of this notion is that life, in some sense, or nature, if you like, and when 17th and 18th century authors say nature, we can translate that into life perfectly easily. The word nature was as much a commonplace in the 18th century as the word creative is now, and had about as precise a meaning. At any rate, the notion of life and of nature is that of a jigsaw puzzle. We lie among the, as it were, disjected fragments of this puzzle. There must be some means of putting these bits together. The all-wise man, the omniscient being, God, or an omniscient earthly creature, whichever way you like to conceive it, is in principle capable of fitting all the various bits together into one coherent pattern. Anyone who fits things into one coherent pattern will know what the world is like, what things are, what they have been, what they will be, what the laws are which govern it, what man is, what the relation of man is to things, and therefore what man needs, what he desires, and also how to obtain it. All questions, whether of a factual nature or what we call a normative nature, that is to say, answers to questions, what should I do, and what ought I to do, or what would it be right or appropriate for me to do, all these questions are answerable by someone who is capable of fitting these bits of the jigsaw puzzle. It is, as it were, like a hunt for some kind of concealed treasure. The only difficulty is to find the path to the treasure. Upon this, of course, theorists have differed. But in the 18th century, there was a fairly wide consensus that what Newton had achieved in the region of physics could surely also be applied to the region of ethics and of politics. The regions of ethics and of politics presented a rare disorder. It was perfectly clear, then as now, that people didn't know what the answers to these questions were. How should one live? Were republics preferable to monarchies? Was it right to seek pleasure or to do one's duty, or could they be reconciled? Was it right to be ascetic, or was it right to be a voluptuary? Was it proper to obey elites of specialists who knew the truth, or was it the case that every man had a right to his own particular opinion as to what to do, and was a majority opinion of necessity to be taken as the correct answer to political life? Was the good something which was intuited as an external property, as something which was out there, eternal, objective, true for all men in all circumstances everywhere, or was the good only something which a particular person in a particular situation happened to like or happened to be inclined towards? These questions were then, as now, of a puzzling nature. It was quite natural that people should say, here was Newton who had found physics in a very similar state, with a great many crisscrossing hypotheses founded upon a great deal of classical and scholastic error. With a very few masterly strokes, he had managed to reduce this enormous chaos to comparative order. From a very few clear physico-mathematical propositions, he was able to deduce the position and the velocity of every particle in the universe, or if not to deduce them, to place weapons in people's hands with which they could, if they applied themselves, deduce them. Weapons which any intelligent man could, in principle, use for himself. Surely, if this kind of order could be instituted in the world of physics, the same methods produce equally splendid and lasting results in the worlds of morals, politics, aesthetics, and the rest of the chaotic world of human opinion, where people appear to struggle with each other and murder each other and destroy each other and humiliate each other in the name of incompatible principles. This appeared to be a perfectly reasonable hope, and it appeared to be a very worthy human ideal. At any rate, this is certainly the idea of the Enlightenment. Now, the Enlightenment was certainly not, as is sometimes maintained, a kind of uniform movement of which all the members believed approximately the same things. For example, opinions about human nature differed very widely. Fontenelle and Saint-Évremont, Voltaire and La Métrie thought that man was hopelessly jealous, envious, wicked, corrupt, and weak, and therefore needed the most strenuous possible discipline in order to keep his head just above water, so to speak. He needed, in other words, a rigid discipline for the purpose of making him capable of coping with life at all. Others, on the other hand, thought, on the contrary, didn't take quite so black a view, and thought that man was essentially a malleable substance, clay, which any competent educator, any enlightened legislator could mold into perfectly proper and rational shape. And there were, of course, a few persons, like Rousseau and others, who thought that man was naturally neither neutral nor wicked, but in fact good, and had only been ruined by institutions of his own making. And if these institutions could be altered or reformed in a very drastic way, man's natural goodness would burst forth, and the reign of love could be once again created upon the earth. Again, some eminent doctrinaires of the Enlightenment believed in the immortality of the soul. Others believed that the notion of a soul was a hollow superstition and there was no such entity. Some believed in, for example, the elites, in the necessity of government by the wise, that the mob would never learn, that there was an inequality of gifts which was permanent among mankind, and unless men could somehow be trained to obey experts, as they obey experts in, for example, those techniques which clearly need them, such as, let us say, navigation or economics or whatever it may be, unless men could be induced to obey those who knew, the elite of experts, life on earth would continue to be a jungle. Others, on the other hand, believed that in matters of ethics and of politics, every man was his own expert. That while not everyone could be a good mathematician, all men, by inspecting their own hearts, could know the difference between good and evil, right and wrong, and only didn't know it because they had been misled by knaves or fools in the past, by self-interested rulers, wicked soldiers, corrupt priests, and other enemies of man. And that if these persons could be eliminated or liquidated in some way, then every man could be placed in a situation where these clear answers could be discovered by every man, written in eternal letters graven in eternal letters upon his own heart, as in fact Rousseau preached. And there were other disagreements as well, into which I needn't go. But what I think is common to them all is the view that virtue consists ultimately in knowledge. That if we know what we are, and we know what we need, and we know where to obtain it, and we obtain it by the best means in our possession, then we can live happy, virtuous, just, free, and contented lives. That all virtues are in fact compatible with one another. That it is impossible for it to be the case that the answer to the question, should one seek justice, is yes, and the answer to the question, should one seek mercy, is yes, and that these two answers should somehow prove incompatible. Equality, liberty, fraternity must be compatible with one another. So must mercy and justice. It is impossible, if a man were to say that, for example, the truth could make someone miserable, this must somehow be demonstrated to be false. If it could be shown that in some way total liberty was incompatible with total equality, there must be some misunderstanding in the argument, and so on. This was a belief which I think all these men held. And above all, they held that these general propositions were obtainable by the dependable methods used by natural scientists in the establishing of the great triumph of the 18th century, namely the natural sciences. This, I think, qualifies them all. Now, before I go on to the particular form of attack upon it, let me explain to you that this, of course, penetrates as much into the realm of the arts as it does into that of the sciences and that of ethics. For example, if you ask what was the dominant aesthetic theory of the early 18th century, the dominant aesthetic theory was that man should hold up the mirror to nature. Spoken like that, it seems a rather tedious platitude, in fact, a falsehood. To hold up a mirror to nature is merely to copy what is already there. These people, I don't think, meant that by this particular phrase. By nature, they meant life, and by life, they meant not what one saw, but that towards which they supposed life to strive, certain ideal forms towards which all life was tending. No doubt it was a clever thing on the part of the painter Zeuxis in Athens to paint birds so realistically, grapes, so realistically that birds came to peck at them. It was very skillful on the part of Raphael to paint gold pieces so skillfully that the innkeeper thought them to be genuine and let him go without paying his account. But these were not the highest flights of human artistic genius. The highest flight of human artistic genius consisted in somehow visualizing that inner objective ideal towards which nature and man tended, and somehow embodying this in a noble painting. That is to say, there is some kind of universal pattern, and this universal pattern, the artist is able to incorporate in images as the philosopher or the scientist is capable of incorporating in propositions. Let me read you a very typical statement by Fontenelle, who was the most representative of all figures of the Enlightenment and led a very careful and very rational life which enabled him to live to the age of 100. He said, "A work of politics, morals, criticism, possibly even of literature, will be finer, all things considered, if made by the hands of a geometer." That is because geometers are persons who understand the rational interrelationships of things. And anybody who understands the pattern which nature follows, because nature is surely a rational entity, otherwise man would not be able to conceive it or understand it at all. That was the argument. If anyone who can do that is surely able to elicit from the apparent chaos and confusion of nature those eternal principles, those necessary connections which bind together the eternal and objective elements out of which the world is composed. Monsieur Rapin in the 17th century said, "Aristotle's poetics is only nature reduced to method, good sense reduced to principle." And Pope repeated that in famous lines, saying, "Those rules of old, discovered, not devised, are nature still, but nature methodized." That is, roughly speaking, the official doctrine of the 18th century, namely that you discover the method in nature herself. Reynolds, who I suppose was the most representative aesthetic theorist, certainly in England of his period in the 18th century, said, "The painter corrects nature by herself, her imperfect state by her more perfect. He makes out an abstract idea of forms more perfect than any one in the original. This is the famous ideal beauty by which he says, by this Phidias acquired his immortal fame. Therefore, we must understand what it is that nature, what the ideal consists of. The ideal is there are certain persons, for example, who are more eminent than others. Alexander the Great is a more splendid figure than a lame or blind beggar, and therefore deserves more of the artist than the lame or blind beggar who is a mere accident of nature. Nature tends towards perfection. We know what perfection is by some inner sense which tells us what is norm and what is abnormal, what is the ideal and what is the deviation from this ideal. Therefore, says Reynolds with great firmness, if Alexander had happened to be of low stature, do not render him so. Bernini should never have let David bite his lower lip, because that is a mean expression inappropriate to royal rank. If St. Paul was of mean appearance, as we are told, Raphael was right not so to draw him. And Perrault, writing towards the end of the 18th century, says, it is a great pity that Homer allows his heroes to be too familiar with swineherds. He doesn't, I suppose, doesn't wish to deny that perhaps Homer's heroes or persons whom he drew, who his originals might have been as familiar with swineherds as in fact they're represented as being, but if so, they shouldn't have been. And the business of the painter is not simply realistically to reproduce what is there. That is what the Dutch too often do, and this merely populates the world with a number of copies of entities which originally had no need to be there. The purpose of painting is to convey to the questing intellect or the questing soul what it is that nature seeks after. Nature seeks after beauty and perfection. All these people believe that. It may not have attained to it, particularly man conspicuously had not attained to it. But by inspecting nature, we observe the general lines upon which she proceeds. We see what it is that she strives to produce. We know the difference between a stunted oak and a fully grown oak. We know, when we call it stunted, that it is an oak which has failed to become that which it was, as it were, intended by itself or by nature to be. In the same way, there are objective ideals of beauty, of grandeur, of magnificence, of wisdom, which it is the business of writers, philosophers, preachers, painters, sculptors, composers to, in some way, to convey to us. That is the general notion. Winckelmann, who I suppose is the most original of all the aesthetic theorists of the century and who introduced this passionate, nostalgic taste for classical art, Winckelmann speaks about noble tranquility and calm restraint. Why noble tranquility? Why calm restraint? He doesn't, any more than anyone else, suppose that all the ancients were nobly tranquil or calmly restrained. But he does think that this is the ideal of what man should be. He does think that to be a Roman senator, to be a Greek orator, whatever it is that he regarded as the perfection of man, what all the Germans in his time tended to think of as the most perfect men, were persons who tended towards this noblest of human ideals. And the sculptors who in this way immortalized these particular traits hold up before us the ideal of what man can be, and in this way not only inspire us to imitate these ideals, but reveal to us the inner purposes of nature, reveal to us reality. Reality, life, nature, ideal, these things are identical for these particular thinkers. Just as mathematics deals in perfect circles, so the sculptor and the painter must deal in ideal forms. This, I think, is the rationalist notion of most 18th century aesthetics. That is why there is a comparative neglect of history. Although it's true that Voltaire was the first person who began to write history no longer of individual kings and conquerors and captains and adventurers, but took an interest in people's morals, their clothes, their habits, their judicial institutions. Although some interest in what might be called the general history of people's manners, as well as individual conquests or treaties, had got going in the 18th century, nevertheless, there is no doubt that when Bolingbroke said that history was nothing but philosophy teaching by examples, he was voicing a very common view. Voltaire's interest in history was to show how men were much the same in most ages and how the same causes produce the same effects. And the purpose of that was to show sociologically what we were like, what kind of ends men sought after, what kind of means did not bring them about, what kind of means did bring them about, and in this way to create some kind of science of how to live well. The same is true of Hume, who also spoke in much the same way. He said, most men in most circumstances, obeying the same causes, behave in roughly the same fashion. The purpose of history is not simply curiosity about what happened in the past, desire to revive something which occurred in the past simply because we feel passionately interested in what our ancestors were like, or because we wish in some way to connect the past with ourselves to see what it was that we grew out of. That, I think, was not the principal spring of these men's interest. The principal spring was simply an accumulation of data upon which general propositions could be constructed, telling one what to do, how to live, what to be. That is a most unhistorical possible attitude which can be taken towards history, and it is the fairly characteristic attitude of the 18th century, including great historians who, despite themselves, wrote great history, like Gibbon, whose ideals were a great deal inferior to his actual performance. Now, these being the general notions of the Enlightenment, you can see that in the case of the arts, it would lead, so to speak, to the formal, the noble, the symmetrical, the proportional, the judicious. There were, of course, exceptions to this. I don't say everybody believed exactly the same thing. This is very uncommon in any age. Even in France, even in classical France, there were all kinds of quietists and convulsionists, persons of a hysterical or ecstatic temperament. There were people like Vauvenargues who complained bitterly about the appalling emptiness of life. There was Madame de la Popelinière who said she wished to throw herself out of the window because she felt that life had no meaning and no purpose. But these were, comparatively speaking, a minority. Broadly speaking, it could be said that it was Voltaire and his friends, people like Helvetius, people to a certain extent like Fontenelle, who represented what might be called the major position of the age. And this was that we were progressing, we were discovering, we were destroying ancient prejudice, superstition, ignorance, and cruelty, and we were well on the way towards establishing some kind of science which would make people happy, free, virtuous, and just. It was really this that was attacked by the persons I'm about to discuss next. Now, certain cracks in what might be called this rather smooth wall, rather smug and smooth wall in some ways, had already proceeded from the Enlightenment itself. For example, Montesquieu, who was a fairly typical representative of the Enlightenment, had suggested that men were not the same everywhere. And this proposition, which had already been uttered by a good many Greek sophists, but had been forgotten, I think, intermediately, in a certain sense, did make a sort of dent in the general picture, though not a very deep one. His point was that if you were a Persian and brought up in Persian conditions, you might not want what you would want if you were a Parisian and brought up in Paris. That men were not made happy by the same things. That the attempt to foist upon the Chinese things which delighted the French, or upon the French things which delighted the Chinese, would cause misery in both places. And that therefore one had to be very careful in altering laws, in reforming, in generally speaking looking after people, if one was a statesman or a politician, or even in personal relations, in friendship, in family life, to consider very carefully what are the actual needs, what is the process of growth, what are the conditions in which a specific body of persons grew up. He attached enormous importance to soil, climate, and political institutions. Others attached importance to other factors. But whichever way you look at it, the general notion was that of a general relativism, that what did for people in Birmingham would not do for people in Bokhara, roughly speaking. Now, in a sense, of course, this did contradict the proposition that there were certain objective, uniform, eternal, fixed entities, for example, certain forms of pleasure, which pleased everyone everywhere, that there were certain true propositions which all men at all times could have discovered for themselves, but only failed to do because they were too stupid or placed in unfortunate circumstances, that there is a form of life which, once it is introduced into the universe, could be made, could be, as it were, fixed as eternal, would not need to be altered because it was perfect, because it satisfied the permanent interests and desires of men. It did contradict that. But it didn't contradict it very sharply. All it said was that all men, in fact, sought the same thing, namely happiness, contentment, harmony, justice, liberty. None of this he denied. But different circumstances made different means of attaining it necessary. This was a very sensible remark and didn't, in principle, contradict the foundations of the Enlightenment. He did make an observation which did shock people. He said, when Montezuma said to Cortes that the Christian religion was all very well for Spain, but that the Aztec religion might be best for his people, what he said was not absurd. This, of course, did shock both parties. It shocked the Roman Church and it shocked the left wing. It shocked the Roman Church for obvious reasons. It shocked the left wing because they too knew that since what the Catholic Church said was false, the opposite was true. Since what the Aztec religion said was false, the opposite was true. And therefore the notion that propositions which might not themselves appear true to us, yet might do for some other culture, that in fact one ought to estimate the value of religious truths not in accordance with some objective standard of truth, but some much more flexible, pragmatic means, namely whether it made the people who believed in them happy, suited their way of life, developed certain ideals among them, fitted into the general texture of their life and their experience. That did appear to both sides, both the Roman Church and the atheistical materialists, as being in some sense a betrayal. Nevertheless, this is, roughly speaking, the kind of criticism which Montesquieu brought. And as I say, it modified the picture somewhat. It did modify the proposition that there were eternal truths, eternal institutions, eternal values suitable for everyone everywhere. You had to be more flexible. You had to say, well, not eternal, perhaps, not everywhere. Most people in most places, with due adjustment made for time and place. But if you did that, you could still preserve the foundations of the views of the Enlightenment. A somewhat deeper breach was made by Hume. In his very intelligent, interesting, amusing, and remarkable book, The Heavenly City of the 18th Century Philosophers, the late Professor Becker thinks that Hume really blew up the entire Enlightenment position by showing that the necessities in which these philosophers believed, that the network of rigorous logical relationships out of which the universe consisted and which reason could grasp and live by, that this was not true, and therefore he somehow undermined the general notion of a kind of seamless garment or harmony of necessary connections. I don't agree with him about this, but I don't wish to go into this in detail here. Hume's chief service in the attack on the Enlightenment consisted, and it was, he certainly didn't appear to himself to be doing this, consisted in doubting whether two propositions. One, whether the causal relationship was something which we directly perceived or indeed knew to exist at all. He said that so far from things being necessitated by other things, they just followed along in a regular manner without being necessitated. Instead of saying causes must produce effects, or this event must produce that event, or this situation cannot help arising from that situation, all you needed to say was, usually the situation follows this situation. Normally this thing is to be found before or at the same time as or after that thing. So that for factual purposes, it didn't make a great deal of difference. The second proposition, more important for our purposes, is that when he asked himself how he knew that there was an external world at all, he said he couldn't deduce it logically. There was no way of demonstrating that tables existed. There was no way of demonstrating that at this moment, said Hume, I am eating an egg or I am drinking a glass of water. Demonstrating, no. I can demonstrate things in geometry. I can demonstrate things in arithmetic. I can demonstrate things in logic. I might, I suppose, be able to demonstrate things in heraldry or chess or other sciences which follow from artificial rules conventionally established. But I can't prove with mathematical certainty that anything exists. All I can say is that if I ignore it, I shall rue it. If I suppose that there is no table in front of me and walk into it, I shall probably suffer discomfort. But demonstrate it in the sense in which I can demonstrate mathematical propositions, demonstrate it in the sense in which I can demonstrate a proposition in logic where the opposite is not merely false but meaningless, that I cannot do. And therefore I must accept the world on belief, on trust. Belief is not the same as deductive certainty. Indeed, deduction doesn't apply to matters of fact at all. Well, without going into the vast consequences which this had in the general history of logic and of philosophy, it clearly did weaken the general position according to which the universe was a rational whole, each part of which was as it was necessarily because it was necessitated by the other parts of it, and the whole thing was made beautiful and rational by the fact that none of the things in it could be otherwise than as they were. The old belief was that whatever was true was necessarily true, that things could not be otherwise than as they were. And that is why, said Spinoza and people who thought like him, when I understand that things are inevitable, I accept them much more willingly. No man wants to believe that 2 plus 2 equals 5. Anyone who says 2 plus 2 has always equaled 4, but this is a very suffocating truth. Could it not be the case occasionally that 2 plus 2 would be 4.5 or 17? Anyone who wanted to break out of this hideous prison of the multiplication table would be regarded on the whole as not quite sane. On the whole, we assume that the proposition that 2 plus 2 equals 4, or that if A is larger than B and B is larger than C, then it is probable that A is larger than C. These kind of propositions are propositions which we accept as being part of the general rational process of thought, part of what we mean by sanity, by rationality. If all facts in the universe could be reduced to this, then we would no longer kick against them. That is the great rationalist presupposition. If all the things which at present you hate and you fear could be so represented as to flow by necessarily logical chains from everything else that there was, you would accept it as being not only inevitable, but reasonable and therefore delightful, as much as 2 plus 2 equals 4, or any other logical truth upon which you found your life, upon which your thought rests. That is the ideal of rationalism. This Hume certainly broke. Now, let me now say that in spite of the fact that Montesquieu and Hume did make these faint dents in the particular theory of which I speak, one by showing that not everything was everywhere the same, the other by saying there were no necessities, only probabilities, the difference that made was not very large. Hume certainly thought that the universe would proceed much as it did. He certainly thought that there were rational, irrational courses of action. He certainly thought that men could have made happy by rational means. He believed in science. He believed in reason. He believed in cool judgment. He believed in all the well-known propositions of the 18th century. He believed in art exactly as Reynolds believed in it, exactly as Dr. Johnson believed in it. The logical implications of his ideas didn't really become evident until the late 19th and 20th century. The attack of which I wish to speak came from a very different quarter. The attack of which I wish to speak came from the Germans. Now, the truth about the Germans in the 17th and 18th century is that they are a somewhat backward province. They don't wish to think of themselves in this light, but it remains true that they were. In the 16th century, the Germans were as progressive and as dynamic and as generous contributors to European culture as anyone else. Certainly Dürer was as great a painter as any European painter of his time. Certainly Luther was as great a religious figure as anyone who had occurred in European history. But if you look at Germany in the 17th century, for whatever reason, and particularly the early 18th century, with the exception of the one great figure of Leibniz, who certainly is a philosopher of world scale, it is very difficult to see who among German thinkers, or who among those Germans who affected, so to speak, the thought or the even to a certain degree the art of the world in any significant fashion, particularly towards the end of the 17th century, could be named. What the reason for this is rather difficult to say. I'm not a competent historian, and I therefore don't altogether, I don't wish to volunteer too much. But it does seem as if, for some reason or other, the Germans failed to achieve centralized statehood as England and France and even Holland achieved it. They were governed in the 18th century and indeed in the 17th by 300 princes and 1,200 sub-princes. The emperor had interests in Italy and elsewhere which prevented him from paying due attention, perhaps, to his German lands. And above all, there was the violent dislocation of the 30 Years' War, in the course of which the troops of Louis XIV and of others destroyed and killed a very large section of the German population and crushed what might have been a cultural development simply in seas of blood. This was a misfortune of an unexampled kind in European history. And such a number of persons had never been killed for any reason before since the days of Genghis Khan. And the misfortune to Germany was crushing, and it crushed her spirit to a very high degree. With the result, for one reason or another, that German culture became provincialized, became disrupted into these tiny, stuffy provincial courts. There was no Paris, there was no center, there was no life there was no pride, there was no sense of growth, dynamism, and power. German culture drifted into either extreme scholastic pedantry of a Lutheran kind, scholarship of a minute but rather dry kind, or else into a revolt against this scholarship in the direction of the inner life of the human soul. This was no doubt stimulated by Lutheranism as such, but particularly by the fact that there was a kind of huge national inferiority complex, which I think began at that period, vis-à-vis the great progressive Western states, vis-à-vis particularly the French. This brilliant, glittering state which had managed to crush and to humiliate them. This great country which dominated the sciences and the arts and all the provinces of human life with a kind of arrogance and success unexampled hitherto. And this did plant in Germany a permanent sense of sadness and humiliation, which may be discovered in the rather sad German literature, ballad literature and popular literature of the end of the 17th century, and even in the arts in which the Germans excelled, even in music, which tends to be domestic, religious, passionate, inward, and above all, different from the glittering court art and the splendid secular achievements of composers like Rimbaud and Couperin. There's no doubt that if you compare someone like Bach and his contemporaries, and Telemann, with French music of that period, even though Bach's genius is incomparably greater, the whole atmosphere, the whole tone, so to speak, of his music is much more confined to the particular, I won't say provincialism, but at any rate, the sort of inner religious life of the city of Leipzig or wherever he might have happened to live, and was not intended to be an offering before the glittering courts of Europe or the general admiration of mankind in the way in which the paintings and the musical compositions of the English, the Dutch, the French, and the other leading nations of the world obviously were so intended. At any rate, that is what occurred, and the Pietist movement, of which I wish to say a few words, because it really is the root of Romanticism, the Pietist movement became deeply embedded in Germany. Pietism was a branch of Lutheranism, and it consisted in careful study of the Bible, profound respect for the personal relationship of man to God, therefore emphasis upon spiritual life, contempt for learning, contempt for ritual and for form, contempt for pomp and ceremony, and a tremendous emphasis upon the individual relationship of the individual suffering human soul with her maker. Spener, Franke, Zinzendorf, Arnold, all these founders of the Pietist movement were men who in some way managed to bring comfort and salvation to a large collection of socially crushed and politically miserable human beings. So that in a certain sense, what occurred was a kind of retreat in depth. Let me tell you that it sometimes happens in human history, even though parallels may be dangerous, that when the natural road towards human fulfillment is in some way blocked, human beings retreat into themselves, become wrought up in themselves, and try and create inwardly that world which some evil fate has denied them externally. This is certainly what happened in ancient Greece when Alexander the Great began to destroy the city-states, and the Stoics and Epicureans began to preach a morality of personal salvation, which took the form of saying that politics was unimportant, civil life was unimportant, all these great ideals held up by Pericles and by Demosthenes, by Plato and by Aristotle, were trivial and as nothing before the imperative need of personal individual salvation. This was really a very grand form of sour grapes. If you cannot obtain that which you really desire from the world, you must teach yourself not to want it. If you cannot get what you want, you must teach yourself to want what you can get. This is a very frequent form of, so to speak, spiritual retreat in depth into a kind of inner citadel, in which you try and lock yourself up against all the fearful ills of the world. The king of my province, the prince, confiscates my land. I don't want to own land. The prince doesn't wish to give me rank. Rank is trivial, unimportant. The king has robbed me of my possessions. Possessions are nothing. My children have died of malnutrition and disease. Earthly possessions, even children, love of children, is as nothing before love of God, and so forth. So that you gradually hedge yourself round by a kind of tight wall in which you seek to reduce the vulnerable surface. You want to be as little wounded as possible. Every kind of wound is being heaped upon you. And therefore you wish to contract yourself into the smallest possible area so that as little of you as possible is exposed to wounds. This is, in a sense, the mood in which the German pietists operated. And the result of that was an intense inner life, a great deal of very moving and very interesting, but highly personal, violently emotional literature, hatred of the intellect, and above all, of course, violent hatred of France, of wigs, of silk stockings, of salons, of corruption, of generals, of emperors, of all the great and magnificent figures of this world who are simply incarnations of wealth, wickedness, and the devil. This is a natural reaction, so to speak, on the part of a pious and humiliated population. And this happens since that day in other places as well. It's a particular form, so to speak, of anti-culture, anti-intellectualism, and xenophobia, to which the Germans were at that particular moment particularly prone. This is the provincialism which some of the German thinkers cherished and adored in the 18th century, and against which Goethe and Schiller fought all their lives. Now, let me give you a typical quotation, I think, from Zinzendorf, who I suppose was the leader of the Herrenhuter, which was a sort of section of the Moravian Brotherhood, which was a large section of the pietist population, of the pietist group. He said, "Whoso wishes to grasp God with his intellect becomes an atheist." And this was simply an echo of Luther, who said, "Reason is a whore and must be avoided." Now, let me give you a social fact about these Germans, which I think is not altogether irrelevant. If you ask who were the Germans of the 18th century, who were the thinkers who most influenced Germany and of whom we have heard, there is a rather peculiar sociological fact about them, which in a sense supports the thesis which I wish to put before you, which is that the whole thing is a product of wounded national sensibility and of dreadful national humiliation, the whole of the roots of the Romantic movement, really, on the part of the Germans. If you ask who their thinkers were, you will find that in contrast to the French, they came from an entirely different social milieu. Lessing, Kant, Herder, Fichte were all very humbly born. Hegel, Schelling, Schiller, Hölderlin were lower middle class. Goethe was a rich bourgeois, but only attained to a proper title later. Only Kleist and Novalis were what would in those days be called country gentlemen. The only persons with any degree of aristocratic connection which could be said to take part in German literature, German life, German painting, any kind of German civilization, whom I could discover, were the two brothers, Counts Stolberg and the mystic Baron Eckartshausen. Not exactly first-class figures, not exactly figures in the front rank. If, on the other hand, you think about the French of this period, of all the radicals, the left wing, the most extreme, so to speak, opponents of orthodoxy, of the church, of the monarchy, of the status quo, all these persons came from a very, very different world. Montesquieu was a baron. Condillac was a count. Condorcet was a marquis. Mably was both an abbé and a count. Buffon became a count. Volney was well born, and so was the Baron Lambert. D'Alembert was the illegitimate son of a nobleman. Helvetius was not noble, but his father had been doctor to Madame, and he was a millionaire and a tax farmer and moved in court circles. Baron Grimm and Baron Holbach were two German barons who came to live in Paris from the Rhineland, one from the Rhineland, one from near Bohemia. There were a certain number of abbés. The Abbé Galliani was the secretary at the Neapolitan embassy. The Abbé Moreyer and the Abbé Reynal were of good origin. Even Voltaire came from the minor gentry. Only Diderot and Rousseau were commoners, real commoners. Diderot really did come from the poor. And Rousseau was a Swiss, and therefore doesn't count in this particular category. And consequently, the point I wish to make is that these persons spoken with a different language. They were no doubt oppositional, but they were oppositional against persons who came from the same class as themselves. They went to salons, they glittered, they were persons of high polish, great education, and splendid prose style and generous and handsome outlook on life. And their mere existence irritated, humiliated, and infuriated the Germans. When Herder came to Paris in the early 70s, he was unable to get into contact with any of these men. It appeared to him that they were all artificial, highly mannered, extremely self-conscious, dry, soulless, little dancing masters in salons, who had no soul, who didn't understand the inner life of man, who didn't understand what the purposes of human beings were, who in some way were debarred by either bad doctrine or by false origin from understanding the true purposes of men on earth and the true potentialities, the true rich and generous potentialities which human beings had been endowed with God. This, in a certain sense, also created a chasm between the Germans and the French. So the mere thought of these frondeurs, mere thought of this opposition, even on the part of those who themselves hated the Church of Rome and themselves hated the King of France, the mere thought of these people filled them with nausea, disgust, humiliation, and inferiority. And this dug an enormous ditch between the Germans and the French, which not all the cultural interchanges which can be traced by scholars, in fact, were able to overcome. This, I think, is perhaps one of the roots of the German opposition to the French from which Romanticism began. Now, let me tell you a few words, in the time left to me, about the man who, in my view, was really the man who struck the most violent blow at the Enlightenment and began the whole Romantic process, the whole process of revolt against a particular world which I've to some extent tried to draw. He's an obscure figure, but obscure figures sometimes create great consequences. Hitler, too, after all, was an obscure man during a certain portion of his life. Johann Georg Hamann was the son of very obscure parents. His father was, I think, a bathkeeper in the city of Königsberg, and he was brought up in East Prussia in a pietist environment. He was a ne'er-do-weel. He wasn't able to get a job. He wrote a little poetry, wrote a little criticism. He did it quite well, but not well enough to secure a living. He was supported by his neighbor and friend, Immanuel Kant, who lived in the same city, and with whom he quarreled for the rest of his life. And then he was sent by some rich Baltic merchants to London for the purpose of transacting a piece of business which he failed to complete, but instead drank, gambled, and got into heavy debt. As a result of these excesses, he was near suicide and then had a religious experience, read the Old Testament, which his pietist parents and grandparents had sworn by, and suddenly was spiritually transformed, realized that the story of the Jews was the story of every man. That when he read the book of Ruth, or when he read the book of Job, or when he read about the tribulations of Abraham, God was directly speaking to his soul and telling him that there were certain spiritual events which had an infinite significance, far different from anything which might appear on the surface. In this transformed religious condition, he came back to Königsberg and began to write. He wrote obscurely, under many pseudonyms. He wrote in a style which has proved from this day to that unreadable. At the same time, he had a very powerful and marked influence upon a number of other writers who in their turn had a considerable influence upon European life. He was admired by Herder, who certainly transformed the writing of history and transformed to some degree also the whole attitude towards the arts which prevails today. He had an influence on Goethe, who wished to edit his works and who regarded him as one of the most gifted and profound spirits of his time and supported him against all possible rivals. He had an influence on Kierkegaard, who lived after he died, who said he was certainly the profoundest writer he had ever read, not intelligible even to him. Nevertheless, although he wrote obscurely, it is possible by dint of extreme attention, which I don't really commend to this particular audience, to collect certain grains of sense from the extraordinary contorted metaphors, euphuistic stylisms, allegories, and other forms of dark poetical speech with which Haman's fragmentary writings, he never finished anything, are written. And the doctrine which he enunciated was approximately this. He began with Hume, and he said, in effect, that Hume was right. That if you ask yourself how it is that you know the universe not by intellect, but by faith. If Hume said that he could not even break an egg, he could not even drink a glass of water, without an act of faith which could not be bolstered up by logic, how much more this was true of almost every other experience we had. And of course, Haman wished to say that his belief in God and in the creation were bolstered by precisely the same argument as Hume's belief in his egg and his glass of water. The French dealt in general propositions of the sciences. But the general propositions of the sciences never caught the actual living, palpitating reality of life. If you met a man and wished to know what he was like, the idea of clapping upon him various psychological and sociological generalizations gleaned from the works of Montesquieu or of Condillac would teach you nothing. The only way in which you discovered what human beings were like was by speaking to them, by communicating with them. Communication meant an actual meeting of two human beings, and by watching the man's face and by watching the contortions of his body and his gestures, by hearing his words and in many other ways which you could not afterwards analyze, you became convinced a datum was presented to you. You knew to whom it was you were talking. Communication was established. The attempt to analyze this communication into scientific general propositions would of necessity fail. General propositions were baskets of an extremely crude kind. They were concepts and categories which differentiated that which was common to a great many things, common to many men of different sorts, common to many things of different sorts, common to various ages. What they left out of necessity, because they were general, was that which was unique, that which was particular, that which was the specific property of this particular man or this particular thing. And that alone was of interest to you, according to Haman. If you wished to read a book, you were not interested in what this book had in common with many other books. If you looked at a picture, you didn't wish to know what principles had gone to the making of this picture, which had also gone to the making of 1,000 other pictures in 1,000 other ages by 1,000 different painters. You wished to react directly to the specific message, if you like, to the specific reality, which, looking at this picture, reading this particular book, speaking to this man, praying to this God, would in fact convey to you. Therefore, he drew from this a kind of Bergsonian conclusion, namely, that there was a flow of life, that the attempt to cut this flow into segments, in some sense, killed it. That the sciences are very well for their own purposes. If you wished to discover about how to grow plants, and even then not always correctly. If you wish to know about some kind of general principles about the general properties of bodies in general, whether physical or chemical, if you wish to know about what climates would assist, what kind of growths to develop in them, and so forth, no doubt the sciences are very well. But this is not what men ultimately sought. If you ask yourself, what were men after? What did men really want? What men wanted was not at all what Voltaire supposed they wanted. Voltaire thought that they wanted happiness. Voltaire thought they wanted contentment. Voltaire thought that they wanted peace. But this was not true. What men wanted was for all their faculties to play in the richest and most violent possible fashion. What men wanted was to create. What men wanted was to make. And if this making led to clashes, if it led to wars, if it led to struggles, then this was part of the human lot. A man who had been put in a Voltairean garden, pared and pruned, as it were, who had been brought up by some wise philosopher, in knowledge of physics and the knowledge of chemistry and the knowledge of mathematics and in knowledge of all the sciences which the encyclopedists had recommended, such a man would in fact be a form of death in life. The sciences, if they were applied to human society, would lead to a kind of fearful bureaucratization, he thought. For him, scientists, bureaucrat, persons who made things tidy, every form, smooth Lutheran clergymen, deists, everybody who wanted to put things in boxes. Everybody who wished to assimilate one thing to another, who wished to prove, for example, that creation was really the same as obtaining of certain data which nature provides and their rearrangement in certain pleasing patterns. Whereas, of course, for Hamann, creation was the most ineffable, indescribable, unanalyzable personal act by which a human being in some way laid his stamp upon nature, allowed his will to soar, spoke his word, uttered that which was within him and which would not brook any kind of obstacle. And therefore, to him, the whole of the Enlightenment doctrine appeared to kill that which was living in human beings, appeared to substitute for the creative energies of man and for the whole rich world of the senses, without which it is impossible for human beings to live, to eat, to drink, to be merry, to meet other people, to indulge in the 1,001 acts without which people wither and die. That the Enlightenment on the whole laid no stress on that. That the human being as painted by Enlightenment thinkers was an artificial kind of, not economic man, but anyway some kind of toy, some kind of lifeless model, which had no relation to the kind of human beings whom Hamann met and wished to associate with every day in his life. Goethe says much the same thing about Mendelssohn. He says Mendelssohn treats beauty as entomologists treat butterflies. He catches the poor animal and he pins it down, and as its exquisite colors drop off, there it lies, a lifeless dead corpse under the pin. This is aesthetics. This is a very typical reaction, so to speak, on the part of the youthful romantic Goethe of the 1770s, under the influence of Hamann, against the tendency on the part of the French to generalize, to classify, to pin down, to arrange in albums, to try and produce some kind of rational ordering of human experience, leaving out, as it was supposed to be, the élan vital, the flow, the individuality, the desires to create, the desire even to struggle, that in human beings which produce between people of different views, perhaps what might be called a creative clash of opinion, instead of that dead harmony and peace, which according to Hamann and his followers, the French were after. That, I think, is how Hamann began. Let me give you some typical quotations, and you will see the kind of thing. The bliss of the human soul, says Hamann, is not at all what Voltaire seems to think, namely happiness. The bliss of the human soul is rooted in the untrammeled realization of its powers. As man is made in God's image, so is the body a picture of the soul. This is quite an interesting view. The body is a picture of the soul because when you meet a human being and you say, what is he like, you judge by his face, you judge by his body. And the idea that there is a soul and a body which can be dissected, that there is spirit and flesh which are different, that the body is one thing, but there is something inside the man, a kind of ghost palpitating inside this machine, which is quite different from, in fact, what the man is in his totality, in his unity, is a typical dissecting French view. What is this reason, with its universality, infallibility, overweeningness, certainty, self-evidence, and it is a stuffed dummy which the howling superstition of unreason has endowed with divine attributes. The Abbé Duponce, at the beginning of the 18th century, said, what one has felt and thought in one language, one can express with equal elegance in any other. This to Hamann was absolute madness. Language is that with which we express ourselves. There is no such thing as thought on the one hand and language on the other. Language is not a glove which we put on our thought. When we think in symbols, we think in words, and therefore all translation is in principle impossible. Those who think in particular symbols, and these symbols are the ones which strike upon the senses and imagination of the people to whom we speak. Approximations may be made in other languages. But if you really wish to enter into contact with a human being, if you really wish to understand what they think, what they feel, and what they are, then you must understand every gesture, you must understand every nuance, you must watch their eyes, you must observe the movement of their lips, you must hear their words, you must understand their handwriting, and then you come to direct acquaintance with the actual sources of life. Anything less than that, the attempt to translate his language into another language, to classify all his various movements by some anatomical or physiognomical means, to try and put him into a box with a lot of other people and produce a learned volume which will, as it were, simply classify him as one of a species, one of a type. That is the way to miss all knowledge. That is the way to kill. That is the way to apply concepts and categories, hollow baskets, to the palpitating, unique, asymmetrical, unclassifiable flesh of living human experience. This is, roughly speaking, the doctrine of Hamann. And that is the doctrine which he bequeathed to his followers. To abolish caprice and fancy in the arts, he said, is to be like an assassin plotting against the art's life and honor. Passion, that is what art possesses. Passion which cannot be described and cannot be classified. That is what Moses Mendelssohn, that aesthetic Moses, the aesthetic lawgiver, he says, wants to circumcise. He wants to circumcise all these aesthetic commandments. Thou shalt not assail this, thou shalt not taste that. In a free state, he says, where the leaves from the divine book of the divine Shakespeare blow about in all the tempests of time, in a free state, how dare a man do this? Goethe said about him, in order to achieve the impossible, he stretches his hand to all the elements. All that a man undertakes must spring from his united powers. All separation is to be rejected. I must, I think, stop at this point. In my next lecture, I propose to go on with the influence of Hamann upon the German Romantics and the very violent impact which they thereupon made upon the body of the French Enlightened establishment. Ladies and gentlemen, last time I spoke to you about the obscure figure of Johann Georg Hamann, because I believe that he was the first person to declare war upon the Enlightenment in the most open, violent, and complete fashion. Chronologically, he's certainly the earliest to have done so. To indicate that he was not entirely alone in this, even in his own lifetime, let me say this. The 18th century, as everybody knows, is the platitude, was, I suppose, the age of the great triumph of science. Certainly the great victories of science are the most phenomenal event of that particular period. And certainly the profoundest revolution in human sentiment, which had occurred as a result of the destruction of older forms, both the attack upon the established religion on the part of organized natural science and of the old medieval hierarchy by the new secular state. At the same time, there is no doubt that so far did rationalism go that, as always happens in such cases, the human sentiment, which is in some way blocked by rationalism of this type, sought for some kind of egress in other directions. When the Olympian gods become too tame and too rational and too normal, people naturally enough begin to incline towards darker, more Chthonian deities. This is certainly what happened in the 3rd century BC in Greece and what began happening in the 18th century. There is no doubt that organized religion was in some sense on the retreat. If you consider, for example, the kind of rational religion which was preached by the disciples of Leibniz in Germany, where, for example, the great philosopher Wolff, who dominated German universities, tried to reconcile religion with reason, and anything which couldn't be reconciled with reason became unfashionable. And that is why it was necessary somehow to save religion by proving its harmony with reason. Wolff tried to do this by saying, for example, that miracles could be reconciled with a rational interpretation of the universe by supposing, for example, that when Joshua stopped the sun at Jericho, he was simply an astrophysicist with profounder knowledge than most of other astrophysicists of his time. This degree, this depth of penetration of astrophysical knowledge on his part was certainly miraculous. That when Christ turned water into wine, he simply understood chemistry in a manner profounder than that which any human being not assisted by divine inspiration could have understood. Given that this is the depth to which rationalism had fallen, and that religion had to make this kind of compromise in order to get any opportunity of being received at all, it is perhaps not very surprising that people should have turned elsewhere for moral and spiritual satisfaction. There is no doubt that while perhaps happiness and order might be provided by the new scientific philosophy, the irrational desires of men, the whole realm of those unconscious drives of which the 20th century has made us so very acutely aware, began to breed some kind of satisfactions of its own. And so, perhaps somewhat to the surprise of people who believe the 18th century to have been a harmonious, symmetrical, infinitely rational, elegant, glassy sort of century, a kind of peaceful mirror of human reason and human beauty, not disturbed by anything deeper or darker. To the surprise of people who think that, I think I'm bound to point out that never in the history of Europe had so many irrational persons wandered over the surface of Europe claiming adherence. I mean to say that it is in the 18th century when we begin with the Masonic and the Rosicrucian sects. It is then that all kinds of charlatans and wanderers begin to affect, particularly in the second half of the century, the minds of all kinds of apparently sane and rational persons. It is then that Cagliostro appears in Paris and gets involved in higher circles. It is then that Mesmer begins talking about animal spirits. This is the favored age of all kinds of necromancers and chiromancers and hydromancers who wander over Europe with their various nostrums, engaging the attention and indeed capturing the faith of a great many otherwise apparently sane and rational persons. Certainly the experiments in the occult of the kings of Sweden and of Denmark, of the Duchess of Devonshire and the Cardinal de Rohan, is something which would have been surprising in the 17th century and unknown in the 19th. This is the century, therefore, when these things begin to spread. There were, of course, more respectable, interesting manifestations of the same anti-rationalism. For example, Laffer in Zurich, a kind of Jung of his day, invented the science of what he called physiognomonia. He attempted to measure people's faces for the purpose of obtaining some kind of insight into their psychological character because of a belief in the unity and indissolubility of the spiritual and the physical aspects of men. At the same time, he didn't discourage all those much more dubious phrenologists and spiritualists of one kind or another, all those strange messiahs who wandered about, occasionally committing crimes, at other times merely causing stupefaction, some of whom were arrested for their crimes, others of whom were allowed to wander about at large in the wilder and more old-fashioned portions, for example, of the German empires. At any rate, this is the atmosphere in which we move, so that under the surface of this apparently coherent and apparently elegant century, there are all kinds of dark forces moving. And Hamann, of whom I spoke, is merely the most poetical, theologically the profoundest, and in a sense the most interesting representative of this violent revolt of what might be called quality against quantity, of the whole anti-scientific yearnings and desires of men. Hamann's fundamental doctrine, which I tried to expound perhaps over hastily last time, was this: that God was not a geometer, he was not a mathematician, that he was a poet, that there was something blasphemous in attempting to foist upon God our own puny, human, logical schemes. That when Kant said to him, Hamann, being a friend of his, that he thought that the science of astronomy had finally come to an end, that the astronomers knew all they could know, and it was a satisfactory thing that this particular science could now be locked up as having been, so to speak, completed. When Kant said that, said Hamann, I felt like strangling him, as if there would be no more miracles in the universe, as if any human endeavor could be regarded as over and done with, finished. The very notion that human beings were finite, that there were certain subjects about which everything could be known, that there was some portion of nature which could be fully investigated, and some questions which could be ultimately answered to, all this appeared to him to be shocking, unreal, and plainly stupid. This, I think, really is the heart of Hamann's doctrine. It is a kind of mystical vitalism which perceives in nature and in history the voice of God. That the voice of God speaks to us through nature was an old mystical belief. Hamann added to this the further doctrine that history too speaks to us, that all the various historical events which are simply taken to be ordinary empirical events by unenlightened historians are really methods whereby the divine speaks to us. Each of these events possesses an occult or mystical significance which those with eyes to see can perceive. He was among the earliest of those, and when I say earliest of those, I mean that he was later than Vico, but then Vico wasn't read. That he was among the earliest of those who said that myths and symbols, myths were not simply false statements about the world, not either the wicked inventions of unscrupulous persons seeking to throw dust in people's eyes, nor pretty embellishments invented by poets for the purpose of, in some way, decorating their wares. Myths were ways in which human beings expressed their sense of the ineffable and inexpressible mysteries of nature. And there was no other way in which they could be expressed. If words were used, they didn't do their job properly. Words cut things to pieces too much. Words classified. Words were too rational. The attempt to tie things up into neat parcels and arrange them in some beautifully analytic fashion destroyed the unity, the continuity, and the vitality of the subject matter, that is to say, life and the world which we were contemplating. Myths, in some way, conveyed this mystery in artistic images and artistic symbols, which, without words, managed to connect man with the mysteries of nature. This was, roughly speaking, the doctrine. Now, the whole thing was, of course, an immense protest against the French. It spread not only to Germany, phenomena of this kind are noticeable in England also, where perhaps the most eloquent exponent of this point of view, who comes somewhat later in time than Hamann, is, of course, the mystical poet William Blake. Blake's enemies, the persons whom Blake regards as the villains of the whole modern period, are Locke and Newton. Them he regards as those devils who killed the spirit by cutting reality into some kind of mathematically symmetrical pieces, whereas reality is a living whole which can only be appreciated in some non-mathematical fashion. Let me give you typical quotations from Blake in that sense, which will convey this too. He was a typical Swedenborgian, and the Swedenborg's disciples were very typical of the kind of occult subterranean movements in the 18th century which I referred to. What Blake, like all mystics of his type, desired was some kind of recovery of control over, so to speak, the spiritual element, which in some way had become petrified as a result of human degeneration and the wicked work of unimaginative killers of the human spirit like mathematicians and scientists. He says, laws are needed to fence men off, and their children wept and built tombs in desolate places, and formed laws of prudence, and called them the eternal laws of God. This is directed against what might be called rationalists of the 18th century, and the whole notion of symmetrically arranged order founded upon non-mystical, empirical, or logical reasoning. When he writes in those famous lines which everyone knows, Robin Redbreast in a cage puts all heaven in a rage, the cage of which he speaks is the Enlightenment. And that is the cage in which he and persons like him appear to suffocate all their lives in the second half of the 18th century. Children of a future age, reading this indignant page, know that in the former time, love, sweet love, was thought a crime. Love to him was identical with art. Jesus, he calls an artist. His disciples, he also calls artists. Art is the tree of life. Science is the tree of death. Liberate the spark. That is the great cry of all persons who feel somehow strangled and suffocated by the new, tidy scientific order which doesn't respond to the deeper problems which agitate the human soul. The Germans tended, on the whole, to suppose that in France nobody was aware, nobody began to be aware of what these deeper problems were, that all the French were somehow desiccated monkeys with no conception of what it was that moved human beings as possessors of souls, as possessors of some kind of spiritual needs. This was not entirely true. If, for example, you go to such a representative thinker of the Enlightenment as even Diderot, upon whom I suppose the Germans looked as one of the Germans of whom I speak, looked as one of the most noxious representatives of the new materialism, the new science, the new destruction of all that was spiritual and religious in life. If you go to someone like that, in him you will find something which is not all that unlike the particular attitude, even among the Germans, which I have described. Diderot is perfectly aware that there is such a thing as the irrational element in man, and that there are unconscious depths in which all kinds of dark forces move. And he is aware that human genius feeds upon these, and that the forces of light are not by themselves enough to create those divine works of art which he himself admires. He speaks of art very often in terms of great passion and says that there is about the great genius, there is about the great artist something, je ne sais quoi, which is a 17th century expression, which enables him to imagine these works of art with a degree of sweep, with a magnificence of depth of insight, and with a degree of intellectual courage, the taking on of huge intellectual risks, which makes men of genius and artists of this type akin to great criminals. And there is a passage in Diderot where he speculates upon the nearness to criminals of artists, because they both defy rules, they are both persons who are in some way in love with power, magnificence, and splendor, and kick over the traces of normal life, normal existence, and the whole tame existence of over-civilized man. Diderot is among the first to preach that there are two men. There is the artificial man, who belongs in society and conforms to the practices of society and seeks to please and is artificial, the sort of normal, artificial, mincing little figure of the caricaturists of the 18th century. Within this man, however, there is imprisoned a violent, bold, dark, criminal instinct of a man who wishes to break out. And this is the man who, if properly controlled, is perhaps responsible for the magnificent works of genius which are created. Genius of this type can't be tamed. Genius of this type has nothing to do with those rules which the Abbé Batteux or the Abbé Dubos laid down as being the rational conventions, the rational rules, in accordance with which alone good works of art could be produced. Let me read you a typical passage. Beware, says Diderot, comes from the Salon of 1765, that is to say, one of those early art criticisms for which Diderot is justly famous. Beware of those whose pockets are full of esprit, of wit, and who scatter this wit at every opportunity everywhere. They have no demon within them. They are not gloomy or somber or melancholy or silent. They are never either awkward or foolish. The lark, the chaffinch, the linnet, the canary, they chirp and twitter all the livelong day. At sunset, they fold their head under their wing, and lo, they're asleep. It is then that genius takes his lamp and lights it. And this dark, solitary, savage bird, this untamable creature, with its gloomy, melancholy plumage, opens its throat and begins its song, makes the groves resound, and breaks the silence and the darkness of the night. This is an appeal to genius, as in contrast with talent, in contrast with rules, in contrast with the so-called vaunted virtues of the 18th century, sanity, rationality, measure, proportion, and all the rest of it, which shows that even in this terrible, desiccated city of Paris, where, according to the Germans, nobody has ever lived, nobody has ever seen a color, nobody has ever known what a stirring of the human soul is, nobody has any notion of what the agonies of the spirit are, what God is, or what transfiguration of man may be. In this very town, there were persons who were aware of what might be called self-transcendence, of irrational forces, of something which undoubtedly was somewhat of the same type as that which Hamann sang forth. But of course, and at this point somebody will again say, what about Rousseau? Well, what indeed about Rousseau? It would be foolish to deny that Rousseau was one of the great factors, the Rousseau's doctrines at least, Rousseau's words were among the factors which influenced the Romantic movement. Nevertheless, again I have to repeat, his role has been exaggerated. If you consider what it is that Rousseau actually said, as opposed to the manner in which he said it, and I think the manner and the life is what are important. If you ask yourself what Rousseau said, what he said is the purest milk of the rationalist word. All that Rousseau said is we live in a corrupt society. We live in a bad, hypocritical society where men lie to each other and murder each other and are false before each other. That it is possible to discover the truth. That this truth is to be discovered not by means of sophistication or Cartesian logic, but by looking within the heart of the simple, uncorrupt human being, the noble savage or the child or whoever it may be. That once this truth is discovered, it is an eternal truth, true for all men, everywhere, in all climes and seasons. And when we have discovered this truth, then it is important that we should live in accordance with it. This is not different from what the Hebrew prophets have said, or every Christian preacher who has ever preached against the corrupt sophistication of the big cities and the falling away from God which goes on in such places. Rousseau's actual doctrine is not very different from that of the encyclopedists. He disliked them personally because temperamentally he was a kind of dervish from the desert. He was paranoid, savage and gloomy in some respects, and highly neurotic, as we should today say, and therefore hadn't much in common with the people at Holbach's rather irreverent table or at the elegant receptions which Voltaire held at Ferney. But this was, to a certain degree, a personal or emotional matter. The actual substance of what Rousseau said was not so very different from the official enlightened doctrine of the 18th century. What was different was the manner, and what was different was the temperament. When Rousseau begins describing his own particular states of mind and states of soul, when he begins describing the emotions which tear him apart, the violent paroxysms of rage or joy through which he goes, then of course he does use a tone which is very different from that of the 18th century. But this is not the doctrine of Rousseau, which was inherited by the Jacobins, or which in various forms entered into the doctrines of the 19th century. Let me read you the kind of passage of Rousseau which does entitle him to be regarded as one of the fathers of Romanticism. I didn't reason, I didn't philosophize. Ravished, I surrendered to the confusion of these great ideas. I suffocated in the universe. I wanted to leap into the infinite. My spirit gave itself to swelling ecstasy. That, of course, is a passage which is not very similar to the soberer or saner passages of the encyclopedists. That wouldn't have been cared for by Helvetius or by Holbach, or by Voltaire, or even Diderot. Rousseau's point was that nobody could love as Rousseau loved. Nobody could hate as Rousseau hated. Nobody could suffer as Rousseau suffered, and only Rousseau could understand Rousseau. He was unique. Nobody else could understand him, and only a genius could understand another genius. This was, in a certain sense, a doctrine opposed to the view that the truth was equally open to all reasonable men who did not becloud their understandings with unnecessary emotions and with unnecessary ignorance. What Rousseau does is to contrast with the so-called cold logic, which he constantly complains about, cold reason. He contrasts with that the hot tears of shame or joy or misery or love or despair or mortification or spiritual agony or ecstatic vision. And that is why Hamann called him the best of the sophists. But still a sophist. Still a sophist. Hamann was Socrates and Rousseau was a sophist. He was the best because he gave signs of understanding that it wasn't quite right with this elegant and rational and sane Paris. But still he was a sophist because his doctrines still appeal to reason. They still appeal to the fact that there was some kind of establishment, some kind of good kind of human life with good kind of men, if only they would scrape off all the falsehood which had managed to accumulate upon them through the centuries, if only they could remove the bad society which had corrupted them, if only they could manage to do that, then they could live well forever, in accordance with timeless precepts. That is precisely what the Germans disbelieved, and precisely what they rightly accused Rousseau in believing. The only difference was that the other encyclopedists in Paris believed this could be done by reform. They believed this could be done by gradually. They believed this might be done by somehow converting the rulers to their point of view, getting hold of an enlightened despot, and if he was enlightened enough, he could establish some kind of better life on earth. Rousseau believed that the whole cursed superstructure must be razed to the ground. The entire wicked human society must be burnt to ashes, and then a new phoenix would arise, constructed by him and by his disciples. But in principle, what they wished to do was the same, although perhaps their view of the methods may have differed. Now, if you compare this kind of talk with what the Germans were saying at the same time, you will see that the German attitude towards all this is far more violent. Let me read you a typical passage from the poet Lenz, who did, in fact, commit suicide, who was a contemporary of Rousseau, roughly speaking, and says the following: Action is the soul of the world, not pleasure, not abandonment to feeling, not abandonment to reasoning, only action. Only by action does one become the image of God, the God who creates ceaselessly and ceaselessly rejoices in his works. Without action, all pleasure, all feeling, all knowledge is nothing but a postponed death. We must not cease from toil until we have created free space, even if this space is a fearful waste and a fearful void. And then we shall brood over it as God brooded over the waste and the void before the world was created. And then something will arise. Oh bliss, oh godlike feeling. This is something of very different order from even the most violent lucubrations, from the most ecstatic exclamations of Rousseau, and indicates a very different attitude, this sudden passion for action as such, and hatred of any established order, hatred of any kind of view of the universe as having a structure which calm or even uncalm perception is able to understand, contemplate, classify, describe, and finally use. This, I think, is unique to the Germans. Again, if you ask for the causes of this, I don't wish to go back to what I was saying last time, namely that it was largely due, I think, to, as it were, both the intense spirituality of pietism from amongst whom these people spring, on the one hand, and on the other hand, to the ravages of science, which had undermined their pietistic faith, and while leaving them with the temperament of pietists, had removed the religious certainties of that movement. But if you look at the plays and the fourth and fifth and sixth rate plays, which the so-called storm and stress movement in Germany produced in the 60s and 70s, you will there find a very different tone from that prevailing anywhere else in European literature. If you look, for example, at Klinger's play, Klinger was a German playwright who wrote a play called Sturm und Drang, Storm and Stress, after whom the movement is called. There's a play by Klinger called The Twins, in which one of the twins, a more powerful, imaginative, and fiery romantic, kills his weak, priggish, and disagreeable brother. Because his brother won't let him develop his nature in accordance with his demonic or titanic demands. Now, in all previous tragedies, the assumption was that in some other society, there would be no need for these dreadful things to occur. Society is bad, therefore it must be improved. Men are done down by society. Well then, one must be able to imagine a better society, as Rousseau was able to imagine it, in which people do not suffocate, in which people do not fight, in which the bad are not at the top and the good at the bottom, in which parents do not torture their children, in which women are not married off to men they do not love. It must be possible to construct a better world. Not so in Klinger's tragedy. Not so in Julius von Tarent, A Tragedy by Leisewitz. I don't wish to recite before you these justly forgotten names. But broadly speaking, the substance of all these plays is that there is some kind of insoluble conflict in the world, in nature itself, by which the strong cannot live with the weak, the lions cannot live with the lambs. The strong must have room in which to breathe, and the weak go to the wall if they do it, and the weak will suffer and will naturally resist, and it is right that the weak should resist, and it is right that the strong should suppress them. And therefore, conflict, collision, tragedy, death, all kinds of horrors which go on are in some way inevitably involved in the nature of the universe, and the view is therefore fatalistic and pessimistic, not scientific and optimistic, not even spiritual and optimistic in any sense of the word. This has a kind of natural affinity to Haman's view that God is closer to the abnormal than he is to the normal, which in fact he openly says. The normal don't really understand what goes on. You see, it's a sort of original, perhaps, moment at which the whole, what might be called Dostoevsky complex comes into existence, in which God is, in a certain sense, of course, the application of Christianity, but a rather new one, because so sincere and so deeply intended, in which God is closer to the thieves and the prostitutes, the sinners and the publicans, than he is, Haman says, to the smooth philosophers of Paris, or the smooth clergymen in Berlin who are trying to reconcile religion with reason, which is degradation and humiliation of everything that man cares for. All the great masters who excelled in human endeavor, says Haman, were sick men in one way or another, had wounds. Hercules, Ajax, Socrates, St. Paul, Solon, the Hebrew prophets, bacchantes, demonic figures, none of these were men of good sense. And that, I think, lies at the heart, so to speak, of the whole of this violent doctrine of personal self-assertion, which is really the heart of the German storm and stress. However, all these persons are comparatively minor figures. I merely wish to bring them out in order to show you that Haman, who I think justly does deserve to be rescued from the darkness of oblivion, wasn't entirely alone. The only worthwhile, the only valuable work which Sturm und Drang produced, I suppose, was Werther by Goethe, which was a typical expression of it also. There too, there is no cure. There is no situation in which Werther can avoid suicide. There is no situation in which Werther, being in love with a married lady and the marriage vow being what it is, and believed by Werther and by the lady herself to be what it is, there is no way in which this problem could be solved. If one man's love and another man's love come into collision, it is a hopeless and helpless business and must end badly. That is the moral of Werther, and that is why young men up and down Germany were said to have committed suicide in its name. Not because in the 18th century or in that particular society there was no adequate solution, as because they despaired of the world and thought it an irrational place in which a solution was in principle undiscoverable. This then is the atmosphere, so to speak, which developed in Germany in the 1760s and 1770s. But there were two men who were, I think, the true fathers of Romanticism, who were certainly of vaster size than any of the people I have mentioned hitherto as being responsible for it, and about whom I must next speak. They both emerged from this movement, one in some sense sympathetic to it, the other acutely hostile to it, but by his work a greater advancer of its ideals, as ironically sometimes happens. The first is Herder, the second is Kant. And on them I must stop a little. I don't wish to expound to you the general ideas and the new notions for which Herder is responsible and by which he transformed, for example, our notions of history, our notions of society, the vast influence which this extraordinary thinker had. He was also, of course, a pietist and a Prussian, and, like the others, revolted against the spick and span empire of Frederick the Great. It was really this tidy, enlightened despotism, and it was enlightened, managed by French intellectuals and French officials, under the leadership of this extremely clear-headed and extremely energetic and extremely powerful despot that really caused these good men to suffocate. Even Kant, let alone Herder, who was by nature of a somewhat irascible and somewhat unbalanced temperament. The doctrines of Herder about which I wish to speak are these. There are three doctrines in particular which contributed to the Romantic movement very powerfully and which arose quite naturally out of the milieu of which I've spoken. One is the notion of what I should like to call expressionism. The other is the notion of belonging, what it means to belong to a group. And the third is the notion that ideals, true ideals, are often incompatible with one another and cannot be reconciled. These three ideas each had a revolutionary significance in their day, and they are worth lingering over a little because they are commonly not done justice to, even in primers of the history of thought. The first notion of expressivism is this. Herder believed that one of the fundamental functions of human beings was to express, to speak. And therefore, that whatever a man did expressed his full nature. And if it didn't express his full nature, it's because he maimed himself or restrained himself or in some way laid some kind of leash upon his energies. And this he learned, of course, from his master Hamann. He really was a direct and faithful disciple of this strange figure, Hamann, who was called der Magus im Norden, the Magus in the north. Magus meaning one of the three magi, in that sense of Magus. Now, normally speaking, if we take, for example, the aesthetics of the 18th century, even the so to speak, much more passionate aesthetics of someone like Diderot than the dry and conventional aesthetics of the Abbé Batteux. If we take the aesthetics of the 18th century, broadly speaking, the value of a work of art would be said to consist in its being what it was. Namely, the value of a picture was that it was beautiful. What made it beautiful, one could argue about. Whether it was because it gave pleasure, whether it was because it satisfied the intellect, whether it was because it had some peculiar relation to the harmonies of the spheres or of the universe and was in some way a copy of some great Platonic original to which the artist in a moment of inspiration had access. About that you might disagree. What everyone agreed about was that the value of a work of art consisted in the properties which it had, being what it is, beautiful, symmetrical, shapely, whatever it might be. A silver bowl was beautiful because it was a beautiful bowl, because it had the properties of being beautiful, however that was defined. This had nothing to do with who made it, and it had nothing to do with why it was made. The artist took very much the position of a purveyor who said, my private life is no business of the man who buys the work of art. You have asked for a silver bowl, here it is, I provide it. It is no business of yours whether I am a good husband, or a good voter, or a nice man, or believe in God. You have asked for a table, here is a table. If it is a solid, sound table, such as you need, what complaints can you have? You have asked for a painting, you have asked for a portrait. If it is a good portrait, take it. I am Mozart, I am Haydn. I hope to produce a beautiful musical composition, by which I mean one which will be recognized as beautiful by others, and for which I shall be paid an adequate commission, and which will perhaps make my name as an immortal artist. That is the normal 18th century view, and it is the view of a great many people, indeed probably the majority since. This was not the view which the Germans of whom I speak took, particularly not Hamann and certainly not Herder. A work of art is the expression of somebody. It's always a voice speaking. A work of art is the voice of one man addressing himself to other men. And whether it be a silver bowl or a musical composition or a poem or even a code of laws, whatever it might be, any artifact of human hands is in some way the expression of the attitude to life, conscious or unconscious, of its maker. When we appreciate a work of art, we are put in some kind of contact with the man who made it, and in some sense, it speaks to us. That is certainly the doctrine. That is why the idea that an artist should say, as an artist, I do this, and as a voter or a husband, I do that, the very notion that a man can in some way chop himself up into compartments and say that with one hand I do one thing, and this has nothing to do with what my other hand is doing. That my private convictions have nothing to do with the speeches which I put into the mouths of the characters in my tragedy. That I am simply a purveyor. That what must be judged is the work of art and not the maker. The biography, the psychology, the purposes, the whole substance, so to speak, of the artist is irrelevant to the work of art. That doctrine was rejected with violence by Herder and by those who followed him, who said, take, for example, folk song. If a folk song speaks to you, it is because the people who have made it were Germans like yourself, and they spoke to you who belong with them in the same society, and because they were Germans, they used particular nuances, they used particular successions of sounds, they used particular words, which being in some way connected, which swimming in the great tide of words and symbols and experience, upon which all Germans swim, has something peculiar to say to certain persons which it cannot say to certain other persons. The Portuguese cannot understand the inwardness of a German song as a German can, and the German cannot understand the inwardness of a Portuguese song. And the very fact that there is such thing as inwardness at all in these songs is an argument for supposing that these are not simply objects like objects in nature which don't speak. They are in some sense artifacts, that's to say, something which a man has made for the purpose of communicating with another man. This is the doctrine of art as expression, or the doctrine of art as communication. And then, of course, Herder goes on from this to develop the thesis in the most poetical and imaginative manner. And he says, some things are made by individuals and other things are made by groups. Some things are made consciously and other things are made unconsciously. If you ask who has made folk song, who has made folk dancing, who has made the German laws, who has made the German morals, who has made the institutions under which we live, you cannot give the answer. This lies shrouded in the mists of impersonal antiquity. Nevertheless, men have made it. The world is what men have made of it. Our world, our German world, is constructed by other Germans, and that is why it smells and feels and looks and sounds to us as it does. And from this he developed the notion that every man seeks to belong to some kind of group, or in fact does belong to it, and if taken out of it, will feel alien and not at home. The whole notion of being at home or being cut off from one's natural roots, the whole idea of roots, the whole idea of belonging to a group, a sect, a movement, was invented largely by Herder. There are anticipations of this in the marvelous work of Vico, but I have to say again, the works of Vico have been forgotten, and although Herder might have seen it in the late 70s, he developed most of his ideas before any date at which apparently he had seen the work of his great Italian predecessor. Herder's fundamental conviction was something of this order, that every man who wishes to express himself uses words. Words are not his invention. They are, so to speak, already inherited by him in some kind of inherited stream of traditional images. This stream itself has been fed by other men expressing themselves. A man who has more in common of an impalpable kind with other men with whom nature has placed him in some proximity than he has with men remote from him. Herder doesn't use the criteria of blood, and he doesn't use the criteria of race. He talks about nation, but nation in the 18th century didn't have the connotation of nation in the 19th. He speaks of language as a bond, and he speaks of soil as a bond. And the thesis, roughly speaking, is that that which people who belong to the same group have in common is more directly responsible for their being as they are than that which they have in common with others in other places. To wit, the way in which, let us say, a German rises and sits down, the way in which he dances, the way in which he legislates, his handwriting and his poetry and his music, and the way in which he combs his hair, and the way in which he philosophizes, all have some impalpable common gestalt. All have some patterned quality, in virtue of which they are recognizably German, both by him and by others, wherein they differ from similar acts on the part of the Chinese. The Chinese also comb their hair. They also write poetry. They also have laws. They also hunt and obtain their food in various ways and make their clothing. And there is something common, of course, to the way in which all men react to similar natural stimuli. Nevertheless, there is a peculiar gestalt quality which qualifies certain human groups, not nationalities perhaps. Perhaps these groups are smaller. Herder was certainly not a nationalist in the sense of believing, so to speak, there was some kind of deep, impalpable essence to do certainly with blood or race. All he believed was that human groups grew in some plant-like or some animal-like fashion, and that organic, botanical, and other biological metaphors were more suitable for describing such growth than were the chemical and mathematical metaphors of the French 18th century popularizers of science. Now, from this, certain romantic conclusions certainly do follow. That's the conclusions which affected anti-rationalism, as at least it was understood in the 18th century. And that is this, that if indeed this is so, then it clearly follows that objects can't be described without reference to the purposes of their makers. The value of a work of art has to be somehow analyzed in terms of the particular group of persons to whom it is addressed, the motive of him who speaks, the effect upon those who are spoken to, and the bond which it automatically creates between the speaker and the spoken to. It is a form of communication. And if it is a form of communication, then it hasn't got what might be called an impersonal or eternal value. If you wish to understand a work of art, for example, made by some ancient Greek, it is certainly no use laying down timeless criteria in terms of which all works of art must be beautiful, and then considering whether the Greek work of art is beautiful or not in terms of these criteria. Unless you understand what the Greeks were, what they wanted, how they lived, unless, as Herder says, echoing Vico in the most uncanny way, as Herder says, by an act of the most enormous difficulty, with the greatest possible effort of the imagination, unless you enter into the feelings of these remote, exceedingly strange peoples who are remote from you in time and place, unless you try by some active imagination to reconstruct within yourself the form of life, which these people led, what they wanted, how they lived, what their laws were, what their ethical principles were, what their streets looked like, what their various values were, unless you try, in other words, to live yourself into their form of life. All this is commonplace now, but was not commonplace in the 70s, 60s, and 70s when it was first spoken. Unless you try and do that, your chances of truly understanding their art, and truly understanding their writings, and really knowing what Plato meant, and really knowing who Socrates was, are small. Socrates, for him, is not the timeless sage of the French Enlightenment, timeless rationalist sage, nor is he simply the ironical deflator of pompous know-alls, which is what Hamann conceived him to be. Socrates is a 5th century Athenian who lived in 5th century Athens, not in the 4th century, not in the 2nd, not in Germany, not in France, but in Greece, then and only then. And in order to understand Greek philosophy, you must understand Greek art. In order to understand Greek art, you must understand Greek history. In order to understand Greek history, you must understand Greek geography. You must see the plants which they saw, you must understand the soil on which they lived, and so on and so on. And this, therefore, becomes the beginning of the whole notion of historicism, evolutionism, the very notion that you can only understand other human beings in terms of an environment very dissimilar to your own. And this is also the root of, and this is what the notion of belonging is. The notion of what it is to belong to somebody was really elucidated for the first time by Herder. And that is why the whole notion of cosmopolitan man, a man who is equally at home in Paris or Copenhagen or Iceland or India, is to him repellent. A man belongs to where he is. People have roots. They can only create in terms of those symbols in which they were brought up. And they were brought up in terms of some kind of closed society which spoke to them in a uniquely intelligible fashion. Any man who hasn't had the good fortune to suffer this, any man who was brought up without roots, on a desert island, by himself, an exile, an emigre, is to that extent weakened, and his creative powers are automatically made the smaller. This was not a doctrine which could have been understood, but certainly which could not have been approved of by the rationalist, universalist, objectivist, cosmopolitan thinkers of the French 18th century. That was the first point. But a far more startling conclusion really follows from this, which Herder didn't perhaps himself altogether stress. And that was this. If the value of every culture resides in what that particular culture seeks after, as he says, every culture has its own center of gravity, and you must determine what this center of gravity, the Schwerpunkt as he calls it, what the center of gravity is before you can even understand what these men were about. Certainly it's no use judging these things from the point of view of some other century or some other culture. If you have to do that, then you will grasp the fact that different ages had different ideals, and these ideals were each in its way valid for those times and those places, and can be admired and can be appreciated by us now. But now, in my very first lecture, I try to lay down the proposition that one of the great axioms of the 18th century Enlightenment, which is what Romanticism came to destroy, was that there could be valid, objective answers could be discovered to all the great questions which agitate mankind. How to live, what to be, what is good, what is bad, what is right, what is wrong, what is beautiful, what is ugly, why act thus rather than thus. And that these answers can be obtained by some special method recommended by the particular thinker in question. And that all these answers can be stated in the form of propositions. And all these propositions, if they are true, will be compatible with one another. Perhaps even more than compatible. Perhaps they will even entail one another. And taken together, these propositions will, as it were, constitute that ideal state of affairs, that perfect state of affairs, which, for one reason or another, we all would like to see happen, whether or not it is actually practicable or feasible. Now, if Herder is right, if 5th century Greeks could only go for an ideal quite different from that of the Babylonians. If the Egyptian view of life, because these people lived in Egypt, which had a different geography and a different climate and different other factors, and because the Egyptians were descended from people with a completely different ideology from the Greeks, if what the Egyptians wanted was different from what the Greeks wanted, but equally valid, equally fruitful, if all these things are true, and Herder is one of those not very many thinkers in the world who really do absolutely adore things for being what they are and don't condemn them for not being something else. For Herder, everything is delightful. He's delighted by Babylon and he's delighted by Assyria. He's delighted by India and he's delighted by Egypt. He thinks well of the Greeks, he thinks well of the Middle Ages, he thinks well of the 18th century, he thinks well of almost everything except the immediate environment of his own time and place. But if there is anything in Herder which he dislikes, it is the elimination of one culture by another. He doesn't like Julius Caesar, because Julius Caesar trampled on a lot of Asiatic cultures, and we shall now not know what the Cappadocians were really after. He doesn't like the Crusades, because the Crusades damaged the Byzantines, or they damaged the Arabs, and these cultures had every right to the richest and fullest self-expression without the trampling feet of a lot of imperialist knights. He dislikes every form of violence, coercion, and the swallowing of one culture by another, because he wants everything to be as much of what it is as it can possibly be. Herder is really the originator and the author, if you like, not of nationalism, as is sometimes said, although no doubt some of his ideas entered nationalism, but much more, I don't quite know what name to give it to, something like populism. That is to say, if you like, in its more comical forms, he's really the originator of all those antiquarians who want natives to remain as native as possible, who like arts and crafts, who detest standardization, everyone who likes the quaint, people who wish to preserve the most exquisite forms of old provincialism without impingement upon it of some hideous metropolitan uniformity. Herder is really the father and the ancestor of all those travelers, all those amateurs who go around the world, ferreting out all kinds of forgotten forms of life, delighted in everything that is peculiar, everything that is odd, everything that is native, everything that is untouched. In that sense, of course, he did feed the streams of human sentimentality to a very high degree. But that is anyhow Herder's temperament. And that is why, since he wants everything to be as much of what it can be as it can be, that is to develop itself to its richest and fullest extent, the notion that there can be one single ideal for all men everywhere becomes unintelligible. If the Greeks had an ideal which was perfect for them as Greeks, and if the Romans had an ideal which was less perfect, but as much as could be done for people who were, unfortunately, Romans, who were obviously less gifted than the Greeks, at least from Herder's point of view. If the Middle Ages produced magnificent works, early Middle Ages, in the form, say, of the Song of the Nibelungs, which he much admired, or the other early epics, which he regarded as the simple, heroic expressions of uncontaminated, fresh peoples still wandering in the woods, uncrushed by some fearful, jealous neighbors who trample upon their culture in a brutal way. If all this is true, we can't have all these things together. What is the ideal form of life? We can't be both Greek and Phoenician and medieval and Eastern and Western and Northern and Southern. We can't attain to the highest ideals of all the centuries and all the places at once. Since we can't do that, the whole notion of the perfect life, the whole notion of there being a human ideal, which it is the business of all men to strive after, that there is some kind of answer to these questions, even as there is an answer in chemistry, or as there is an answer in physics, or as there is an answer in mathematics to certain questions to which, in principle at least, some kind of final answer can be given, or if not a final answer, at any rate an answer which approximates to finality, which is more final than any we've obtained yet, with a hope, or at least a direction, that the further we proceed in the same direction, the nearer to the final solution we come. If this is true of physics, and of chemistry, and of mathematics, and, as the 18th century thought, should be true of ethics, of politics, of aesthetics, if it is possible to lay down criteria which tell you what makes a perfect work of art, what makes a perfect life, what makes a perfect character, what makes a perfect political constitution, if it is possible to give these answers, this answer can only be obtained by, so to speak, supposing that all other answers, however interesting, however fascinating, are false. But if Herder is right, and it was right for the Greeks to proceed in the Greek direction, and it was right for the Indians to proceed in the Indian direction, and the Greek ideal and the Indian ideal are totally incompatible, which he not merely confessed, but emphasized with a kind of joy. If variety and difference are not merely a fact about the world, but a splendid fact, which is what he thought it to be, and argues for the variety of the imagination of the Creator and the splendor of human creative powers and the infinite possibilities still before mankind and the unfulfillability of human ambitions and the general excitement of living in a world in which nothing can ever be fully exhausted. If that is the image, then the notion of a final answer to the question how to live becomes absolutely meaningless. It can mean nothing at all because all these answers are presumably incompatible with one another. Hence, Herder's final, so to speak, conclusion, namely that each group, each human group, must strive after that which somehow lies in its bones, which is part of its tradition. Each man belongs to the group he belongs to. His business as a human being is to speak the truth as it appears to him. The truth as it appears to him is as valid as the truth as it appears to others. From this vast variety of colors, a wonderful mosaic can be made, but nobody can see the whole mosaic. Nobody can see all the trees. Only God can see the entire universe. Men, because they belong where they belong and are where they are and live where they do, cannot. But each age has its own internal ideal, and therefore, any form of nostalgic seeking after the past, for example, why cannot we be like the Greeks? Why cannot we be like the Romans? Which is presumably what French political philosophers, or French painters, or French sculptors were saying to themselves in the 18th century. The whole notion of revival, the whole notion of going back to the Middle Ages, back to Roman virtues, back to Sparta, back to Athens, or alternatively, any form of cosmopolitanism. Why cannot we create a world state of such a kind that everybody in it will fit smoothly like ideal bricks, who will form a structure which will go on forever and ever because it is constructed upon an indestructible formula, which is the truth obtained by infallible methods. All this must become nonsense, meaningless, self-contradictory. And by uttering this, by issuing this particular, allowing this particular doctrine to emerge, Herder did plunge a most terrible dagger into the body of European rationalism, from which it never recovered. And in this sense, he is certainly one of the fathers of the Romantic movement, to which I have not yet come. That is to say, he is one of the fathers of the movement, one of the attributes, the characteristics of which certainly is the denial of unity, the denial of harmony, the denial of the compatibility of ideals, whether in the sphere of action or in the sphere of thought. And Lenz's apostrophe, which I read to you, about action, action, always action, make room for action. We can only live in action, otherwise nothing is worth having. That is very sympathetic to Herder's whole point of view, because for him, life consists in expressing experience as it comes, communicating it to others with the whole of your undivided personality. As for what men will make of it in 200 years' time, 500 years' time, 2,000 years' time, it doesn't matter. He doesn't care. He doesn't see why he should care. And this, I think, is a very new and extremely revolutionary and very upsetting note in what had, for the last 2,000 years, been the solid philosophia perennis of the West, according to which all questions have true answers, all true answers are in principle discoverable, and all the answers are in principle compatible or combinable into one harmonious whole, like a jigsaw puzzle. If what Herder said was true, this is false. And upon this, people then proceeded to argue and to struggle, both in practice and in theory, both in the course of national revolutionary wars and in the course of violent conflict of doctrines and of practice, both in the arts and in thought, for the next 170 years. Next time, I propose to talk to you about Kant, about whom I fear I didn't have time to talk today, and Schiller, and by this time really to enter into the heart of Romanticism proper. I shall today speak about three German thinkers, two philosophers and one artist, one dramatist, who left a very profound imprint upon the entire Romantic movement, both in Germany and beyond its borders. The Romantics of whom I speak today could, I think, justly be called restrained Romantics. Next time, I propose to talk about unrestrained Romantics, to whom this movement ultimately led. The nature of things, said Rousseau once, the nature of things does not madden us, only ill will does. This is probably true of the majority of mankind. But there were certain Germans in the 18th century of whom this is plainly false. They were maddened not merely by the ill will of persons, but by the nature of things. One of these certainly was the philosopher Immanuel Kant. Let me try and explain what it is that I wish to say. Kant hated Romanticism. He detested every form of extravagance, fantasy, what he called Schwärmerei, any form of exaggeration, mysticism, vagueness, confusion. Nevertheless, he was justly regarded as one of the fathers of Romanticism, in which there is a certain irony. He was brought up like Hamann and like Herder, both of whom he knew, in a pietist atmosphere. He regarded Hamann as a pathetic and confused mystic, and he disliked Herder's writings for the vast generalizations unsupported by evidence, enormous, great imaginative sweeps, which he regarded on the whole as an offense against reason. Kant was an admirer of the sciences. He had a precise and extremely lucid mind. He wrote obscurely, but seldom imprecisely. He was a distinguished scientist himself. He was a distinguished cosmologist. He believed in scientific principles perhaps more deeply than in any others. He regarded it as his life's task to explain the foundations of scientific logic and scientific method. He disliked everything that was rhapsodical or confused in any respect. He liked logic and he liked rigor. He, on the whole, regarded those who objected to these qualities as simply mentally indolent. He said that logic and rigor were difficult exercises of the human mind, and it was customary that those who found these things too difficult invented objections of a different type. And no doubt there is a great deal in what he said. But the respect in which he is the father of Romanticism is not as the critic of the sciences, nor, of course, as a scientist himself, but specifically in his moral philosophy. Kant was virtually intoxicated by the idea of human freedom. His pietist upbringing led not to rhapsodical self-communings, as it did in the case of Hamann and others, but a kind of intense preoccupation with the inner life of man, with the moral life of man. And one of the propositions about which he was convinced was that every man as such is aware of the difference between, on the one hand, inclination, desires, passions, which pull at him, as it were, from outside, which are part of his emotional or sensitive or, in some sense, empirical nature, on the one hand, and on the other, the notion of duty, of obligation, of what is right, which often came into conflict with desire for pleasure and for inclination. And the confusion of the two appeared to him to be a primitive fallacy. He might well have quoted the famous lines of Shaftesbury, who objected to the view of man as being determined or conditioned by outside factors. Man, said Shaftesbury at the beginning of the 18th century, is not a tiger strongly trained, or a monkey under the influence of a whip. That is to say, a tiger strongly trained to the fear of punishment, or a monkey under the influence of the whip being desire for reward or fear of punishment. Man is free. Man has original native liberty. And this original native liberty, according to Shaftesbury, gives us the privilege of ourselves and makes us our own. But this, in the case of Shaftesbury, was simply an obiter dictum, which hadn't very much to do with the rest of his philosophy. In the case of Kant, it became an obsessive central principle. Man is man for Kant only because he chooses. The difference between man and the rest of nature, whether animal or inanimate or vegetable, is that other things are under the law of causality, other things follow rigorously in some kind of foreordained schema of cause and effect, whereas man is free to choose what he wishes. This, the will, is the thing which distinguishes human beings from other objects in nature. The will is that which enables men to choose either good or evil, either right or wrong. There is no merit in choosing what is right unless it is possible to choose what is wrong. Creatures who are determined by whatever causes into perpetually choosing that which is good and beautiful and true could claim no merit for doing so, for however noble the results, the action would be automatic. And therefore he supposed that the whole notion of moral merit, the whole notion of moral desert, the whole notion which is entailed in the fact that we praise and we blame, that we consider that human beings are to be congratulated or condemned for acting in this or that way, presupposes the fact that they are able freely to choose. For this reason, of course, one of the things which he most strenuously disliked was, in politics at any rate, the notion of paternalism. There are two main obstacles which obsess Kant all his life. One is the obstruction of men, the other is the obstruction of things. The obstruction of men is a familiar enough theme. In a short essay called What is Enlightenment?, Kant lays it down that enlightenment is simply the ability of men to determine their own lives, the liberation of themselves from the leading strings of others, the fact that men become mature and determine what to do, whether it be evil or whether it be good, without leaning excessively upon authority, upon governesses of one kind or another, upon the state, upon their parents, upon their nurses, upon tradition, upon any kind of established values upon which the weight of moral responsibility is then squarely laid. A man is responsible for his own acts. Once he gives this up, or if he is too immature to realize it, then he is pro tanto a barbarian and not civilized, a barbarian or a child. Civilization is maturity. Maturity is self-determination, being determined by rational considerations and not being pushed and pulled about by something or other over which he has no control, in particular by other persons. A paternalist government, says Kant, and he thinks about Frederick the Great, although it would no doubt have been unsafe for a professor in Königsberg to say so openly. A paternalist government based on the benevolence of a ruler who treats his subjects as ungrown-up children is the greatest conceivable despotism and destroys all freedom. And this is really an echo of Rousseau, who said, "The man who stands in dependence on another is no longer a man at all. He has lost his standing. He is nothing but the possession of another man." And therefore, Kant, in his moral philosophy, is particularly rabid against any form of domination by one human being against another. He is really the father of the notion of exploitation as an evil thing. I don't think you will find a very great deal before the late 18th century, and in particular before Kant, about exploitation as an evil. And indeed, why should it be regarded as so terrible that one man should use another man for his own purposes rather than this other man's? Perhaps there are worse vices. Perhaps cruelty is worse. Perhaps, as the Enlightenment maintained, ignorance is worse, or indolence, or other things of that sort. Not so for Kant. Any kind of use of other people for purposes which are not these other people's, but one's own, seems to him to be a form of degradation, degradation imposed by one man on another. Seems to him some kind of form of hideous maiming of other people, of removal from them of that which distinguishes them as men, namely their self-determining liberty. And that is why you get these passionate sermons against exploitation, degradation, dehumanization in Kant, which afterwards becomes, in some sense, the stock and trade of all liberal and socialist writers in the 19th and 20th centuries. The whole notion of degradation, reification, mechanization of life, the alienation of human beings from one another or from their proper purposes, the use of men as things, the use of human beings as raw material for people to wreak their will on, the general view of human beings as entities which can be pushed about or determined or educated against their will, the monstrosity of that, so to speak, the notion that this is in some sense the morally worst thing which one human being can do to another really stems from this passionate propaganda by Kant. No doubt it can be found in other authors, particularly Christian authors, before Kant. But it was he who secularized it and translated it into common European currency. This is a very central notion indeed. Why did he feel this? He felt this, of course, because he thought that values were entities which human beings, in some sense, generated themselves. The notion is this: if human beings depend on something outside themselves for their actions, if, in other words, the source of their behavior is not within them, but in something else, then they cannot be regarded as responsible. If they are not responsible, they are not moral beings. If they are not moral beings, then our distinctions of right and wrong, our distinctions of free and unfree, our distinctions of duty and pleasure are delusions, and this he was not prepared to face. This he denied. He regarded it as a primary datum of the human consciousness, at least as primary as the fact that we see tables and chairs, or that we have some kind of perception of other objects in nature. At least as primary as that, the fact that we know that there are certain things of which it could be said that we could either do them or refrain from doing them. This is a basic datum. If this is so, then it cannot be that values, namely aims or ends which human beings strive for, are in some sense outsiders, whether in nature or in God. Because if they were outsiders and if they determined us, then we should be slaves to them. It would be an extremely sublime form of slavery, but slavery nevertheless. To be unslave-like, to be free, is therefore in some sense to commit yourself freely to some kind of moral values. You can commit yourself to it or not, but the central act is the commitment, not the nature of the value itself, but the fact that you commit yourself to it. What you commit yourself to is another matter. That might be discoverable by rational means. But the commitment or the non-commitment, that alone is what makes it a value for you. In other words, to call a thing good or bad, to call it right or wrong, is in effect to say that there is a free self-committing act, what later became called engagé behavior, committal behavior, unindifferent behavior on the part of human beings. Now, if this is so, and this, of course, is what Kant means by saying that men are ends in themselves. They are ends in themselves because what else could be an end? Men are choosers of acts. To sacrifice a man, you must sacrifice him to something higher than himself. Nothing is higher than that, so to speak, which is to be regarded as the highest moral value. But to call a thing a high moral value is to say that some man or other is prepared to live or die for it. Unless somebody is prepared to live or die for it, there is no it in the sense of a moral value. A value is made a value by human choice and not by some intrinsic quality in itself out there. Values are not stars in some moral heaven. They are internal. They are what human beings freely choose to live for, to fight for, to die for. That, I think, is Kant's fundamental sermon. He doesn't really give a great deal of argument for it. He simply states it as a more or less self-evident truth in various types of propositions which more or less repeat each other. But far more sinister, from Kant's point of view, that even the obstruction of men, or the enslavement of men, or the tampering of one man by another, or the getting at one another by men, is for him the nightmare thought of determinism, of slavery by nature. If, says Kant in effect, that which is undoubtedly true about inanimate nature, namely the law of causality, were true about all aspects of human life, then indeed there would be no morality. For then men would be wholly conditioned by outside factors, and although they might deceive themselves into supposing that they were free, they would in fact be determined. In other words, for him, determinism, particularly mechanical determinism, is incompatible with any freedom and any morality, and must therefore be false. By determinism, he means any kind of, so to speak, determination by outside factors, whether by material factors, physical or chemical factors, about which the 18th century spoke, or by the passions, which in fact are irresistible to men. If you say about a passion, it is stronger than I couldn't help it, I yielded, I was pushed, I was unable, it overwhelmed me, you are in effect confessing to a certain kind of helplessness and slavery. This need never be the case for him. The free will problem is, of course, an ancient conundrum. It was invented by the Stoics, and it has troubled human imagination and human mind ever since. But Kant really saw it as a kind of fearful nightmare, and when the official solution was produced for him, namely, that while, of course, we choose as we choose, we can choose between one thing and another, nobody denies that, but the object for our choice and the fact that we are likely to choose in the way in which we shall choose is determined. In other words, that if there are alternatives, it is of course possible to do either one or the other, but the fact that we are placed in a situation where these are the alternatives, and in fact more than that our will in fact be determined in a certain direction, so that we do what we will, but our will itself is not free, that Kant called a miserable subterfuge, which should not be able to take in anybody. Consequently, he cut off all possible routes of escape, all the official routes of escape which other philosophers, frightened by the same dilemma, had provided. And indeed this problem, although it was particularly acute for Kant, then proceeded to dominate European thought and indeed to some extent European action ever since. It's a problem which obsesses the 19th century. It's a problem which obsesses both philosophers and historians in the 19th and indeed in our own century too. It is a problem which has come out with peculiar acuteness in various forms today, for example, in the forms of arguments between historians about the relative roles of individuals in history and vast impersonal forces, social or economic or psychological. It has come out in the form of various types of political theory, those who believe that men are, for example, determined by their objective position in a structure, say the class structure, and those who believe that men are not determined, or at any rate not wholly so determined. It comes out in legal theory between people who think that crime is in some sense a disease and should be cured by medical means because it is something for which the criminal is not responsible, as opposed to those who believe that the criminal can choose what to do, and therefore to cure him or to use medical treatment of him is in some sense an insult to his inborn human dignity. This was certainly the view taken by Kant. He believed in retributive punishment. He believed in retributive punishment, which is today regarded as a retrograde point of view, and perhaps may indeed be it, because he thought that a man would prefer to go to prison to going to a hospital. Because he thought that if a man did something and he was blamed for it, severely blamed for it, or even punished for it because he might have avoided it, this in some sense presupposed that he was a human being with a power of choice, even though he may have chosen what was evil, rather than treating him as in some sense conditioned by forces over which he had no control, say the unconscious, say the environment, say the treatment of him by his parents, or 1,000 other factors which had rendered him incapable of acting in some other way, say ignorance, say physical disease of some kind. That this, on the whole, in some sense was a deeper insult to him, inasmuch as it treated him in some sense as an animal or a thing rather than as a human being. And Kant is very passionate on this point. I wish to bring out, so to speak, the full flavor of his views. He says, for him, generosity, for example, is a vice. Because generosity is, so to speak, ultimately a form of condescension and patronage. It's ultimately what the haves give to the have-nots. In a world which was just, generosity would not be required. Pity and compassion appeared to Kant to be detestable qualities. He would rather be ignored, he would rather be insulted, he would rather be badly treated than pitied, because pity entails a certain superiority on the part of the pitier for him who is pitied, and this superiority Kant stoutly denied. All men are equal, all men can determine themselves, and if one man pities another, he thereby reduces him, in some sense, to an animal or a thing, or at any rate to a pitiable or pitiful object. And this, for Kant, was a most fearful insult to human dignity and human morality. That was Kant's moral view. Now, the thing which frightened him was this notion of the external world as a kind of treadmill. And he says, if Spinoza is right, and if the determinists of the 18th century are right, for example, Helvetius, or for example, Holbach, or the scientists, and a man is simply an object in nature, simply a mass of flesh and bones and blood and nerves, who is acted upon by external forces exactly as animals' objects are, then a man, as he says, is nothing but a turnspit. He moves, but not through his own volition. Man is nothing but a clock. He is set, he ticks, but he doesn't set himself. And this kind of freedom is no freedom at all and has no moral value of any kind. Consequently, total denial of determinism and enormous emphasis upon the human will. This is what he calls autonomy, and being pulled and pushed about by external factors, whether they be physical or emotional, he calls heteronomy. That is to say, the laws, the sources of which are outside the human being. Now, this entails a new and somewhat revolutionary view of nature, which again becomes an extremely central factor in the European consciousness. Until then, the attitude which was taken towards nature, whatever might be meant by that word, and I think some scholars have counted no fewer than 200 meanings, I think, which are attached to the word nature in the 18th century alone. Whatever attitude was taken towards nature was on the whole benevolent or respectful. Nature was regarded as, in some sense, a harmonious system, or at least a symmetrical, well-composed system, such that man suffered when in some way he got out of gear with it. And therefore, the way to cure human beings when they were, for example, criminal or unhappy, was somehow to restore them to what they should be, or to the bosom of nature. The various views are taken of this nature. As I told you, I think in my first lecture, mechanistic views, biological views, all kinds of metaphors are used, organic views, physical views, but always the same refrain: mistress nature, dame nature, nature's leading strings which we ought not to detach ourselves from. Even Hume, who is the least metaphysical of thinkers, thinks that when men get out of sorts, if they become unhappy or mad, nature usually asserts herself, and that means certain fixed habits assert themselves, and a healing process occurs, the wound heals, and men are reintegrated into the harmonious flow or the harmonious system, whether you regard nature as static or whether you regard her as a moving affair. Anyhow, men are restored by being somehow reabsorbed into this large and comforting medium which man should never have deserted. For Kant, this plainly can't be true. The notion of mistress nature, dame nature, something benevolent, something to be worshipped, something which art ought to imitate, something which morals ought to derive from, something which politics are founded upon, as Montesquieu said, that derogates from man's inborn liberty of choice, because nature is certainly mechanical. Or even if not mechanical, even if it is organic, at any rate, every event in nature follows by a rigorous necessity from every other. And therefore, if man is part of nature, then he is determined, and morality is a hideous and very painful illusion. Therefore, nature in Kant becomes at worst an enemy, at best simply neutral stuff which one molds. Man is, as it were, conceived of as partly in nature. Plainly, his body is in nature, His emotions are in nature. All the various things which are capable of making him heteronymous or depend upon something other than his true self are natural. But when he's at his freest, when he's at his most human, when he rises to his noblest heights, then he dominates nature. That is to say, he molds her, he breaks her, he imposes his personality upon her. He does that which he chooses because he commits himself to certain ideals, and by committing himself to these ideals, he creates something, he imposes his seal upon nature. And nature therefore becomes plastic stuff. Some bits of nature are more plastic than others. But all nature must be presented to man as something with which, or upon which, or at which he does something, not something to which he by nature, or the whole of him at any rate, belongs. And this notion that nature is in some sense an enemy or neutral stuff is, of course, something relatively new. Legislation is moral. The legislator is man himself. Nature is simply inert stuff upon which man impresses himself. That is why Kant acclaimed the French Constitution of 1790, because he said that here at last was a form of government in which all men, at least theoretically, were able to vote freely, to speak their views, no longer to obey a government no matter how benevolent, no longer obey a church no matter how excellent, no longer obey principles no matter how ancient, provided they were not of their own making. Once man was encouraged, as he was by the French Constitution, to vote freely in accordance with his own inner, not impulsions, he wouldn't have called it that, but his own inner decisions, his own inner will, he was thereby liberated. And whether he interpreted it correctly or incorrectly, it appeared to him that the French Revolution was a great liberating act inasmuch as it asserted the value of individual souls. And he said much the same about the American Revolution too. When his colleagues deplored the terror and regarded all the events in France with undisguised horror, Kant, although he didn't exactly openly approve, never quite retreated from the position that at any rate it was an experiment in the right direction, even if it went wrong. And this, on the whole, indicates, so to speak, the passion with which this very conventional, normally, very obedient, very tidy, old-fashioned, somewhat provincial East Prussian professor, nevertheless regarded this great opening chapter in the history of the human race, the self-assertion of human beings against huge monsters, as he thought of it, standing over against him, tradition, unbreakable ancient principles, kings, governments, parents, all kinds of authority, which is simply accepted because it is authority. Anything but authority was, on the whole, Kant's device. He's not normally thought of in these terms, but there is no doubt that his moral philosophy is firmly founded upon this anti-authoritarian principle. Now, this, of course, asserts the primacy of the will. In a certain sense, Kant was still a child of 18th century Enlightenment, because he thought that all men, if their hearts were pure, and when they asked themselves what it was that it was right to do, would, in similar circumstances, arrive at identical conclusions, because to all questions, reason must in all men give the self-same answer. This was also something which was believed in Rousseau. Kant used to believe that only a minority of human beings were enlightened enough, or experienced enough, or morally lofty enough to be able to give the correct answers. Under the impulse of reading Rousseau's Emile, which he admired very greatly, indeed, the picture of Rousseau was the only human representation that could be found above Kant's desk. He believed that all men were capable of this. Any man, whatever else he might lack, he might be ignorant, he might know no chemistry, he might know no logic, he might know no history, but any man was capable of discovering rational answers to the question, how shall I behave? And all rational answers must of necessity coincide. As to the fallacies of this doctrine, I shall not enter into them here, for it would take us too long. But this is the only thin cord by which he is still bound to what might be called 18th century rationalism. The content of the will, so to speak, must be similar to all men. But the impulsion, the notion of commitment, the fact that unless there is a kind of free self-commitment to a course of action, it is worthless. That a man who simply acts from impulse, however generous, that a man who acts from his natural character, however noble, that a man who acts on any kind of ineluctable pressure, whether it be from outside or from his own inner nature, that such acts are totally worthless, that the only thing which is worth possessing is an unfettered will. This is the central proposition which Kant, as it were, put on the map. And it was destined to have exceedingly revolutionary and subversive consequences, which I think he could hardly have anticipated. There are all kinds of versions of this doctrine which appear toward the end of the 18th century, but perhaps the most vivid and the most interesting from our point of view is that of his faithful disciple, the dramatist, poet, and historian Schiller, Friedrich Schiller. Schiller is as intoxicated by the idea of will, liberty, autonomy, man on his own, as Kant was. Unlike previous thinkers, unlike Helvetius, unlike Holbach, who simply believed that there were certain correct answers to social questions and to moral questions and to artistic and to economic and to factual questions of every kind. And the important thing was simply to get human beings to understand these answers and act accordingly. How you got them to do this mattered relatively little. In strict opposition to this, Schiller is, as I say, constantly harping upon the fact that the only thing which makes man man is the fact that he is able to rise above nature and in some way mold her, in some way crush her, in some way subjugate her to his beautiful, unfettered, morally directed will. Let me read you the kind of remarks which Schiller makes throughout his writings, the kind of sentences which occur throughout his philosophical essays. He constantly speaks of spiritual freedom, freedom of reason, the kingdom of freedom, our free self, inner freedom, freedom of mind, moral freedom, the free intelligence is a very favorite phrase, holy freedom, impregnable citadel of freedom, and an equivalent number of expressions in which instead of the word freedom, the word independence comes in, but which means for these purposes exactly the same. Schiller's theory of tragedy is founded upon this notion of freedom, and his practice as a tragic writer and his poetry is impregnated with this notion. And that is the way in which, so to speak, perhaps through the direct reading of Kant, it has a powerful effect upon the romantic art, both poetical and plastic. Tragedy does not consist in the mere spectacle of suffering. If man were pure mind, he wouldn't suffer at all. Helpless suffering, suffering which man cannot avoid, a man crushed by misfortune is not an object of tragedy, it is merely an object of horror, pity, and perhaps disgust. The only entity which could be regarded as properly tragic is, of course, resistance. Resistance on the part of a man to whatever it is that oppresses him. Laocoon, who resists his natural impulse to escape, not to behave in accordance with the truth as he did. Regulus, who surrendered himself to the Carthaginians, although no doubt he might have lived a more comfortable and perhaps not less disgraceful life if he had remained in Rome. Milton's Satan, after he has seen the appalling spectacle of hell, nevertheless continues with his evil designs. These are tragic figures because they assert themselves, because they're not tempted into conformity, because they don't yield to temptation, whether of pleasure or of pain, or whether physical temptation or moral temptation. Because they measure themselves, they cross their arms upon the crossroads, and they defy nature. And defiance, but moral defiance in Schiller's case, of course, not any defiance, but defiance in the name of some ideal to which you seriously commit yourself, that is what makes for tragedy, because it is a conflict. And it is a conflict in which man is grappling against forces either too great for him or not, as the case may be. Richard III, Iago, are not tragic figures for him, because they behave like animals. They behave under the impulse of passion. And therefore he says, of course, when we're not thinking about human beings, if we're not thinking in moral terms, we watch with fascination the marvelously ingenious behavior of these fascinating human animals, who do behave in the most remarkable fashion, so that Shakespeare's genius and fantasy makes them go through extraordinary convolutions, intellectually, in some respects, superior to those of the average man. But as soon as you think of what is happening, you realize that they are behaving under the influence of passion which they cannot avoid. Once this is true, they are not human beings, and we are ashamed and disgusted. We think they are not behaving as human beings, they have resigned from their humanity, and they are therefore detestable and dehumanized. And therefore they are not tragic figures. Nor, I regret to say, is Lovelace in Richardson's novel, who is simply an amorist who pursues various ladies under the impulse of ungovernable passion. If ungovernable, no tragedy whatever may occur. Now, Schiller thinks drama perhaps acts as a kind of inoculation. If we ourselves were in the situation of Laocoon, or ourselves in the situation of Oedipus or whoever it may be, struggling against fate, we might succumb. Also, the terror of being in such a situation might be so great that our feelings would be numbed, or we should be driven out of our minds. And therefore we cannot tell how we should behave, but by watching these things on the stage, we remain relatively cool and detached. And therefore, in some sense, it performs an educational function. We observe what it is for a man to behave like a man. And for a man to behave like a man is the purpose of art, is the purpose at least of dramatic art, which is concerned with human beings, to show human beings behaving in the manner which is most human in human beings. That is Schiller's doctrine. And of course, it derives directly from Kant. Nature herself is indifferent to man. Nature herself is amoral. Nature herself destroys us in the most ruthless and hideous fashion. And this is what makes us particularly aware of the fact that we are not part of her. Let me read you a typical Schiller quotation. The very circumstance that nature regarded as a whole mocks all the rules which our understanding prescribes for her, that she proceeds on her free and capricious career and treads in the dust the creations of wisdom without regard for them, that she snatches up what is significant and what is trivial, what is noble and what is common, and involves them in a hideous identical disaster, that she preserves a world of ants and seizes man, her most glorious creature, in her giant's arms and crushes him, that she often dissipates man's most arduous achievements, and indeed her own most arduous achievements, in one frivolous hour, and devotes centuries to a work of unnecessary folly. That is typical of nature. So much the better. We welcome this. We welcome it not because we suffer. We welcome it because it underlines, it emphasizes and brings out the fact that this is nature and not art. This is nature and not man. This is nature and not morality. And therefore makes for a vast contrast between nature, which is this elemental, capricious, perhaps causal, perhaps chance-directed entity, and man who has immorality, distinguishes in good and evil, the beautiful and the ugly, the good and the bad, and acts accordingly. And acts accordingly, if need be, against nature. That, I think, is the central doctrine in Schiller. And this, I think, emerges in most of his tragedies. Let me give you a very typical example, which will show to what lengths he went. He rejected the Kantian solution, fundamentally, because it seemed to him that though Kant's will liberates us from nature, it puts us into a very narrow moral path of too grim, too confining a Calvinist world. The path in which the only alternatives are either being the plaything of nature or following this grim path of Lutheran duty, which is what Kant thought in terms of, is something which maims and destroys and cramps and cribs human nature. If man is to be free, he must be free not merely to do his duty, he must be free to choose between either following nature or doing his duty quite freely. He must stand above both duty and nature and be able to choose either. In discussing Euripides' Medea, he makes this point. Medea, if you remember, is a play by Euripides in which the princess of Colchis, because she becomes angry with Jason, who first rescues her from Colchis, or abducts her rather, and then abandons her, proceeds to kill her children. In fact, I think she boils them alive. Schiller doesn't approve of this action particularly, but he says that Medea is nevertheless far loftier than Jason, because Medea defies nature. She defies nature in herself. She defines her maternal instinct. She defies her own affection for her children. She rises above and she acts freely. What she does may be abominable, but in principle she is somebody who is capable of reaching loftier heights. Because she is free and not under the impulsion of nature, than poor Philistine Jason, who is the perfectly decent Athenian of his time and generation, and who lives a perfectly ordinary life, not entirely blameless, but not tragically sinister either, and who simply drifts along with the tide of conventional sentiment. That is perfectly worthless. Medea, at least, is somebody. Jason is nobody. And this, I think, is, roughly speaking, the kind of category which he uses in his other plays as well. Fiesco, which is one of his early plays, is the tyrant of Genoa. And no doubt he does wrong. He oppresses the Genoese. Still, although he does what is bad, he is superior to the knaves and the fools, the ignoramuses and the rabble of Genoa, who need a master and to whom he dominates. And no doubt it is maybe right for the Republican leader, Verrina, to drown him, as finally he does in the play. Nevertheless, we lose something in Fiesco. He is, as a human being, qualitatively superior to the persons who correctly murder him. This is, roughly speaking, Schiller's doctrine. And it is the beginning, if you like, of that great doctrine of the great sinner and the superfluous man, which was then destined to play a certain part in 19th century art. Werther died quite uselessly. René in Chateaubriand's The Story of the Same Name dies quite uselessly. They die uselessly because they belong to a society which is incapable of making use of them. They are superfluous persons. They are superfluous because their morality, which is morality superior, we are meant to understand, to the society around them, has no opportunity of asserting itself against the fearful opposition offered by the Philistines, the slaves, the heteronymous creatures of the society in which they live. This is the beginning of a long generation, a long line of superfluous men, particularly celebrated in Russian literature, of Griboyedov's Chatsky, of Evgeny Onegin, of Turgenev's superfluous persons, of Oblomov, of all the various characters who occur in the Russian novel, up to and including Dr. Zhivago. This is the origin of this. And then there is the other line, the men who say that if society is bad, if it is impossible to obtain the proper morality, if everything one does is obstructed, if there is nothing to be done, then down with the society, let it be ruined, let it go, all crime is permitted. And this is the beginning of the great sinner in Dostoevsky, the Nietzschean figure who wishes to raise to the ground a society whose system of values is such that a superior person who truly understands what it is to be free cannot operate in terms of it, and therefore prefers to destroy it, and prefers indeed to destroy the principles in terms of which he himself sometimes acts, prefers self-destruction, suicide, to continuing to drift along simply as an object in an uncontrollable stream. This, I think, is the beginning of Schiller, under the influence, oddly enough, of Kant, who would have been horrified to perceive any such consequences of his perfectly orthodox, half-pietist, half-stoical doctrine. Now, this, I think, is one of the great motifs, certainly, in the Romantic movement. And if you like to ask, when chronologically does this occur, it's not altogether difficult to identify it. Towards the end of the 60s, Lessing wrote a play called Minna von Barnhelm. I shall not attempt to summarize the plot of this not altogether interesting play, beyond simply saying that the hero of it is a man called Major Tellheim, who is a man of honor, who is badly treated, injustice is done to him, and because he has a very acute sense of his own honor, he refuses to meet the lady whom he loves and who loves him, because he supposes that she may suppose that he has performed an act which is not altogether honourable, although he is in fact quite innocent. And because she may think it, therefore it is impossible for him to face her until and unless it has been made quite clear that in fact he is innocent and in fact does not deserve any possible attitude, negative attitude, which a conceivable misunderstanding of his part might entail. He behaved very honourably but rather foolishly. Lessing's point is that although he's a good man and indeed a nice man, nevertheless he's not a very sensible man. And in the end the play ends quite happily because in fact the lady turns out to be a great deal more sensible than the gentleman, and she manages to create a situation in which his innocence is triumphantly displayed and they are united and are happy forever, we are meant to understand. But so that Tellheim, you see, is in some sense a man who is wronged by society, who passionately pursues certain ideals which are his own ideals, who is thoroughly engagé and committed, who is in fact everything that Schiller wants people to be. In the early 80s, when he wrote the play called The Robbers, of which Karl Mohr, as I think I told you on last occasion, is the hero, Karl Mohr, who has also been wronged, and who, because he has been wronged, becomes the head of a robber gang, and murders and pillages and sets buildings on fire, and in the end surrenders himself to justice and causes himself to be executed. Karl Mohr is the same Major Tellheim promoted to heroic status. And therefore, if you wish to know when is the moment at which the romantic hero genuinely emerges, he emerges, at least in Germany, which seems to me to be the motherland of this figure. He emerges somewhere between the end of the 60s and the beginning of the 80s. For what sociological reasons, I shall not attempt to explain. I shall at any rate volunteer no explanation. At any rate, this is it. In Molière, in the Misanthrope, for example, Alceste is somebody who is bitterly disappointed by the world, who cannot abide, cannot adjust himself to its false and trivial and repulsive values. But he is not the hero of the play. There are more sensible persons in Molière's play who ultimately try and bring him to his senses and do. He's not detestable, he's not contemptible. But he's not the hero, he is, if anything, faintly comical. So is Tellheim, faintly comical, disarming, agreeable, amiable, morally attractive, but faintly ridiculous. By 1780, he's not faintly ridiculous, he's satanic. And this, I think, is the change. This is the great break between what might be called the rationalist or the enlightened tradition, or the tradition of the fact that there is a nature of things which must be learnt, which must be understood, which must be known, and to which people must adjust themselves at the cost of either suffering or making fools of themselves, between that tradition and the tradition where, on the contrary, man commits himself to the values to which he commits himself and perishes, if need be, in their defense heroically. In other words, the notion of martyrdom and heroism as somehow a quality to be worshipped for its own sake emerges, seems to me to emerge, about then. Schiller's fundamental view, I think, is that man goes through three stages. First, what he calls the Notstaat. That is to say, the state which is governed by necessity, where there is a thing called the Stoffdrang. The Stoffdrang is stuff drive, is the literal translation. That means driven by, drive in the modern psychological sense, driven by the nature of matter. This is a kind of Hobbesian jungle in which human beings collide with each other, in which they are possessed by passions and by desires, in which they have no ideals, in which they simply collide with each other and where it is necessary somehow to separate them from each other. And this is a state which he calls savage. Then there is a state which is not savage, but on the contrary, which is where men, in order to improve their condition, adopt very rigid principles. But it is possible to make out of these principles also a kind of fetish. And that is what he calls the barbarian state, interestingly enough. Savage for him is somebody driven by passions which he cannot master. Barbarians are people who worship idols, for example, absolute principles, which they also worship without knowing why, because they're taboos, because they're laid down, because they're a decalogue, because somebody tells them, because they proceed from a source of dark and unquestionable authority. That, I think, is what he calls barbarism. Then there is a synthesis of this, which is neither the Notstaat on the one hand, nor the Vernunftstaat, which is the second one, which is the rational state, which is not enough, which is only Kant, which is only commandments. That is the third condition towards which Schiller aspires. Like all writers, idealists of his time, Schiller imagines that once upon a time there was a marvelous human unity. Once upon a time there was a golden age when passion was not divided from reason and liberty was not divided from necessity. And then something appalling happened. Culture occurred, rather on the rise of Rousseau. And as a result of this, ungovernable desires, jealousies, envies, men divided against other men divided against themselves, fraud, misery, alienation. How are we to get back to this original state without lapsing into some kind of innocence or childishness, which is plainly neither feasible nor desirable? This must be done, according to Schiller, by means of art, liberation by art. What is this liberation by art? He speaks about the Spieltrieb. Spieltrieb means play drive. He says that the only way in which human beings can liberate themselves is by adopting the attitude of players. People, games, players. What does he mean? Because art for him is a form of play. And he explains that the difficulty for him is to reconcile, on the one hand, the necessities of nature, which cannot be avoided, and which certainly cause distress. And on the other hand, these rigorous commandments, which narrow and contract life. And the only way to do that is by placing ourselves in the position of people who freely imagine and freely invent. If we are children at play, to take the very simplest instance, although it isn't Schiller's instance, if we are children at play, we can imagine ourselves to be Red Indians, and if we imagine ourselves to be Red Indians, we are, for these purposes, Red Indians. And we obey the rules of Red Indians without the sense of pressure. The pressure is not upon us because we invent them ourselves. Anything we make is ours. Anything we make doesn't crush us. And therefore, if only we can transform ourselves into creatures who obey laws not because these laws are made for us by others, who obey laws not because we are terrified of them, who obey these laws not simply because they are laid down by some frowning deity or by terrifying men or by nature herself. If we can only obey these laws because we choose to do so freely, exactly as people who play invent their game and then obey the laws with enthusiasm, with passion, with pleasure, because this is the work of art which they themselves have constructed. If only men can do that. In other words, if only they can convert the necessity of obeying rules into some kind of almost instinctive, certainly perfectly free, harmonious, spontaneous, natural operation. If we can do that, we are saved. How are men to be somehow reconciled to each other? Because human beings might play very different games, and these games might easily involve them in disasters as great as any others. Because in some ways Schiller goes back, not very effectively, not very convincingly, to the Kantian principle that if we are rational, if we are like the Greeks, if we are in some way harmonious, if we understand ourselves, if we understand what freedom is, if we understand what morality is, if we understand what the pleasures and the heavenly delight of artistic creation is, if we do that, then surely, surely, we shall somehow achieve a harmonious relation with other creators, other artists, equally concerned not with mowing other men down, not with crushing them, but with living with them in some happy, unitedly creative world. And this is a kind of utopia on which Schiller's thought more or less ends. It's not, as I say, very convincing, but the general direction of it is fairly clear, which is that artists are people who obey rules of their own making. They invent the rules and they invent the objects. The material may be given by nature, but everything else is given by them. And that introduces the first note of what seems to me to be a crucial note in the history of human thought, namely, that ideals, ends, objectives are not to be discovered by intuition, by scientific means, by reading sacred texts, by listening to experts or to authoritative persons, that ideals are to be discovered, not to be discovered at all. They are, in some sense, to be invented, not to be found, but to be generated. Generated as people generate art. Birds, says Schiller, inspire us because we think, however falsely, that they dominate gravity. They fly, which we cannot do. A vase is something which inspires us because in some way it is a triumph over brute matter. Triumph, if you like, of form, but a freely invented form, not of these rigorous forms which Calvinists and Lutherans and other religions or other secular tyrannies have imposed. Hence, this passion for invented forms, ideals which men make. Once upon a time, we were integral, we were Greeks. This is the great myth of the Greeks, which is historically quite false. We were children playing in the sunlight and didn't distinguish between necessity and freedom, between passion and reason. And this was a happy and innocent time, but this time is past. We cannot do this, and therefore, because life doesn't offer us these things, because what we discover in the universe is nothing but a grim causal treadmill, we must invent our own ideals. And these ideals, because they're invented, are in some sense in opposition to nature. In some sense not part of her, but directed against her. And therefore idealism, the invention of ends, is in some sense a break with nature. And our task is so to subjugate nature, to do that with nature which makes our very nature follow an ideal in some beautiful and frictionless manner. There he leaves it. And that, so to speak, is the heritage of Schiller, which afterwards entered very deeply into the souls of romantics who abandoned the notion of harmony, who abandoned the notion of reason, and who became, as I said at the beginning of this lecture, somewhat more unbridled. The third thinker, about whom I must say a word, is the thinker Fichte, who was a philosopher and a disciple of Kant, and who's also, to some degree, added to this particular notion of freedom a particularly passionate exposition of it. Let me read you something by him, and you will see the kind of thing. At the mere mention of the name freedom, says Fichte, my heart opens and flowers, while at the word necessity, it contracts painfully. This shows temperamentally the kind of person he was. And indeed, he said, a man's philosophy is as his nature, not his nature as his philosophy. Hegel talked about Fichte's tendency to feel gloom, horror, abhorrence at the mere thought of the eternal laws of nature and their strict necessity. There are people, temperamentally, who are depressed by the thought of the hideous order, the unbreakable symmetry, the inescapable kind of world in which everything follows everything else in some unbreakable, orderly, totally unalterable way. And certainly Fichte belonged to these. Fichte's contribution to what might be called romantic thought consists in this. He says, if you are simply a contemplative being and ask for the answers for example, to what to do or how to live in the realm of knowledge, you will never discover an answer. You will never discover an answer simply because knowledge always presupposes some larger knowledge. You arrive at a proposition and you ask for the authority, and then some other knowledge, some other proposition is brought in order to validate the first one. And then that proposition in turn needs validation, and some wider generalization is needed for the purpose of bolstering up the earlier, and so on ad infinitum. And therefore there is no end to this search. And we simply end with a Spinozist system which at best is simply a rigid, logical unity in which there is no room for movement. This is not true, says Fichte. Our lives do not depend upon contemplative knowledge. Life doesn't begin with disinterested contemplation of nature or of objects. Life begins with action. Knowledge is an instrument, as afterwards William James and Bergson and many others were to repeat. Knowledge is simply an instrument provided by nature for the purpose of effective life, of action. Knowledge is knowing how to get on, knowing what to do, knowing how to be, knowing how to adapt things to our use, knowing, in other words, so to speak, how to live and what to do in order not to perish in some semi-instinctive fashion. And this knowledge, which is the acceptance of certain things in the world, willy-nilly, because we can't help it, because it is presupposed in the biological urge, in the necessity of living. This is for Fichte a kind of act of faith. We do not act because we know, he says. I quote him. We know because we are called upon to act. Knowledge is not a passive state. External nature impinges upon us and stops us, and is clay for our creation. We have freedom again. Then he makes an important proposition. Things are what they are, not because they are what they are, but because I make them so. Things depend upon the way in which I treat them, what I need them for. It is a kind of early but extremely far-going pragmatism. Food is not what I hunger for. It is made food by my hunger, he says. I do not hunger for food because it is laid beside me. Because I hunger, the object becomes food. I do not accept what nature offers because I must. That's what animals do. That's what Locke and Descartes said human beings did, but this is false. I do not accept what nature offers because I must. I don't simply register what occurs, like a kind of machine. I do not accept what nature offers because I must. I believe it because I will. Who is master, nature or I? I am not determined by ends. Ends are determined by me. The world, he finally says, is a poem dreamt out in my inner life. This is a very dramatic, very poetical way of saying that experience is something which I determine because I act. Because I live in a certain way, things appear to me in a certain fashion. The world of a composer is different from the world of a butcher. The world of a man in the 17th century is different from the world of a man in the 12th century. There may be certain things which are common, but there are more things, or more important things at any rate, which for him are not. And Schlegel said, robbers are romantic because I make them romantic. Nothing is romantic by nature. And this undoubtedly is a proposition which nobody today would deny. Freedom is action, not some contemplative state. To be free, says Fichte, is nothing. To become free is the very heaven. I make my world as I make a poem. Yet, of course, freedom is double-edged. Because I am free, I am able to exterminate others. I am capable of committing evil acts. Savages exterminate each other, and civilized nations, says Fichte, with a certain prescience, civilized nations, using the power of law, of unity, and of culture, will go on exterminating each other. Culture is not a deterrent to violence. And this certainly was a statement which the whole 18th century would unitedly have rejected. For the 18th century, culture was a deterrent to violence, because culture was knowledge, and knowledge proved the inadvisability of violence. This was not so for Fichte. Not culture. The only deterrent to violence is some kind of moral regeneration. Man shall be and do something. The whole notion of Fichte is that man is in some sense a kind of continuous action. Not even an actor, but a kind of continuous action. And in order to rise to his full height, he must constantly go on generating and creating. A man who does not create, a man who simply accepts what life or what nature offers him, is in some sense dead. And this is true not only of human beings, but also of nations. I will not go in here into the political implications of Fichte's doctrine. Fichte began by talking about individuals. Then he asked himself, what was an individual? How could one become a perfectly free individual? One obviously can't become perfectly free so long as one is a three-dimensional object in space, because nature confines one in 1,000 ways. Therefore, the only perfectly free being is something larger than man. It's something internal. Although I cannot force my body, I can force my spirit. The spirit for Fichte is not the spirit of an individual man, but something which is common to many men. And it is common to many men because each individual spirit is imperfect, because it is to some extent hemmed in and confined by the particular body which it is so unfortunate as to have entered. But if you ask what is pure spirit is some kind of mystical entity, rather like God, a central fire of which we are all individual sparks, a mystical notion which goes back at least to Burma. Gradually, after Napoleon's invasions and the general rise of nationalist sentiment in Germany, Fichte began thinking that human beings were perhaps what Herder said, that a man was made a man by other men, that a man was made a man by education, by language. Language was not invented by me, it was invented by others, and I am part of some common stream in which I am an element. My tradition, my custom, my outlook, everything about me is to some extent the creation of other men with whom I form an organic unity. And so gradually he moved from the notion of the individual as an empirical human being in space to the notion of the individual as something larger, say a nation, say a class, say a sect. Now, if once you move to that, then of course it becomes its business to act. It becomes its business to be free. And for a nation to be free means to be free of other nations. And if other nations obstruct it, it must make war. And so Fichte ends as a kind of rabid German patriot and nationalist who says, the world cannot be half slave and half free. If we are a free nation, if we are a great creator, engaged upon creating those great values which in fact history has imposed upon us, because we happen not to have been corrupted by the great decadence which has fallen upon the Latin nations. If we happen to be, in some sense, healthier, more vigorous, even if more barbarous, than those decadent peoples, and here Francophobia emerges again, those decadent peoples who are nothing but the debris of what was once, no doubt, a very respectable Roman civilization. If that is what we are, then we must be free at the extent no matter of what. And therefore, since the world cannot be half slave and half free, we must conquer the others and absorb them into our texture. To be free is to be free of obstacles. To be free is to make free with. To be free is, so to speak, to be able not to be obstructed by anything in the full exercise of your enormous creative drive. And so we get the beginnings of this notion of vast nationalist or vast class-inspired collective drives forward, a kind of mystical notion of men creatively lunging forward for the purpose of not being frozen, not being dead, not being oppressed by anything which is static, whether it be static nature or whether it be institutions, moral principles, political principles, artistic principles, or anything else which is not made by them and which is not in process of constant fluid transformation. This is the beginning of this vast mystical drive forward on the part of inspired individuals or inspired nations, constantly creating themselves afresh, constantly aspiring to purify themselves and to reach some unheard of height of endless self-transformation, endless self-creation, as it were, works of art constantly engaged in creating themselves, forward, like a kind of vast cosmic design perpetually engaged in renewing itself. This half metaphysical, half religious notion, which certainly emerges from the sober pages of Kant, and which Kant repudiated with the greatest possible vehemence and indignation. This mystical and semi-theological notion was destined to have an extremely violent effect, both upon German politics and German morals, but also upon German art, German prose, and German verse, and then by natural transference upon the French, upon the English as well. It is about German romantic poets, English romantic poets, and French romantics that I propose to talk next time, both in their artistic capacity and in the curious moral and political influence which they undoubtedly have had both on their own time and on ours. Today I said that I would speak about the final eruption of what I last time called unbridled romanticism. The three great tendencies, according to August Wilhelm Schlegel, who I suppose wrote most authoritatively about this movement, and was indeed a part of it himself, the three great trends which most profoundly influenced the entire movement, both aesthetically and morally and politically, were, in this order, the theory of knowledge of Fichte, the French Revolution, and Goethe's famous novel Wilhelm Meister. I think this is probably a just attribution, and I should like to make it clear why this was so, and in what sense. I spoke to you last time about Fichte and about his glorification of the active, dynamic, and imaginative self. The innovation which Fichte brought into both theoretical philosophy and the theory of art and to some extent of life was, roughly speaking, this one. He accepted the view of the empiricists of the 18th century that there was some problem about what was meant by speaking about oneself. Hume had said that when he looked within himself, as people normally do when he introspected, he discovered a great many sensations, emotions, fragments of memory, fragments of hope and fear, all kinds of small psychological units, as it were, but he failed to perceive any entity which could justly be called a self. And therefore concluded that the self was not a thing, not an object of direct perception, but perhaps simply a name for the concatenation of experiences, simply a kind of string which held together the onions out of which human personality and human history was formed, except that there was no string. This proposition was accepted, on the whole, certainly by Kant, who then made valiant efforts to recapture some kind of self, but much more passionately by the German Romantics, in particular Fichte, who laid down the doctrine that it was quite natural that the self should not emerge in cognition. When you are wholly absorbed in an object, whether in looking at a material object in nature, or in, let us say, listening to sounds, music or something else, or in any other kind of process in which there is an object before you, in the contemplation of which you are wholly absorbed, then naturally you are pro tanto not aware of yourself as the absorber. You become aware of a self only when there is some kind of resistance. You become aware of yourself not as an object, but as that which is obtruded against by some kind of recalcitrant reality. It is when you are looking at something and something intervenes, when you are listening to something and there is some kind of obstacle. It is the impact of the obstacle upon you which makes you aware of yourself as an entity different from the not-self, as it were, which you are trying in some sense to understand or to feel or perhaps to dominate, conquer, alter, mold, at any rate do something to or at. And therefore, the Fichtean doctrine, which then becomes the orthodox doctrine of not only the Romantic movement, but of a great deal of psychology besides, is that the I, the self in that sense of the word, is not the same as me. Me is something which no doubt you can introspect, which psychologists talk about, which scientific treatises can be written about, an object of some kind of inspection, an object of study, an object of psychology, sociology, and the like. But there is a kind of non-accusative I, the primal nominative, which you only become aware of not at all in an act of cognition, but simply through being impacted upon. And this he called the Anstoß, Fichte, impact. And it appeared to him to be the fundamental category which dominated all experience. That is to say, that when you asked yourself what reason you had for supposing that the world existed, what reason you had for supposing you were not deluded, what reason you had for supposing that solipsism was not true and that everything was not a figment of your imagination or in some other way wholly delusive and deceiving, the answer was that you could not doubt that some kind of clash or collision occurred between you and what you wanted, between you and what you wished to be, between you and the stuff upon which you wished to, as it were, impose your personality and which pro tanto resisted. In the resistance emerged the self and the not-self. Without the not-self, no sense of the self. Without the sense of the self, no sense of the not-self. This was, so to speak, a primary datum, more radical, more basic than anything which later supervened upon it or could be deduced from it. The world, as described by the sciences, was in some sense an artificial construction, relatively to this absolutely primary, irreducible, fundamental datum, not even of experience, but of being. This is, roughly speaking, Fichte's doctrine. And from this he expands the whole vast vision, which then proceeds to dominate the imaginations of the Romantics, by which the only thing which is worthwhile, as I tried to say last time, was the exfoliation of this particular self. its creative activity, its imposition of forms upon matter, its penetration of other things, its creation of values, its dedication of itself to these values. And this, of course, can have its political implications. Also, I think, hinted at last time, if the self is no longer identified with the individual, but with some superpersonal entity, such as a community or a church or a state or a class, which then becomes this huge, intrusive, forward-marching will, which imposes its particular personality upon both the outside world and upon its own constituent elements which might be composed of human beings, who then are reduced to the role of simply being ingredients of or parts in some much bigger, much more impressive, much more historically persistent personality. Let me read you a passage from Fichte's famous speeches to the German nation, delivered when Napoleon had conquered Prussia. This speech was delivered to not very many people and had no great impact when it was delivered. Fichte was a poor speaker and coughed a great deal during his delivery. Nevertheless, when they were read afterwards, it produced a vast nationalist upsurge of feeling and went on being read by Germans throughout the 19th century and became their Bible after 1918. I shall not attempt to read much more to a few lines out of this little book of lectures, which will indicate the kind of tone and the kind of propaganda which Fichte at this period was engaged in making. He says, either you believe in an original principle in man, a freedom, a perfectibility, an infinite progress of our species, or you believe in none of this. You may even have a feeling or some kind of intuition of its opposite. All those who have within them a creative quickening of life, or else, assuming that such a gift has been withheld from them, at least await the moment when they are caught up in the magnificent torrent of flowing and original life, or have some confused presentiment of such freedom, and have towards this phenomenon not hatred, nor fear, but a feeling of love. These are part of primal humanity. These may be considered as a true people. These constitute the Urvolk, the primal people. I mean the Germans. All those, on the other hand, who have resigned themselves to represent only the derivative, the second-hand product, who think of themselves in this way, become such an effect and shall pay the price of their belief. They are a mere annex to life. Not for them those pure springs which flowed before them and which still may be flowing around them. They are but an echo coming from a distant rock, from a voice which is now silent. They are excluded from the Urvolk. They are strangers, they are outsiders. The nation which bears the name of German to this day has not ceased to give evidence of a creative and original activity in the most diverse fields. He then goes on. And this is the principle of exclusion that I adopt. All those who believe in spiritual reality, those who believe in the freedom of the life of the spirit, those who believe in the eternal progress of the spirit, and through the instrumentality of freedom, whatever be their native land, whatever the language which they speak, they are our race, they are part of our people, or they will join it late or soon. All those who believe in arrested being, in retrogression, in eternal cycles, even those who believe in inanimate nature and put her at the helm of the world, whatever be their native country, whatever be their language, they are not Germans, they are strangers to us. And one would hope that one day they would be wholly cut off from our people. Now, this is, of course, I mean, to do Fichte justice, was not a chauvinistic German sermon, because I think by Germans, Hegel meant all the Germanic peoples. Perhaps it doesn't make it very much better, but perhaps a little better. It includes the French, it includes the English, it includes all the Nordic peoples, and it includes some of the Mediterranean peoples as well. But even so, the heart of the sermon is not simply patriotism, or simply an attempt to arouse the waning German spirit, crushed under the heel of Napoleon. The main thing is this broad distinction between those who are alive and those who are dead, those who are echoes and those who are voices, those who are annexes and those who are the genuine articles, those who are genuine building. That is Fichte's fundamental distinction, and this really bound its spell upon the mind of a great many young Germans born somewhere around the late 1770s and early 1780s. The fundamental notion is not cogito ergo sum, but volo ergo sum. Curiously enough, the French psychologist Maine de Biran, writing at about the same time, was developing the same kind of psychology, that personality was only to be learned through effort, through trying, through hurling yourself against some obstacle which made you feel yourself wholly. In other words, you only felt yourself properly in a moment of resistance or opposition. Mastery, titanism, is what, of course, this leads to as an ideal, both in private and in public life. Let me say a few words, although it's very unjust to him to do so, about the somewhat analogous, but in certain respects profoundly different doctrine of Fichte's younger contemporary Schelling, who I suppose had a greater influence on Coleridge, certainly, than any other thinker, and certainly a profound influence upon German thought as well, though he is very seldom read now, partly because most of his works appear today exceedingly opaque, not to say unintelligible. Schelling says that, unlike Fichte, who distinguished between the living principle of the human will and nature, which was, as it were, as in Kant, dead stuff to be molded, as opposed to some harmony to be fitted into, Schelling maintained a mystical vitalism. For him, nature was itself something alive, a kind of spiritual self-development. He saw the world as something which begins in the state of brute unconsciousness and gradually comes to consciousness of itself, beginning, as he says, from the most mysterious beginnings, beginning from a dark, developing, unconscious will. It gradually grows to self-consciousness. Nature is unconscious will. Man is will come to consciousness of itself. Nature has various stages of the will. Every stage of nature is a will in some stage of its development. First, there are the rocks and the earth, which are the will in a state of total unconsciousness. This is an ancient Renaissance doctrine, not even to go further to Gnostic sources. Then gradually life enters into them, and there is the early life of the first biological species, and then come the plants, and then come the animals, the progressive self-consciousness, the progressive beating of the will through towards the realization of some kind of purpose. Nature strives after something, but is not aware that it strives for it. Man begins to strive and becomes aware of what that he is striving for. By striving successfully for whatever it is that he may be striving for, he brings the whole universe to higher consciousness of itself. For Schelling, God was, roughly speaking, a kind of self-developing principle of consciousness. Yes, he said, God is Alpha and Omega. Alpha is unconscious, Omega is full consciousness come to itself. God is a kind of progressive phenomenon, a sort of form of creative evolution, from which indeed Bergson took it, for there is very little in Bergson's doctrine which was not previously in Schelling. This is the doctrine which, of course, had a very profound influence certainly upon German aesthetic philosophy and the philosophy of art. Because if everything in nature is living, and if we ourselves are simply its most self-conscious representatives, the function of the artist is to delve within himself, and above all, delve within the dark and unconscious forces which move within himself, and in some way bring these to consciousness by the most agonizing and violent struggle within himself. That is Schelling's doctrine. Nature does this too. There are struggles within nature. Every volcanic eruption, every phenomenon such as magnetism and electricity was by Schelling in some way interpreted as being a struggle for self-assertion on the part of blind, mysterious forces, except that in man they became half-conscious. The only works of art for him which have any value at all, and this is a doctrine which not only Coleridge but other art critics were subsequently influenced by, the only works of art which have any value at all are works of art which are similar to nature in some way in conveying the pulsations of a not wholly conscious life. Any work of art which is fully self-conscious is a kind of photograph for him. Any work of art which is simply a copy, which is simply a piece of knowledge, something which, like science, is simply the product of careful observation and then of noting down in scrupulous terms of what you have seen in a fully lucid, accurate, and scientific manner, that is death. Life in a work of art is the analogous, some kind of common quality which it has with what we admire in nature, namely some kind of power, force, energy, life, vitality bursting forth. And that is why the great portraits, the great statues, the great works of music are called great, because we see in them not merely the surface. We see in them not merely the technique. We see in them not merely the form which the artist perhaps consciously imposed, but also something of which the artist may not be wholly aware, namely the pulsations within him of some kind of infinite spirit of which he happens to be the particularly articulate and self-conscious representative, the pulsations of the spirit, which are also at a lower level pulsations of nature, so that the work of art has the same effect, the same vitalizing effect upon the man who looks at it or who listens to it as certain phenomena of nature. When this is lacking, when the whole thing is wholly conventional, so to speak, done according to rules, done in a full self-conscious blaze of complete awareness of what one is doing, the product is of necessity elegant, symmetrical, and dead. That is the fundamental romantic anti-enlightenment doctrine of art. And this, of course, has had a very considerable influence upon all critics who regard the unconscious as having some part, not merely the old Platonic theories of divine inspiration and the ecstatic artist, who is not wholly aware of what he's doing, the Plato's doctrine of the ion, in which the god blows through the artist, and he doesn't know what it is that he's doing because something more powerful inspires him, as it were, from outside. But in all the doctrines which take an interest in and regard it as valuable to consider the element of the unconscious, subconscious, preconscious, and so forth, in the work either of the individual artist or of a group, a nation, a people, a culture. And this, of course, goes directly back to Herder, of whom I spoke to, who also regards folk song, folk dancing, and so forth as the articulation of some kind of not wholly self-aware spirit within a nation, and worthless unless it is that. Now, it cannot be said that Schelling wrote these things down with a very great deal of clarity. Nevertheless, he wrote very rhapsodically and had a very considerable effect upon his contemporaries. Let me tell you the first great doctrine which really emerges from this combination of Fichte's doctrine of the will and Schelling's doctrine of the unconscious, which are really the great formative factors in what might be called the aesthetic doctrine of the Romantic movement, and subsequently its political and ethical doctrines as well. And that is really, I think it would be fair to say, the doctrine of symbolism. Symbolism is something which is very central in all Romantic thought. That has always been noticed by all critics of this movement. Now, let me try and make this as clear as I'm able, although I don't claim to understand it entirely. I don't claim to understand it entirely because, as Schelling very rightly says, what Romanticism truly is a wild wood, a labyrinth, in which the only guiding thread is the will and the mood of a poet. As I'm no poet, I cannot altogether trust myself to give you a full exposition of this particular doctrine, but I shall do my best. There are two kinds of symbols, to put it its very simplest. There are conventional symbols and symbols of a somewhat different kind. Conventional symbols offer no difficulty. There are symbols which we invent for the purpose of meaning certain things, and there are rules about what they mean. The red and green traffic lights mean what they mean by convention. Red lights means that motor cars may not pass, and they are simply another form of saying, do not pass. Do not pass is itself a form of symbolism, linguistic symbolism, which itself stands for some kind of ban on the part of persons in authority and holds within it some kind of threat, a perfectly understood threat, that if you disobey this particular order, dire consequences may follow. Now, this is ordinary symbolism such as it is in, for example, artificially invented languages, scientific treatises, and any kind of conventional symbolism invented for a specific purpose where the meaning of the symbol is laid down by rule. But there obviously are symbols not quite of this kind. I don't wish to enter into the theory of symbolism in general, but for my particular purpose, what these people meant by symbolism was symbolism for something which could only be expressed symbolically and could not be expressed literally. The traffic situation is such that if instead of the green and red light, you were to put up signs saying stop or go, or if instead of that you even placed persons of obvious authority to cry through megaphone, stop and go, this would serve its purpose in a certain sense equally well, at least so far as grammatical purposes are concerned. Now, if you ask, for example, in what sense a national flag waving in the wind, which arouses emotions in people's breasts, is a symbol, or in what sense the Marseillaise is a symbol, or to go a little further, in what sense, for example, say a cathedral is quite apart from the question, apart from its function as a building in which religious rites occur, or in which religious services occur, in what sense a Gothic cathedral built in a particular way is a symbol for some kind of, for the particular religion which it houses, or in what sense sacred dances are symbols, or in what sense any kind of religious ritual is a symbol, whatever it may be, or in what sense the Kaaba stone is a great symbol to the Muslims. The answer will be that what it symbolizes is literally not expressible in any other way. If you say, would you spell out for me what it is that the word England stands for in the sentence, England expects every man to do his duty, let us say, when Nelson said it. And then you begin to spell out, you say England means a certain number of persons, a certain number of featherless bipeds with reason, inhabiting a certain island at a particular moment in the early 19th century. Well, it clearly doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean any particular, it doesn't simply mean a group of persons with names and addresses known to Nelson, whom in some sort of way he could, if he wished and took enough trouble, spell out. It plainly doesn't mean that, because the whole emotive force of the word England extends over something both vaguer and profounder. And if you say, what exactly is it the word England stands for here? Would you, so to speak, unpack it? Would you unpack it? Would you give me, however tedious it may be, the literal equivalent of what this is simply shorthand for? This will not be easy to do, nor will it be very easy if you say, what is it that the Kaaba stone stands for? What is it that this particular sacred, this prayer stands for? What is it that this cathedral means to the people who come to worship in it, apart from associations of a vaguely emotional kind, apart from a penumbra? It isn't simply that it arouses emotion. Emotion might be aroused by the singing of birds. Emotion might be aroused by a sunset, but a sunset is not a symbol, and the singing of birds is not symbolic. But a cathedral is a symbol, a religious rite is a symbol, the raising of the host is a symbol to worshippers. And the question now arises, what is it symbolic of? Now, the whole of the Romantic doctrine maintained that there is an infinite striving forward on the part of reality, the universe around us. That there is something which was infinite, something which is in some sense inexhaustible, of which the finite attempts to be the symbol, but of course cannot be. You seek to convey something which you can only convey by such means as you have at your command, but you know that this cannot convey the whole of what you are seeking to convey, because this whole is literally infinite. That is why allegories are used. That is why symbols are used. An allegory is a representation in words or in paint of something which has its own meaning, but also stands for something other than itself. When an allegory stands for something other than itself, that which it stands for those who really believe in allegories and who say that the only mode of profound speech is allegorical, as Schelling believed, as the Romantics in general believed, what the allegory stands for is ex hypothesi, not statable itself. And that is why the allegory has to be used. And that is why allegories and symbols are of necessity the only mode which I have of conveying that which I wish to convey. Now, what is it that I wish to convey? I wish to convey, of course, this stream of which Fichte speaks. I wish to convey something immaterial, and I have to use material means for it. I have to convey something which is inexpressible, and I have to use expression. I have to convey perhaps something unconscious, and I have to use conscious means. And I know in advance that it won't succeed and cannot succeed, and therefore all I can do is to get nearer and nearer in some asymptotic approach. I do my best, but it is an agonizing struggle in which, if I'm an artist, or indeed any kind of self-conscious thinker for the German Romantics, I'm engaged in the whole of my life. In a certain sense, this is something to do with the notion of depth. The notion of depth is something with which philosophers seldom deal. Nevertheless, it is a concept perfectly susceptible to treatment, and indeed one of the most important of the categories that we use. When we say that a work is profound or deep, quite apart from the fact that this is obviously a metaphor, I suppose, from wells, which are profound and deep. When one says that someone is a profound writer, or a profound picture, or a work of music is profound, it's not very clear what we mean, but we certainly do not wish to exchange it for some other word, such as beautiful, or important, or constructed according to rules, or even immortal. When I say that Pascal is profounder than Descartes, although Descartes, no doubt, was a man of genius, or that Dostoevsky, whom I may or may not like, is a profounder writer than Tolstoy, whom I may like much better, or any of these things, so to speak, if I say that Kafka is a profounder writer than Hemingway, or something of that kind, if I say that, what exactly am I trying unsuccessfully, in a sense, to convey by means of this metaphor, which remains metaphorical because I have nothing better that I can use? According to the Romantics, and I think this is one of the principal contributions to understanding in general, according to the Romantics, what I mean by depth, although they don't discuss it under that name, is inexhaustibility, unembraceability. In the cases of what might be called beautiful but not profound, say works of art or even pieces of prose fiction or philosophy, I can translate into perfectly lucid, literal terms. I can explain to you, say, about some musical work of the 18th century, well-constructed, melodious, agreeable, even perhaps a work of genius, why it is made and even why it gives pleasure. I can tell you that certain kinds of harmonies are the kinds of things which human beings feel a particular kind of pleasure in listening to. I can describe this pleasure perhaps quite minutely by all kinds of ingenious introspective devices. If I am a marvelous describer, if I am Proust, if I am Tolstoy, if I am a well-trained descriptive psychologist, I might succeed in giving you some kind of version of your actual emotions when listening to a particular piece of music, or reading a particular piece of prose, which is sufficiently similar to what in fact you are feeling or thinking at this particular moment to be regarded as an adequate prose translation of what is occurring, scientific, true, objective, verifiable, and so on. In the case of works which are profound, the more I say, the more remains to be said. There is no doubt that although I attempt to describe it, it's quite clear, as soon as I speak, it becomes quite clear that no matter how long I speak, new chasms open. No matter what I say, I always have to leave 3 dots at the end. Whatever description I give always opens the doors to something further, something even darker perhaps, but certainly something which in principle is incapable of being reduced to precise, clear, verifiable, objective prose. And that being so, this I think is certainly one of the meanings of what is meant by profound. The notion of irreducibility, the notion that I am forced in discussing it, forced in describing it, to use language which is in principle, not only today but forever, inadequate for its purpose. I do my best, but I know that it cannot be exhausted. And the more inexhaustible it seems to me to be, and the wider the region to which it seems to me to apply, the more chasms open, the deeper the chasms and the larger the number of them, to put it very crudely. The wider the area of which they open, the more liable I am to say that this particular proposition is profound and not merely true or interesting or amusing or original or whatever else I might be tempted to say. When, for example, someone like Pascal says in the famous remark that the heart has its reasons as well as the head, when Goethe says, no matter how hard we try, there will always be an irreducible element of anthropomorphism in everything we do and think. These remarks have struck people as profound for this reason, because wherever they apply them, they open new vistas. And these vistas are not reducible, not embraceable, not describable, not collectible, not, as it were, you have no formula which will, by deduction, lead you to all of them. This, I think, is really the fundamental notion of depth in the Romantics, and this is what all this, not all, but most of this talk about the finite standing for the infinite, the material standing for the immaterial, the dead standing for the living, space standing for time, word standing for something which is in itself wordless, this is what to a large degree it relates to. This is certainly, can the sacred be seized? Asked Friedrich Schlegel. And he replied, no, it can never be seized because the mere imposition of form deforms it. And this is fundamentally what I think runs through the entire theory of life and of art. What this leads to, in a certain sense, are two quite interesting and obsessive phenomena, which then are very, very present both in 19th and in 20th century thought and feeling. One is nostalgia, and the other is paranoia of a certain kind. The nostalgia is due to the fact that since the infinite cannot be exhausted, and since we are seeking, in some sense, to embrace it, nothing that we do will ever satisfy us. When Novalis was asked where he thought he was tending, what his art was in some sense about, he said, I'm always going home, always to my father's house, which was in a sense a religious remark. But what of course he meant was that all these attempts at the exotic, the strange, the foreign, the odd, all these attempts to emerge from the empirical framework of daily life, of writing fantastic stories with transformations and transmogrifications of the most peculiar kind, attempts at writing down stories which are symbolic or allegorical or contain all kinds of mystical and veiled references, esoteric imagery of the most peculiar kind which has preoccupied critics for years. These things are all attempts to go back, to go home to what is pulling and drawing him, this famous infinite Sehnsucht of the Romantics, this search for the blue flower, as Novalis called it. The search for the blue flower is an attempt to dissolve myself in the infinite, in some sense, either to absorb it into myself, somehow or other to make myself at one with it, either to absorb it into myself or to dissolve myself into it. This is the secularized version, obviously, of that profound religious striving of being at one with God, of reviving the Christ within me, of making myself one with some of the creative forces of nature in some pagan sense, which comes to the Germans from Plato, from Eckhart, from Boehme, from German mysticism, from a number of other sources, except that here it takes a literary and a secular form. And this particular nostalgia is the very opposite of what the Enlightenment regarded as its particular contribution. The Enlightenment supposed that there was a closed, perfect pattern of life, as I tried to explain. There was some kind of form of life and of art and of feeling and of thought which was correct, which was right, which was true and objective and could be taught to people if only we knew enough. There was some kind of solution to our problems. And if only we could construct a structure which, according to this solution, and then proceed to fit ourselves, as it were, to put it crudely, into the structure, we would obtain answers both to problems of thought and to problems of action. But if this is not so, if it's hypothesized the universe is a movement and not at rest, if it is a form of activity and not, so to speak, a lump of stuff, if it is infinite and not finite, if it is constantly varying and never still and never the same, to use these various metaphors which they constantly use, if it is a constant wave, says Schlegel, how can we possibly, even in trying to describe it, what are we to do when we describe a wave? We usually end up by producing a stagnant pool. When we try and describe the light, we can only describe it accurately by putting it out. Therefore, don't let's attempt to describe it, but of course you can't not attempt to describe it, because that means to stop expressing, but to stop expressing is to stop living. For these romantics, to live is to do something. To do is to express your nature. To express your nature is to express your relation to the universe. Your relation to the universe is inexpressible, which you must nevertheless express. And this is the agony, this is the problem, this is the unending Sehnsucht, this is the yearning, this is the reason why we must go to distant countries, that is why we seek for exotic examples, that is why we travel in the East, that is why we write novels about the past, that is why we indulge in fantasies, and so on and so on. That, I think, is the typical romantic nostalgia. If the home for which they are seeking, if the harmony, the perfection about which they talk, could be granted to them, they would reject it. It's very much because it is in principle something which they know, which is by definition something to which an approach can be made which cannot be seized, because that is the nature of reality. It reminds one of that famous cynical story about someone who said to Dante Gabriel Rossetti, when he was writing about the Holy Grail, but Mr. Rossetti, when you have found the Grail, what will you do with it? Well, this is precisely the typical questions which the Romantics knew very well how to answer. In their case, the Grail was in principle both undiscoverable and such that one could not avoid, could not stop, one's whole life could not be prevented from being a perpetual search for it. And that is because of the nature of the universe such as it is. It might have been different, but it isn't. The brute fact about the universe is that it isn't fully expressible, it isn't fully exhaustible, it isn't at rest, it is at motion, and this, so to speak, is the basic datum. And that is what we discover when we discover that the self is something of which we are only aware in effort. Effort is action, action is movement, movement is unfinishable, so to speak, a perpetual movement. That, I think, is the fundamental Romantic image, which I'm trying to convey as best I can in words which ex hypothesi cannot convey it. Now, the second notion, which is that, which I mentioned, which is that of paranoia, is something somewhat different. There is an optimistic version, of course, in Romanticism. What the Romantics feel is that by going forward, by expanding our nature, by destroying the obstacles in our path, whatever they may be, dead French rules of the 18th century, political and economic institutions of a destructive kind, laws, authority, any kind of cut-and-dried truth, any kind of either rules or institutions which in some way are regarded as absolute, perfect, unappealable from. In doing this, we are liberating ourselves more and more and allowing our infinite nature to soar to greater and greater heights and become wider, deeper, freer, more vital, more like the divinity towards which it strives. But there is another version of this same thing, a more pessimistic version, which I think is, curiously enough, something which really obsesses the 20th century to some extent. There is the notion that although we, individuals, seek to liberate ourselves, yet the universe is not to be tamed in this easy fashion. There is something behind, there is something in the dark depths of the unconscious, or there is something in the dark depths of history, or there is something at any rate not seized by us which in some way frustrates our dearest wishes. Sometimes it's conceived as a kind of indifferent or even hostile nature. Sometimes it is conceived as the cunning of history, which optimists think bear us ever towards more and more glorious goals, but pessimists think is simply, like Schopenhauer, for example, think that is simply a huge, fathomless ocean of undirected will, upon which we bob like a little boat, with no direction and no possibility of really either understanding the element in which we are or directing our course upon it. And this is a huge, powerful, ultimately hostile force to resist which, or even to come to terms with which, is never of the slightest use. It takes all kinds of other forms. It takes much cruder forms. It takes the form of looking for all kinds of conspiracies in history, for example. People begin to think perhaps history is formed by forces over which we have no control. Someone is at the back of it all. Perhaps the Jesuits, perhaps the Jews, perhaps the Freemasons. This, of course, was much stimulated by attempts to explain the course of the French Revolution. We, and the enlightened, we the virtuous, we the wise, we the good and the kind, seek to do this or that. But somehow all our efforts end in nothing, and therefore there must be some fearful hostile force which is, as it were, lying in wait for us and trips us up when we're on the brink, as we think, of great success. This takes, as I say, crude forms such as the conspiracy view of history, by which we always look for concealed enemies, sometimes for larger conceptions such as, say, economic forces, the forces of production in Marx, or class war in Marx, or a much vaguer and more metaphysical notion of the cunning of reason or of history in Hegel, which understands its goal much better than we do and plays tricks upon us. Hegel says, the spirit cheats us, the spirit intrigues, the spirit lies, the spirit triumphs. He almost conceives of it as a kind of huge, ironical, Aristophanic sort of force, which mocks the poor human beings who are trying to construct their little homes upon the slopes of what they regard as a green and flowery mountain, but which turns out to be the vast volcano of human history, which is about to erupt once again, ultimately perhaps for human good, ultimately in order to realize itself towards an ideal, but in the short run, destroying a large number of innocent persons and causing a very great deal of suffering and of damage. This also is a romantic idea, because once you get the notion that there is outside us something larger, something unseizable, something unattainable, you either have feelings towards it of love, as Fichte wanted, or of fear. And if you have feelings of fear, it becomes paranoid. And this paranoia then goes on accumulating in the 19th century. It accumulates to height in Schopenhauer. It dominates the works of Wagner. And it comes to an immense climax in all kinds of works in the 20th century, which are obsessed by the thought of the fact that somehow, no matter what we do, there is some canker, there's a worm in the bud somewhere. There is something which dooms us to perpetual frustration, whether it be human beings whom we must exterminate, or impersonal forces against which all effort is useless. Certainly, works by writers like Kafka, for example, are filled with this peculiar sense of undirected angst, of terror, of basic apprehension, which isn't fixated upon any identifiable object. And this is very true about the early Romantic works as well. If you read Tieck's stories, Der Blonde Eckbert, for example, terror pervades it. No doubt it's meant to be an allegory, but what always happens is that the hero begins by living happily, then something terrible happens. A golden bird appears before him, sings a song about Waldeinsamkeit, which is already a romantic concept about solitude in the woods of a half delightful and half terrifying sort. And then he kills the bird, and then various misfortunes follow, and he goes on killing, he goes on destroying, he gets enmeshed in a frightful net which some awful mysterious force has laid for him. He seeks to liberate himself from it. He murders more, he struggles, he fights, he goes under. This kind of nightmare is extremely typical of early German Romantic writing. And it comes from exactly the same source, which is this notion of the will as dominating life, not reason, not an order of things which can be studied and therefore controlled, but of some kind of will. So long as it is my will and a will directed towards ends which I myself manufacture, it is presumably benevolent. So long as it is the will of a benevolent deity or the will of a history which is guaranteed to bring me to a happy conclusion, as it is in all the optimistic writings of all the optimistic historical philosophers, that presumably is not too terrifying. But it may turn out that the end is much blacker and more terrifying and more unfathomable than I think. And so the Romantics tend on the whole to oscillate between extremes of mystical optimism and appalling pessimism. And this gives their writings a peculiar kind of uneven quality. The French Revolution was the next event, the next item which I mentioned. Here too something must be said. The French Revolution had an obvious effect upon the Germans because, of course, it led, as a result of the Napoleonic Wars, in particular, to a vast burst of wounded national feeling, which certainly fed the stream of Romanticism insofar as it was an assertion of the national will, come what may. But it is not this aspect of it that I wish to stress. The aspect I wish to stress is that although the French Revolution promised a perfect solution to human ills, in a sense it was, so to speak, founded, as I think I said in my first lecture, upon what might be called peaceful universalism. The doctrine was that of unimpeded progress. The classical perfection was to be its goal. Once we arrived at that, it would last forever upon some kind of adamantine foundations laid by human reason. Nevertheless, the French Revolution didn't go the way it was intended. That was clear to all. And because it didn't, what it attracted attention to was not at all reason, peace, universalism, harmony, which universal freedom, equality, liberty, fraternity, not these things which it was stimulated to satisfy. But, on the contrary, it attracted attention to violence, the appalling, unpredictable change in human affairs, the irrationality of mobs, the enormous power of individual heroes, great men, evil and good, who were able to dominate these mobs and alter the course of history in all kinds of ways. It's really the poetry of action and the poetry of battle and the poetry of death which the French Revolution, in a certain sense, stimulated in people's minds and imaginations, not merely in Germany, but everywhere. And therefore it had the exact opposite effect to that which it was intended to have. The thing which it particularly stimulated was the notion of a mysterious 9/10 of the iceberg about which we didn't know enough. You see, the question was naturally bound to be asked, why was the French Revolution a failure, in the sense that after it, it was fairly conspicuous that a large number of Frenchmen were not free, not equal, and not particularly fraternal. At any rate, a sufficiently large number to cause of the problem that we asked. Although some of them, no doubt, some of them had been improved, a lot of others had obviously deteriorated. And certainly the countries around them, although some persons had been liberated, other persons did not feel that this had been worthwhile. Well, the answer was, various answers were given. Those who believed in economics said that the political makers of the revolution ignored these facts. Those who believed in the monarchy, or those who believed in the church, said that the deepest instincts and the deepest faith of human nature had been flouted by atheistical materialism, which had naturally produced consequences of a dreadful kind, and this was perhaps simply the punishment of human nature or of God, in accordance with your particular philosophy, upon some kind of defiance of it. But what it led everybody to suspect was that not perhaps enough was known. The doctrines of the French philosophers, which were supposedly a blueprint for the alteration of society in any desired direction, had in fact proved inadequate. And that therefore, although the upper portion, as it were, of social and human life, that which was visible to economists, psychologists, moralists, writers, students, every kind of scholar and observer of the facts, those portions were merely the tip of some huge iceberg of which vast section was sunk beneath the ocean floor. And this bit was invisible. And this was the bit which, so to speak, had been taken for granted a little too blandly, and had therefore avenged itself by producing all kinds of exceedingly unexpected consequences. And the notion of unintended consequences, the notion of the fact that although you propose, it disposes. Although you alter, nevertheless it suddenly, so to speak, straightens itself and strikes you in the face. That you try and alter these things too much, nature, men, whatever it is, and then something called human nature, or the nature of society, or the dark forces, or the unconscious, or the forces of production, or the idea with a capital I, it doesn't matter what the name of this vast entity is, it then proceeds to strike you and strike you down. That ate itself into the imagination of a great many persons in Europe who would certainly not have described themselves as romantics, and fed the streams of all kinds of theodicies. The Marxist theodicy, the Hegelian theodicy, and a great many theodicies, Spengler's theodicy, Professor Toynbee's theodicy, and a great many other theological writings of our time. That, I think, is where it begins. And this fed the stream of paranoia also, in the sense that it again conjured up the notion of something stronger than us, some huge impersonal force, which could neither be investigated nor, as it were, deflected. And this, of course, did make the whole universe far more terrifying than it had been in the 18th century. As for the third of these factors, which I promised to mention, Wilhelm Meister by Goethe, that was simply a novel which the Romantics admired, not so much for its power of storytelling, but for two reasons. First of all, because it was an account of a self-formation by a man of genius. How a man can take himself in hand and by the free exercise of his noble and unrestrained will makes himself into something. This is presumably Goethe's creative autobiography as an artist. But more than that, they also liked the fact that there were very sharp transitions in this novel. From a piece of sober prose or some scientific description of, say, the temperature of water or the particular structure or particular kind of garden, Goethe suddenly goes off into ecstatic and poetical and lyrical accounts of one kind and another and bursts into poetry, and then as sharply and as quickly returns back to perfectly melodious but severe prose. Now these sharp transitions from poetry to prose, from ecstasy to scientific descriptions, appear to them to be a marvelous weapon for the purpose of blowing up an overset reality. This is how works of art should be written. They should be written not in accordance with rules, not to be copies of some kind of given nature, of some rerum natura, some kind of structure of things of which the work of art is an explanation, or in which the work of art is, worse still, a copy or a photograph. The business of a work of art is to liberate us, and it liberates us by, as it were, ignoring these superficial symmetries of nature, these superficial rules, and by sharp transitions from one mode into another, from poetry to prose, from theology to botany, and so forth, knocks down a great many of the conventional divisions by which we are hemmed in and cribbed and in some way imprisoned. I don't think that Goethe regarded this as at all a valid analysis of his work. He looked with a certain nervousness upon these romantics, whom he, and Schiller too, regarded as rather rootless bohemians, third-rate artists, which some of them certainly were, persons of rather wild and inconsequential life, whom nevertheless, because they admired him so much and worshipped him so well, he didn't wish altogether to despise or to ignore. And so a somewhat ambivalent relation occurred between them, in the course of which they admired him as the greatest of German geniuses, but despised his Philistine tastes, despised his kowtowing to the Grand Duke of Weimar, regarded him as having sold out in many ways, and having, so to speak, started as a bold and original genius, ended as a kind of silken courtier. On the other hand, he looked upon them as poor artists, covering up a certain lack of creative genius by a certain unnecessary wildness of expression, but at the same time, Germans, admirers, the only audience whom for a time he had, and therefore not to be neglected, not to be kicked away too recklessly. That was, roughly speaking, the relation between them, but it remained a very uncomfortable relation until the end of his life, and certainly Goethe himself never lent himself to romanticism. When towards the end of his life he said, "Romanticism is disease, classicism is health." That is his fundamental sermon. Even Faust, which the Romantics didn't particularly admire, even Faust, who goes through all kinds of romantic transformations, who certainly is tossed upon the wild waves. There are a great many passages in which it is clear that he is compared to a wild and rushing torrent leaping from rock to rock, constantly thirsting for new experiences provided by Mephistopheles. Faust, in the end, is a drama of reconciliation. In the end, the point about Faust, after having killed Gretchen, after having killed Philemon and Baucis, after having performed a good many crimes in both in part 1 and part 2, there is some kind of harmonious realization, the harmonious release and resolution of all these conflicts, although no doubt they have cost a great deal of blood and suffering. But blood and suffering were nothing to Goethe on the whole. That is to say, like Hegel, on the whole he supposed that the divine harmonies could only be made by sharp clashes, by violent disharmonies, which from a greater height would be perceived to be contributory factors to some enormous harmony. But that is certainly not romantic. That is, if anything, it's anti-romantic, because the general tendency of that is to say there is a solution, a hard, difficult solution, perhaps only to be perceived by the mystical eye, nevertheless a solution. And of course, in his novels, Goethe preached exactly what the Romantics detested. In Hermann and Dorothee, in Wahlverwandtschaften, the whole sermon is that if an emotional knot occurs, if there is some kind of fearful complication between, let us say, a married woman and her lover, on no account may the easy solution of divorce or the easy solution of the abandonment of wedlock be adopted, but on the contrary, resignation, suffering, bowing to the yoke of convention, preservation of the pillars of society. The sermon is essentially that of order, self-restraint, discipline, and the crushing of any kind of chaotic or anti-legal factors. This to the Romantics was absolute poison. There is nothing they disliked more than this. In their own private lives, they were, some of them, certainly somewhat disorderly. The Cenacle, the little group of Romantics who gathered in Jena, the two brothers Schlegel, for a time Fichte, Schleiermacher in Berlin, and Schelling, on the whole believed and preached in the most violent terms the beauties and the importance of total freedom, including that of free love. August Wilhelm Schlegel married a lady because she was about to have a child. She was a revolutionary German lady of considerable intellect, imprisoned for a time by the Germans in Mainz for having, I think, collaborated with the French revolutionaries, and then, with graceful feeling, yielded her up to Schelling. This was also earlier the case in the case of Schiller and Jean-Paul. No marriage actually occurred, and so on. But quite apart from their personal relationships, the great novel, which of course, in a sense, incorporated their view of life and which certainly shocked Goethe profoundly, was the novel Lucinda, which is not perhaps a work of great literary merit, but which Friedrich Schlegel published in the early 19th century, and which was a kind of Lady Chatterley of its time. It was a highly erotic novel, giving very violent descriptions indeed of various types of lovemaking, as well as containing sermons of a romantic kind about the necessity of freedom and self-expression. The heart of Lucinda, quite apart from the erotic side, is the description of what free relationship between human beings can be. In particular, analogies are constantly made with a little baby called Guillemette, who throws her legs in the air in a very free and unrestrained manner. And the hero exclaims and says, this is how one should live. Here is a little child, naked and unrestrained by convention. It wears no clothes, it bows to no authority, it believes in no conventional directors of its life. And above all, it is idle, it has no task to do. Idleness is the last spark that is left to us from the divine paradise from which humanity was once expelled. Freedom, the capacity for throwing one's legs in the air, to do anything one wishes, that is the last privilege that we have in this fearful world, this awful causal treadmill where nature presses upon us with such fearful savagery, and so on and so on. But the novel caused a very profound shock and was defended by the great Berlin preacher, Schleiermacher, in language not altogether unreminiscent of the ways in which various British clergymen defended Lady Chatterley's lover not very long ago. That is to say, just as Lady Chatterley's lover was represented as being so far from being anti-spiritual in character, as being in some sense moving in the same direction as, or almost as a prop of Christian orthodoxy, so Lucinda, which was a pornographic novel of the fourth order, was represented by the loyal Schleiermacher as being entirely spiritual in character. All its physical descriptions were described as allegorical, and everything in it was described simply as a great hymn and sermon to spiritual freedom of man, freed from the shackles of false convention. Well, I think later in life, Schleiermacher tended on the whole to retreat from this position, and on the whole probably does greater credit to his kindness and his loyalty and his generosity of heart than to his critical acumen. Be that as it may, the purpose of Lucinda was, of course, to break down conventions. Wherever you could break down conventions, you must do so. Perhaps the most interesting and acute case of the breaking down of conventions is to be found in the stories of the plays of Tieck, for example, and the stories of the famous storyteller E.T.A. Hoffmann. You see, the general proposition is, of the 18th and indeed of all previous centuries, as I tirelessly repeat, is that there is a nature of things. There is a rerum natura. There is a structure of things. For the Romantics, this was profoundly false. There was no structure of things because that would hem us in, that would suffocate us. There must be a field for action. The potential is more real than the actual. What is made is dead. Once you have constructed a work of art, abandon it. Because once it is constructed, it's there, it's done for, it's yesterday's calendar. Last year's calendar, I mean. What is made, what has been constructed, what has been, so to speak, already understood, must be abandoned. Glimpses, fragments, intimations, mystical illumination, that is the only way to seize reality. Because any attempt to circumscribe it, any attempt to give a coherent account, any attempt to be harmonious, to have a beginning and a middle and an end, is essentially a perversion and caricature of what is in its essence chaotic and shapeless, and a beating stream, a tremendous great stream of self-realizing will, the idea of imprisoning which is absurd and blasphemous. That, I think, is the real fervid center of Romantic faith. Hence, you get in Hoffmann stories about which there is a perfectly decent city councillor, a book collector, I think, who sits in a dressing gown in his room and is normally surrounded by old manuscripts. And outside his door, there is a brass knocker. And the brass knocker, however, at times turns into a hideous apple vendor. And sometimes she's an apple vendor and sometimes a brass knocker. The brass knocker sometimes winks like the apple vendor occasionally behaves like a brass knocker. As for her master, as for the respectable councillor, sometimes he sits in his chair, sometimes he gets into a bowl of punch and disappears into its steam and goes up in the air with the spirits, or as occasionally dissolves himself in this punch and gets drunk by other people and has peculiar adventures thereafter. Now, this, you see, which is ordinary sort of fantastic stories in Hoffmann, you see, of which he was very famous. Again, whenever you begin a story by him, you can never tell there is a cat in the room. The cat may be a cat, but it may, of course, also be a transformed human being. The cat can't quite tell. It tells you that it can't quite tell. And this casts a certain air of uncertainty about all the proceedings, which is perfectly deliberate. When Hoffmann was walking across the bridge in Berlin, he often felt as if he was encapsulated in a glass bottle. He wasn't sure whether the people he saw around him were human beings or dolls. This, I think, was a genuine piece of psychological delusion. He was, in some respects, psychologically not wholly normal. But at the same time, in his fiction, the primary motif always is the transformability of everything into everything. Tieck writes a play in which there is, I think, Puss in Boots, in which the king says to the prince who comes to see him, "You who come from so far away, how is it you speak our language so well?" To which the prince says, "Hush." And the king says, "Why do you say hush?" And the prince says, if we don't cease talking about the subject, the play cannot continue." And then some member of the audience may get up and say, "But this is a flouting of all possible rules of realism. It's intolerable that characters should discuss the play between them." In another play by Tieck, and this is very deliberate, in another play by Tieck, you have a man, Scaramouche, I think, is riding on a donkey, and suddenly there is a thunderstorm. And he says, "But there's nothing about this in the play. In my part, there's nothing about rain. I'm getting very wet." He rings the bell, and the mechanic comes in. He says to the mechanic, "Why is it raining?" He says, "The audience likes thunderstorms." To which Scaramouche says, in dignified historical plays, it can't rain. And the mechanic says, "Yes, it can," produces examples, and says, anyhow, he's been paid to do it. And then someone gets up in the audience and says, "You must cease this intolerable bickering. The play must have some degree of illusion. It's quite impossible for a play to go on and for characters in it to discuss its technique," and so on. Then there is, in the very same play, there is a play within the play, and within that play, another play. The audiences of all three plays talk to each other. And in particular, one person who stands somewhat outside the play discusses the relations of the various audiences to each other and so forth. Now, the purpose of all this, and after it has, of course, its analog in all kinds of other, in the 19th century, of course, it's predecessor of Pirandello, it's predecessor of Dadaism, it's predecessor of Surrealism, of the theatre of the absurd. That is where it all begins. And the point of it is, of course, is to try and confuse reality with appearance as far as possible, to in some way break down the barrier between illusion and reality, to break down the barrier between dreams and reality, between night and day, between the conscious and the unconscious, in order to produce this sense of the absolutely unbarred universe, of the wall-less universe, and of perpetual change, perpetual transformation, out of which someone with a powerful will can mold, if only temporarily, anything he pleases. That, I think, is the central doctrine of the Romantic movement, and naturally it has its political analog as well. When Romantic political authors begin to say, the state is not a machine, the state is not a gadget. If the state were a machine, people would have thought of something else, but they haven't. The state is either a natural growth or it is an emanation of some mysterious primal force which we cannot understand and which has some kind of theological authority. When Adam Müller says that Christ died not only for individuals, but for states, which is a very extreme statement of theological politics. When that is said, and then explains that the state is a mystical institution, which is profoundly rooted in the deepest possible and the least fathomable and the least intelligible aspects of human existence, which are essentially in perpetual movement, in perpetual crisscrossing movement, the attempt to reduce which to constitutions, to laws, is doomed to failure, because nothing written lives. No constitution, if it is written, can possibly survive, because writing is dead, and the constitution must be a living flame within the hearts of human beings who live together as one passionate, mystical family. When that kind of talk begins, you see that this particular doctrine begins to penetrate into regions for which it was perhaps not originally intended. And there, naturally, it begins to have very serious and very considerably serious consequences. The last point about which I wish to speak, and that very briefly, is the concept of romantic irony, which is exactly the same. Irony was an invention by Schlegel, and the idea of irony is that whenever you see honest citizens setting about their business, whenever you see a well-composed poem composed in accordance with the rules, whenever you see a peaceful institution which protects the lives and property of citizens, laugh at it, mock at it, be ironical, blow it up, point out that the opposite is equally true. The only weapon there is against death for him and against ossification and against any form of the stabilization and, so to speak, the freezing of the life stream is by what he calls irony with a capital I. It's an obscure concept, but the general notion of it is that corresponding to any proposition that anyone may utter, there must be at least three other propositions, each of which is contrary to it and each of which is equally true, all of which must be believed, particularly because they are contradictory. And they must be believed because they are contradictory, because that is the only way of escaping from the hideous logical straitjacket, which is what he's frightened of. Hideous straitjacket, whether in the form of physical causality, whether in the form of state-created laws, whether in the form of aesthetic rules about how to compose poems, whether in the form of rules of perspective or rules of historical painting or rules of other kinds of painting laid down by various mandarins in France in the 18th century, this must be escaped from. It cannot be escaped by simply denying them, because the denial will simply bring about another orthodoxy. It will simply bring about another set of rules contradictory of the original rules. Rules must be blown up as such. And so these two elements, the free, untrammeled will, and the denial of the fact that there is a nature of things, the attempt to blow up and explode, so to speak, the very notion of a stable structure of anything, these are the deepest and, in a sense, the most insane elements in this extremely valuable and important movement. In my final lecture, I shall talk about the relation of music to this, because music, of course, is the favorite art of all these people, for reasons which can be made plain, and then go on from there to discuss its effect in countries outside Germany, in France and in England, and finally upon such influence as it seems to me, and it seems to me very profound and an important one, which it has in the present day. During this last lecture of the series, I propose to say, however rash it may seem, what it is that the heart of Romanticism appears to me to be. I should like to go back again to a theme which I spoke of in the first and second lectures on this topic, namely the old tradition which is at the heart of all Western thought for at least 2,000 years and more before the middle of the 18th century. That particular attitude, those particular beliefs, which it appears to me Romanticism attacked and gravely damaged, namely the old proposition that virtue is knowledge, a proposition which was enunciated, I suppose, for the first time explicitly by Socrates in the pages of Plato, and which is common to him and to the Christian tradition. What kind of knowledge one may disagree about. There are battles between one philosopher and another, one religion and another, one scientist and another, between religion and science, between religion and art, between every kind of attitude and every kind of school of thought and every other. But the battle is invariably about what is that true knowledge of reality, the possession of which makes it possible for men to know what to do, how to fit in. The proposition that there is a nature of things such that if you know this nature and know yourself in relation to this nature, and if there is a divinity, if you know this divinity and understand the relationships between everything that composes the universe, then your goals as well as the facts about yourself must become clear to you, and you understand what it is that you should do if you are to fulfill yourself in the manner in which your nature cries out for. And for this it is necessary to know whether the knowledge is a knowledge of physics or psychology or theology or some intuitive kind of knowledge, individual or public, whether it is confined to experts or may be known by every man. About all these things disagreement may occur. But that there is such a knowledge, that is the foundation of the entire Western tradition, which, as I say, Romanticism attacked. This is the view of the jigsaw puzzle of which we must fit in the fragments. That is the view of the secret treasure which we must seek. The essence of this view is there is a body of facts to which we must submit. Science is submission. Science is being guided by the nature of things. Scrupulous regard for what there is. Non-deviation from the nature of things. Understanding, knowledge, adaptation. The opposite of this, which is, I think, what the Romantic movement proclaimed, may be summarized under two heads. One, which will be familiar to you from these lectures, is the notion of the indomitable will. Not knowledge of values, but that creation is what men do. You create values, you create goals, you create ends, and in the end, you create your own vision of the universe, exactly as artists create works of art. And before the artist has created the work of art, it doesn't exist. It isn't anywhere. There is no copying, there is no adaptation, there is no learning of the rules, there is no external track, so to speak. There is no structure which you must understand and adapt yourself to before you can proceed. The heart of the entire process is invention, creation, making out of literally nothing or out of any materials that may be to hand. And the most central aspect of this view is, of course, that your universe is as you choose to make it, to some degree at any rate. That is the philosophy of Fichte, that is to some extent the philosophy of Schelling, that is the insight, indeed, in our own day, even of such psychologists as Freud, who maintain that the universe of people possessed by one set of will illusions or possessed by another set of fantasies, it will be different from those possessed by another. The second proposition is that there is no, and it really is in some sense connected to the first, is that there is no structure of things. There is no pattern to which you must adapt yourself. There is only, if not the flow, the endless self-creativity of the universe. The universe must be conceived of not as a set of facts, not as a pattern of events, not as a collection of lumps in space, three-dimensional entities, bound together by certain unbreakable relations, as, for example, taught to us by, say, physics, chemistry, and other natural sciences. The universe is a process of perpetual forward self-thrusting, perpetual self-creation, which can either be conceived of as hostile to man, as, say, by Schopenhauer, or even to some extent by Nietzsche, which will overthrow all human efforts to check it, to organize it, to feel at home in it, to make oneself some kind of cozy pattern in which one can rest. Either that or friendly, because you can, by identifying yourself with it, by creating with it, by throwing yourself into this great process, indeed by discovering in yourself those very creative forces which you also discover outside, by identifying, on the one hand, spirit, on the other hand, matter, by seeing the whole thing as a vast self-organizing and self-creative process. By doing this, you will at last be free. Understanding is not the proper term to use, because understanding throughout presupposes the understander and the understood, the knower and the known, some kind of gap between the subject and the object. But here there is no object. There is only the subject, in some sense, thrusting itself forward. The subject may be the universe, the subject may be the individual, the subject may be the class, the nation, the church, whatever is identified as the truest reality, so to speak, of which the universe consists. But in any case, it is, as I say, a process of perpetual forward creation. And all schemas, all generalizations, all patterns put upon it are forms of distortion, are forms of breaking. When Wordsworth said that to dissect is to murder, this is approximately what he meant. And he was much the mildest of those who expressed this particular point of view. To ignore this, to evade it, to attempt to see these things as in some sense submissive to some kind of intellectualization, some sort of plan, that to attempt to draw up a set of rules or a set of laws or a formula and so forth is a form of self-indulgence and in the end, suicidal stupidity. That, at any rate, is the sermon of the Romantics. Wherever you try and understand anything by whatever powers you have, you will discover, as I tried to say last time, you will discover that what you are pursuing is inexhaustible, that you are trying to catch the uncatchable, that you are trying to apply a formula to something which evades your formula, because wherever you try and nail it down, new abysses open, and these abysses open to yet other abysses. The only persons who have ever made sense of reality are those who understand that to try and circumscribe these things, to try and nail them down, to try and describe them, no matter how scrupulously, is a vain task. And this will be true not only of science, which of course does this by means of the most rigorous generalizations to the Romantics, the most external and empty kind, but even those scrupulous writers, those scrupulous describers of experience, realists, naturalists, those who belong to the school of the flow of consciousness, Proust, Tolstoy, the most gifted diviners of every movement of the human spirit, even those, to the extent to which they commit themselves to some kind of objective description, whether by external inspection or the most subtle introspection, the most subtle insight into the inner movements of the spirit, so long as they labor under the illusion that it is possible once and for all to write down, to describe, to give any finality to the process which they are trying to catch, which they are trying to nail down, so long as this goes on, unreality will result, fantasy will result. Some attempt always to cage the uncageable, so to speak. Some attempt always to pursue some kind of truth where there is no truth, to try and stop the unceasing flow, to catch movement by means of rest, to catch time by means of space, to catch light by means of darkness. That is the Romantic sermon. And when they ask themselves, how then one could begin to understand reality in some sense of the word understanding, how one might obtain some kind of insight into this without positively distinguishing oneself on the one hand as a subject and distinguishing it as an object without in the process killing it. The answer which they sought to give, at least some of them, was that the only way of doing this was by means of myths, by means of these symbols of which I tried to speak last time, because myths embody within themselves something inarticulable, and also somehow manage to encapsulate the dark, the irrational, the inexpressible, that which in some way conveys the deep darkness of this whole process by images which themselves carry you to further images and which themselves point in some infinite direction. That is, at any rate, what the Germans, who I think are responsible for this whole outlook in the end, preached. The Greeks, for them, understood life because Apollo and Dionysus were symbols, they were myths, who at one and the same time conveyed certain properties, and yet if you ask yourself what it is that Apollo stands for, what it is that Dionysus wants, the attempt to spell this out in a finite number of words, or even paint a finite number of pictures, was plainly an absurdity. And therefore, in some sense, myths are at one and the same time images which the mind can contemplate in relative tranquility, and yet also something which is everlasting, follows each generation, transforms itself with the transformation of men, and is in some sense an inexhaustible supply of the relevant images which are at once static and eternal. But these images, the Greek images, are dead for us, for we are not Greeks. That much Herder taught them. The notion of returning to Dionysus or returning to Odin is absurd. Therefore we must have modern myths. And since there are no modern myths, because science has killed them, or at any rate has made the atmosphere unpropitious to them, we must create them. And so there is a conscious process of myth-making. And we get, in the early 19th century, all this conscientious and painful effort to construct myths, perhaps not so painful, perhaps some of it could be described as spontaneous, the effort to construct myths which shall serve us in the way in which the old myths served the Greeks. The roots of life are lost in darkness, said Wilhelm Schlegel. The magic of life rests on insoluble mystery, and this is what the myths must somehow incorporate. The romantic art, said his brother Friedrich, is a perpetual becoming without ever attaining of perfection. Nothing can plumb its depths. It alone is infinite, alone free. Its first law is the will of the Creator, the will of the Creator that knows no law. All art is an attempt to evoke by symbols the inexpressible vision of the unceasing activity which is life. This is what I have attempted to convey. Now, that is how Hamlet, for example, becomes a myth. That is how Don Quixote becomes a myth. That is how Faust becomes a myth. What Shakespeare would have said about the extraordinary literature which was accumulated around Hamlet, what Cervantes would have said about the extraordinary adventures which Don Quixote has had from the early 19th century onwards, I don't know. But at any rate, these things were converted into rich sources of mythology, and if their inventors knew nothing about it, so much the better. The assumption was the author cannot know what dark depths he plumbs. Mozart cannot tell what genius it is that inspires him. Indeed, so far as he can tell, his genius probably to that extent dries up. And that, I think, if you wish for a very vivid illustration of the myth-making capacity of the early 19th century, which is really the heart of the Romantic movement, the attempt to break reality into fragments, to get away from the structure of things, to say the unsayable and so on, the history of the opera Don Giovanni, of Mozart's Don Giovanni, is quite an apt illustration. As everyone who has heard it knows, the opera ends, or almost ends, with the destruction of Don Giovanni by the infernal forces. After he fails to reform, after he fails to repent, thunder is heard and he is swallowed up by the forces of hell. At the end of which, after he has been swallowed up and the smoke on the stage is cleared, there is a sextet on the part of the remaining characters in the drama, who then sing a very pretty little sextet about how splendid it is that Don Giovanni has been destroyed while they are alive and happy and propose to seek a perfectly peaceful and contented and ordinary life, each in his own fashion. Mazzetto is going to marry Zerlina, Elvira will go back to her convent, Leporello will find a new master, Ottavio will marry Don Anna, and so on. In the 19th century, this perfectly harmless sextet, was one of the most charming of Mozart's pieces, was regarded by the public as blasphemous, and was therefore never performed. It was first reintroduced into the European repertory, so far as I know, by Mahler towards the end of the 19th or beginning of the 20th century, and is now regularly played. The reason is this. Here is this vast and dominating, sinister, symbolic figure, Don Giovanni, who stands, we know not for what, but certainly for something inexpressible. He stands perhaps for art as against life. He stands perhaps for some principle of inexhaustible evil against some kind of Philistine good. He stands for power, he stands for magic, he stands for some kind of infernal forces of a superhuman kind. And the opera ends with an enormous climax in which one infernal force is swallowed by another, and this vast melodrama rises to a volcanic climax which is meant to cow the audience and show them amidst what and unstable, what a terrifying world they live. And then suddenly this Philistine little piece, this sextet which follows, in which the characters simply peacefully sing about the fact that a rake has been punished and good men will continue their life, their ordinary, perfectly peaceful lives thereafter. This was regarded as inartistic, shallow, pathetic and disgusting, and therefore eliminated. Now, this elevation of Don Giovanni into a vast myth which dominates over us, which must somehow be interpreted in a way to convey some kind of the profoundest and the most inexpressible aspects of the terrifying nature of reality, was certainly very far from the thoughts of the librettist, and probably very far from the thoughts of Mozart. The librettist, Lorenzo da Ponte, who started life as a converted Jew in Venice and ended it, I think, as a music teacher in Philadelphia, was certainly very remote from any thought of placing upon the stage one of the vast symbols of spiritual existence on earth. But in the 19th century, this was the attitude taken towards Don Giovanni, and he continued to haunt the minds of the 19th century. He haunted Kierkegaard's mind to a very profound degree. And he haunted the minds of the 19th century, and indeed does so to the present, until the present day. This is a very, very typical example of the total reversal of values, of the complete transformation of something which started off by being dry, classical, symmetrical, and in every respect in accord with the conventions of the age, into something which bursts its frame and suddenly begins to spread its wings in the most unaccustomed and fearful fashion. This particular view of, so to speak, of great images dominating mankind, of dark forces, the unconscious, and the importance of the inexpressible, and the necessity of discounting it and allowing for it, spreads into every sphere of human activity. It's by no means confined to art. It certainly enters into other spheres. It enters, for example, into politics. First, in a mild way, in Burke's great images of the society, great society of the dead and the living, and those not yet born, bound together by myriad unanalyzable strands to which we are loyal, so that every attempt to try and rationally analyze it, say as a social contract, or say as some kind of utilitarian arrangement for the purpose of living a happier life, or preventing collisions with human beings, every such attempt is shallow and betrays the inner, the inexpressible spirit which dominates any human association, which carries it forward, loyalty to which, spiritual immersion in which, is at the very heart of true, genuine, deep, devoted human life. Then, Müller, who was a German disciple of Burke, it really reaches its most eloquent form. Let me read it to you. Science, says Müller, can only reproduce a lifeless state. By state he means a political state. Death cannot represent life. Nor can stagnation, that is the social contract, the liberal state, is what he means. The English state in particular. Nor stagnation, movement. Science, utilitarianism, the use of machinery, that does not convey the state. That conveys a mere factory, an insurance company, a mercantile society, not the intimate association of every physical and spiritual need, of the whole of the physical and spiritual wealth, of the totality of the internal and external life of a people into a great, energetic, infinitely active and living whole. These mystical words then become the heart and center of the whole organic theory of political life and of loyalty to the state, and of the state as a spiritual organization, which in a sense is symbolic of the spiritual powers of divine mystery, which is very nearly what the state among the romantics, at least the extreme romantics, undoubtedly becomes. It enters the sphere of law. In the German school of historical jurisprudence, the notion that true law is not that which a given person, say a king or say an assembly, happens to pass, which is simply an empirical event, guided perhaps by utilitarian or other contemptible considerations. It isn't that, nor is it something eternal, those laws of nature, those divine laws which any rational soul can discover for itself, as taught, say, by the Roman Church, or as taught, say, by the Stoics, or as taught, say, by the 18th century French philosophers. They may have disagreed about what these laws were or how to discover them, but they all agreed that there were certain eternal, immutable principles along which human life had to be founded, adherence to which made men moral, made men just, and made men good. This is denied. Law is the product of the beating force within the nation, of dark traditional forces, of its organic sap which flows through its body like a tree, of something which we cannot identify and cannot analyze, but which everyone who is true to his country feels coursing through his veins. Therefore, law is a traditional growth. Law is something which is partly circumstances, but partly the inner soul of the nation, now beginning to be conceived as almost individual, that which between them they in some sense generate. And therefore, true law is traditional law. Every nation has its own law, every nation has its own shape, and this shape goes far into the misty past, and its roots are somewhere in the darkness, and unless its roots are in the darkness, it is too easily overthrown. De Maistre, who was a reactionary French Catholic philosopher, who I think only half believed in this organic view of life, inasmuch as theoretically at least he had to do, he was an adherent of Thomism. De Maistre says anything which man can make, man can mar. Anything which man can create, man can destroy. Therefore, the only thing which is eternal is this mysterious, frightening process which goes on far below the level of consciousness. This is what creates traditions. This is what creates states, nations, constitutions. Anything written, anything articulated, anything arrived at by sensible men in a cool hour is a thin, superficial thing likely to collapse when other equally sane and equally superficial and equally reasonable men refute it. And this, therefore, has no true basis in reality. This is also true of historical theory, certainly, on the part of the great German historical school, which again tries to trace historical evolution out of unconscious dark factors interweaving with each other in all kinds of inexplicable ways. There is even such a thing as romantic economics, in the form, for example, of the economics of men like Fichte and of Liszt, particularly in Germany, who believed in the necessity of, say, creating an isolated state, the geschlossene Handelsstaat, an isolated state in which the true spiritual force of the nation can exercise itself without being buffeted by other nations. That is to say, where the purpose of the economics, the purpose of money, the purpose of trade is towards the spiritual self-perfection of man and does not obey so-called unbreakable laws of economics, which even people like Burke believed. Burke believed, said indeed, that the laws of commerce are the laws of nature and therefore the laws of God, and deduced from this that nothing can be done about passing any radical reform, and the poor would have to starve. This is approximately the consequence of this. This was, as you know, one of the consequences which led the laissez-faire school of economics into a certain amount of justified disrepute. The romantic economics is the precise opposite of this. All economic institutions must be bent towards some kind of ideal of living together in a spiritually progressive manner. And above all, you mustn't make the mistake of supposing that there are external laws, that there are some kind of objective given laws of economics which in some way are beyond human control. This is a typical return to the rerum natura. This means once again you believe in the structure of things which can be studied, which sits still while you look at it and describe it, and this is false. Any such assumption that there are objective laws is simply a human fantasy, a human invention, an attempt on the part of human beings to justify their conduct, and particularly their disreputable conduct, by calling into being, by placing the responsibility upon the shoulders of imaginary external laws, such as the laws of supply and demand, or any other kind of external laws, this law of politics, that law of economics, which is alleged to be unalterable and which therefore in some way not only explains but justifies the poverty, squalor, and other unattractive social phenomena. The romantics in this respect could be either progressive or reactionary. In what might be called revolutionary states, radical states, created after the French Revolution, they were reactionary, they called back for some kind of medieval darkness. In reactionary states, say Prussia, after 1812, they became progressive inasmuch as they regarded this artificial creation of the King of Prussia as a suffocating artificial mechanism which stifled the natural organic thrust of the life of the human beings imprisoned by it. So it could take either form. That is why we get revolutionary romantics and reactionary romantics. That is why it's impossible to pin romanticism down to any given political view, however often this has been tried. This, I think, is the fundamental, those are the fundamental bases of romanticism. Will and the emptiness, so to speak, of outer space, the fact that there is no structure to things, that you can really mold these things as you will, they only come into being as a result of your molding activity. And therefore, opposition to any view which tried to represent reality as having some kind of form which could be studied, written down, learnt, communicated to others, and in other respects treated in a scientific manner. There is no province in which I think this particular attitude is more evident than the field of music, about which I have not yet spoken. It's interesting and indeed even amusing to watch the development of attitudes towards music from the beginning of the 18th to, roughly speaking, the middle of the 19th century. In the 18th century, particularly in France, music is regarded as on the whole a fairly inferior art. Vocal music has its place because it heightens the importance of the words. Religious music has its place because it contributes to the mood which religion is meant to induce. But it is clear, for example, D'Ursay, towards the end of the 17th century, says that it is obvious that the visual art is far more sensitive to the spiritual life of man than, for example, the ear. Fontenelle, who was the most civilized man of his time, and indeed of most times, said when instrumental music first began to invade France, and sonatas began to appear, as against the kind of vocal religious music or operatic music to which he was used, which had a plot, which had explanation, which had some kind of extra musical importance. When sonatas appeared, he said, "Sonate, que me veux-tu?" Sonata, what do you want of me? And condemned instrumental music as a meaningless pattern of sounds, not really suitable for delicate or civilized ears. Perhaps this is a fairly common attitude in France, certainly in the middle of the 18th century. It comes out with particular vividness in the verses addressed by the essayist and dramatist Marmontel in the 70s to the composer Gluck, who at this period conquered the Paris stage. Gluck, as everyone knows, reformed music by placing music above the words and by forcing the words, so to speak, into some conformity with the true emotion and drama which he wished to convey by means of the music. The great musical reform of no longer using music as a mere accompaniment to the meaning of the actual dramatic words. This outraged Marmontel, who supposed drama and who supposed all art to have some kind of mimetic quality, that is to say, imitation of life. Imitation of the ideals of life, imitation of imaginary beings, ideal beings, not necessarily real beings, but still some kind of imitation, some kind of relationship to actual events, actual persons, actual emotions, something which was there in reality, which was the business of the artist, if necessary to idealize, but at any rate to represent as it truly is. And music, which had no meaning by itself, which was simply a succession of sounds, was clearly non-mimetic. Everybody saw that. Words had something to do with the words spoken in ordinary life. Paints had something to do with colors perceived in nature. But sounds were very dissimilar to the sounds heard in rustling forests or to bird song. The kind of sounds which musicians used were clearly much remoter from any kind of ordinary human experience than were the materials used by other artists. Hence, he attacked Gluck in the following words. Let me give you the English version first, then I shall read the French. He has arrived, this mountebank from Bohemia. He has arrived preceded by his reputation. Upon the ruins of a superb poem, he makes Achilles and Agamemnon howl. He makes Queen Clytemnestra scream. He makes the indefatigable orchestra snore. Il arriva, ce jongleur de Bohème. Il arriva précédé de son nom. Sous le débris d'un superbe poème, il fit beugler Achille Agamemnon. Il fit hurler la reine Clytemnestre. Il fit ronfler l'infatigable orchestre. This was a very typical attack of its time, that being by no means uncharacteristic. This is approximately the attitude of those who didn't wish to give up association with nature or the idea of imitation to this peculiar notion of mere expression of the inner soul. This is true about Fontaine, writing in 1785. For him, the only purpose of music is to evoke certain emotions. Unless it evokes some kind of emotions which are already there, unless it is reminiscent of something, unless it is in some sense associated with experience of some kind, it has no value. Certainly sound as such express nothing and need never be employed in this particular way. Madame de Stael, very typically, already in the beginning of the 19th century, speaking about music of which she alleged herself to be extremely fond, said something of this sort. The value of music lies in the following. What man, she says, exhausted by a life of passion, can listen with indifference to the tunes of his tranquil youth? What woman whose beauty time has at last ravaged can hear without emotion the song that her lover once sang? Well, no doubt this is true, but this is a very different type of approach to music from that which was already being expressed by the Romantic Germans of this particular period. Even Stendhal, who liked Rossini with an almost physical passion, says about the music of Beethoven that he detests these combinations, he detests the combinations of this learned and almost mathematical harmony. Rather, the sort of thing which people nowadays might be inclined to say about, say, Schoenberg. This is very different from Wackenroder, who wrote in 1795, music shows us all the movements of our spirit disembodied. Or of Schopenhauer, who says, the musician reveals to us the intimate essence of the world. He is the interpreter of the profoundest wisdom, speaking a language which reason cannot understand. Neither reason nor indeed anything else, they speak. That was Schopenhauer's point. Because, in some sense, this music was the expression of the naked will of that internal energy which moves the world, of that inexpressible inner drive or will which in fact is the essence for him of reality, and which all other arts to some extent try to tame, order, arrange, organize, and to that extent cut into, distort and kill. And this, of course, is also the view of Tieck and of Schlegel and of all the Romantics, who indeed some know very fond of music. And there are essays by Hoffmann, not only remarkable essays on Beethoven, remarkable essays on Mozart, but also remarkable essays on the actual significance and cosmic, metaphysical significance, let us say, of the tonic and the fifth, which are described as vast giants in glittering arms. He also has a little essay on the true significance of, for example, the chord of A-flat minor, which is a very unlikely thing at that period to have been written about by any member of any other European nation. This, then, is, so to speak, the attitude towards music, which is abstract, detached from life, direct expression, non-mimetic, non-imitative, and at the furthest possible end to any kind of objective description of anything. Nevertheless, of course, they didn't think that the arts ought to be unbridled, that one should simply sing whatever comes to one's head, paint whatever the mood charges one to paint, or give absolutely completely undisciplined expression to the emotions. They've been charged with this by Professor Irving Babbitt and others, but mistakenly. Schlegel says very clearly, Novalis, says very clearly, when storms rage in a poet's breast and he is bewildered and confused, gibberish results. A poet must not wander idly all day in search of feelings and images. He must have these feelings and images. Certainly, he must plainly allow these storms to rage, for how indeed can he avoid it? But then he must discipline it, then he must find the proper medium for that expression. Schubert said that the mark of a great composer is to be caught in a vast battle of inspiration in which the forces rage in the most uncontrolled way, and then to keep one's head in the course of the storm and direct the troops. This is quite clearly a far more genuine expression of what artists do than the remarks of the more unbridled romantics, who I think were unaware of the nature of art inasmuch as they were not artists themselves. Who were these persons who so celebrated the will, who so hated the fixed nature of reality, and who believed in these storms and these untamable, these unbridgeable abysses, and these unorganizable streams. It's very difficult to give any sociological explanation, although it ought to be done, for the rise of the Romantic movement. The only explanation that I've ever been able to discover is by looking at who these persons were, particularly in Germany. And the truth, of course, is that they were a remarkably unworldly body of men. They were poor, they were timid, they were bookish, they were very awkward in society. They were easily snubbed. They had to serve as tutors to great men. They were constantly full of insult and oppression. It's clear that in some sense they were confined and contracted in their universe. They were like Diderot's description of the bent twig, which almost always jumped back and hit its bender, so to speak. And that is, I think, what is on the whole true of these Germans. There was something perhaps about Prussia, where most of them came from, about this excessively paternalistic state of Frederick the Great, about the fact that he was a mercantilist and therefore increased the wealth of Prussia, increased her army, made her most powerful and rich of all the German states, but at the same time pauperized her peasants and did not allow sufficient opportunity to most of her citizens. It is true, too, that these men, most of them children of clergymen and of civil servants and the like, received education which made of them, gave them certain intellectual and emotional ambitions, which, in view of the fact that too many jobs were perhaps held by persons of good birth in Prussia, where social distinctions were preserved in the most rigorous manner, because they weren't able to obtain full expression of their ambitions, did perhaps become somewhat frustrated and began to breed fantasies of every possible kind. There is something in that. At any rate, it seems to me to be a more reasonable explanation that this should have been the case, that men of a humiliated kind, excited perhaps by the French Revolution and by the general overturn of events, should have given rise to this, than the theory of Monsieur Hautecoeur, who thinks that the movement really began in France among ladies and is really due to the effect upon the nerves of the consumption of too much tea and coffee, of corsets which were too tight, of cosmetics which were poisonous, and of other means of self-beautification which had physically deleterious results. This doesn't appear to me on the whole a theory which is worth pursuing very much further. At any rate, the movement rose in Germany. It arose in Germany, and there it found its truest home. But it travelled. It travelled certainly beyond the confines of Germany. It travelled to every country where there was some kind of social discontent and dissatisfaction, particularly to countries oppressed by small elites of brutal or oppressive or inefficient men, particularly in Eastern Europe, and it found its home, perhaps it found its most passionate expression of all countries, England, where Byron certainly was the leader of the entire Romantic movement, in the sense that Byronism became almost synonymous with Romanticism in the early 19th century. Where Byron, so to speak, how Byron became a Romantic is too long a story, which I don't think I can even attempt to tell, even if I knew it. But there is no doubt that he is a person perhaps best described by Chateaubriand, who said, "The ancients scarcely knew the secret anxiety, the bitterness of strangled passions, all fermenting uselessly. A large political life, games in the gymnasium or on the field of Mars, the business of the forum, public business filled their time and left no place for the appalling and destructive ennui of the heart." That, I think, is certainly Byron's condition, and I think Chateaubriand, who was only perhaps half a romantic, only a romantic in the sense that he was subjective and introspective and tried to make a kind of vague myth out of Christian values to replace the no longer available myths of the ancient world in the Middle Ages, which Chateaubriand seems to me to have described accurately. Chateaubriand is half respectful and half ironical towards this movement. Perhaps the best expression of it was given by a little French jingle, which I shall now read to you, written by an anonymous poet at the beginning of the 19th century. L'obéissance est douce aux vils cœurs du classique. Ils ont toujours quelqu'un pour modèle et pour loi.
Un artiste ne doit écouter que son moi, et l'orgueil seul emplit les âmes romantiques. Obedience is sweet to the vile heart of the classic. They always have someone as a model or as a law. An artist must only listen to his own self, and pride alone fills romantic hearts. This is certainly the position of Byron in the emotional and indeed political world of the 19th century. Byron's chief emphasis is upon the indomitable will. And the whole philosophy of voluntarism, the whole philosophy of the fact that there is a world which must be subdued and subjugated by superior persons, really takes its rise from him. The French romantics, from Hugo onwards, are really, in a certain sense, disciples of Byron. Byron and Goethe are the great names. But Goethe was a very ambiguous romantic. And although in Faust he created somebody who keeps saying, forward, forward, never stop, never cease, never ask the moment to wait. Over murder, over crime, over every conceivable obstacle, the romantic spirit must forge its way. Although Goethe said that, his later works and his life belied it. Byron acted his beliefs in the most convincing fashion. Let me read you typical lines of Byron which really entered into European consciousness and in a certain sense infected the entire romantic movement. Apart he stalked in joyless reverie, with pleasure drugged he almost longed for woe, and e'en for change of scene, and e'en the shades by which he means death. There was in him a vital scorn of all. He stood a stranger in this breathing world. This is the typical note of the outcast, the exile, the superman, the man who cannot put up with the existing world because his soul is too large to contain it, because he has ideals which in some sense presuppose the necessity of perpetual, fervent movement forward, which is constantly confined by the stupidity, the unimaginativeness, and the flatness of the existing world. Therefore, the career, the lives of Byronic figures begin in scorn, pass into vice, from there to crime, to terror, and to despair. That is the ordinary career of all these Jaurs and Laras and Cains who fill his poetry. So much he soared beyond or sunk beneath the men with whom he felt condemned to breathe. My spirit walked not with the souls of men, this is Manfred, nor looked upon the earth with human eyes. The thirst of their ambition was not mine, the aim of their existence was not mine. My joys, my griefs, my passions, and my powers made me a stranger. Now, the whole of the Byronic syndrome, so to speak, consists in adhesion to these two propositions, or rather two values, which I tried to expound. One of which is the will, and the other of which is the absence of a structure of the world to which one must, in some sense, make one adjust oneself. And from Byron it passes to others. From Byron it passes to Lamartine, to Victor Hugo, to the French romantics, to Nodier, to the French romantics in general. From them it goes further to Schopenhauer, who sees man as being tossed in a kind of frail bark upon a vast ocean of the will, which has no purpose, which has no end, which has no direction, which man can only resist at his own peril, but with which man can come to terms only if he somehow manages to rid himself of this unnecessary desire to order, unnecessary desire to tidy himself up, unnecessary desire to create a cozy home for himself in this wild and even unpredictable element. That is the only way in which he can do it. From Schopenhauer it goes to Wagner, whose whole sermon in The Ring, for example, is the appalling nature of unsatisfiable desire, which must lead to the most fearful suffering and ultimately to the immolation in the most violent fashion of all those who are possessed by a desire which they can at one and the same time neither avoid nor satisfy, and the result of which must be some kind of ultimate extinction. The waters of the Rhine rise and cover this violent, this chaotic, this unstoppable, this incurable disease by which all mortals are affected. That, I think, is the heart of the romantic movement in Europe. Now, let me go back now and consider, so to speak, again, what the position is with regard to that long catalogue which I attempted to read during the first of these lectures, in the course of which I tried to show that Romanticism appeared on the surface to say everything and its opposite. It appears to me that if I am right at all, then perhaps it is possible to maintain that these two principles, the necessity of the will and the absence of a structure of things, may satisfy most of these criteria, and that the contradictions which appeared so stringent then are not perhaps quite so violent as they may seem to appear. Begin with, if you begin, for example, with the notion of the fact that, about which Professor Lovejoy complains so bitterly. How can it be that the word Romanticism stands at one and the same time for two such contradictory things as, on the one hand, noble savages, primitivism, the simple life, rosy-cheeked peasants, away from the frightful sophistication of the cities and towards smiling prairies of then the United States, or some other simple form of life in some existent or non-existent part of the globe. On the one hand that, and on the other hand, blue wigs, green hair, upstart, and Jardin de Nerval pulling his lobster along the streets of Paris in order to attract some degree of attention to himself, which indeed he succeeded in doing. If you ask what is common to these two, and Professor Lovejoy quite naturally expresses certain surprise that the same word should be comfortably used for both, what is common to them both is that they both wish to break up the nature of the given. In the 18th century, you have a sophisticated form of life. You have an extreme order of sophistication. You have forms, you have rules, you have laws, you have etiquette. You have an extremely tight and well-organized form of life, whether in the arts or in politics or in any other sphere. Anything which destroys this, anything which blows it up is welcome. And therefore, whether you go to the Isle of the Blessed, whether you go to the noble Indians, whether you go to the simple, uncorrupted heart of the simple man as sung by Rousseau, on the one hand, or whether you go to green wigs and blue waistcoats and men of wild distempers and of people with the most extreme sophistication and savage bohemianism of life, whichever of these you go to, at any rate, both these are methods of blowing up the given, of shattering that which is given, just as in Hoffmann, the fact that brass knockers become old women, or old women become city councillors, or city councillors become bowls of punch, is not simply meant to titillate your feelings, not simply meant to be a such slightly fantastic kind of story which gives pleasure and is immediately forgotten. Just as even in Gogol's famous story, The Nose, the fact that a nose detaches itself from the face of a minor civil servant and then has romantic adventures of a very violent kind in a top hat and a great coat, is not merely meant to be a rather peculiar story, but is somehow meant to be an invasion of an attack upon the hideous nature of the unalterable given. The fact that you wish to show that underneath this smooth surface there are frightful, inexpressible forces boiling, and that, so to speak, nothing can be taken for granted, and that a profound view of life essentially entails the breaking of this mirror-like surface. So, in the case of Romanticism, whichever way you turn, whether it is towards extreme sophistication or some unheard-of simplicity, the result will be the same. Of course, if you think that you actually can become a noble savage, if you think that you actually can transform yourself into a simple native of some unsophisticated country living a very primitive life, then the magic is gone. But none of them did. The whole point of the romantic vision of the noble savage was that he was unattainable. If he was attainable, he was useless. That is certainly true, because then he becomes this awful given, this frightful rule of life which is just as confining, just as disciplining, just as detestable as that which it replaces. And therefore, the unfindable, the unattainable, the infinite, and so forth, these are the heart of the matter. Similarly, for example, if you ask what is common to the enchanters and the phantoms and the griffins and the motes and the rattling and the ghosts and the gibbering bats which surround medieval castles, and the ghosts of bloody hands, and the fearful dark voices which reach you from all kinds of mysterious and terrifying ravines and so forth. What is the common to these and, let us say, the great spectacle of the peaceful organic Middle Ages with its tournaments, its heralds and its priests and its royal personages and its aristocracy, quiet, dignified, unalterable, and essentially at peace with itself? If you say what is common to both these, and both these are of course stock in trade, the Romantic writers, the answer is both these things, if placed alongside the daily reality of a beginning of an early industrial civilization in Lyon or in Birmingham, in some sense compromise it. That is to say, even Scott, let us take the extraordinary case of Scott. Here is a writer commonly accounted as romantic. In a sense, you may ask, as indeed a number of puzzled Marxist critics do ask, why is Scott a romantic writer? Scott is simply an extremely imaginative and scrupulous writer who managed to describe with considerable fidelity, in a way to affect all kinds of historians, the life of ages preceding his own, say 17th century Scotland, say 13th century England, say 15th century France, and so forth. Why is this romantic? Well, by itself it wouldn't be. Naturally, if you are simply a very faithful and scrupulous medieval historian simply describing the exact customs of your ancestors, you are simply being a historian in the best classical tradition. And you are simply telling the truth as well as you are able, and this is in no sense a romantic, but on the contrary, a highly reputable academic activity. But Scott was a romantic writer. Why was this? Simply because he liked these forms of life. That is not quite enough. The point is that by painting these very attractive and delightful and hypnotic pictures of these ages, he placed alongside our values, by which I mean the values of 1810, the values of 1820, the values of his own contemporary Scotland or his own contemporary England or France, which were what they were, which were the values of the early 19th century. By the side of these values, whatever they may have been, Protestant, unromantic, industrial, at any rate not medieval, by the side of these he placed another set of values, equally good if not better, in competition with these. And this, in some sense, shattered the monopoly, shattered the possibility of the fact that every age is as good as it can be, and is indeed advancing to an even better one. If you ask the difference between Macaulay and Scott, you will see it precisely in this. But Macaulay really does believe in progress. He believes everything fits into its own place, and the 17th century was less fortunate than the 18th, and the 18th much less luckier than the 19th. Everything is all right where it is. Everything can be explained in terms of its own causal forces, and we are progressing. Everything fits, everything advances at a certain cost, it may be, but at the same time, if it were not for human stupidity, human idleness, human perversity, and other dark forces, vested interests and the like, we should be progressing much faster. This he had in common, to some degree, with James Mill and the utilitarians. He believed in Bacon, he did not believe in mystical religion, that is plain. Now, that is a picture whereby you say there is a reality, it has a certain nature, we study it, we are scientific, we know more now than we used to know before. They didn't know how to become happy, we know it better. We don't know it perfectly, but we know it better. And our descendants will know it better still. Whether we ever get to the goal of a perfect society, stable, unalterable, with all possible and actual human wishes totally satisfied in a harmonious manner, nobody can tell, but it is not an absurd ideal. This is the jigsaw puzzle solved. If Scott is right, this cannot be true. This is like Herder again. If there are values in the past which are more valuable than those of the present, or at least in competition with them, if there is a magnificent civilization somewhere there in 13th century Britain, or in some remote part of the world, whether in space or in time, which is as attractive, if not more so, than the drab civilization in which we are living, but nevertheless, and that is the important thing, irreproducible. You cannot get to it. It can't be rebuilt. It must remain a dream. It must remain a fantasy. It must remain an object of disappointment if you seek it. If that is so, then nothing will satisfy you. Because two ideals have come into collision, and it is impossible to solve the collision. It's impossible to obtain a state of affairs which will contain the best of all these cultures, because they are not compatible. And therefore the notion of incompatibility, of plurality of ideals, each of which has its own validity, becomes part of the great battering ram which Romanticism employs against the notion of order, against the notion of progress, against the notion of perfection, classical ideals, the structure of things, and so forth. That is why Scott, surprisingly enough, is correctly called a romantic writer. No universal pattern, no great style, la ligne vraie of which Diderot spoke, the real line, the underground tradition to which Mr. T.S. Eliot wished to penetrate. These are the things which are denied and denounced by the entire Romantic movement from the beginning to the end as a fearful delusion, only likely to lead to stupidity and shallowness on the part of those who pursue it. This is nature methodized. This is Pope's nature methodized. This is Aristotle. This is what the Romantics most bitterly detested. And therefore, one must break up this order. One must break it up by going to the past, or by going within oneself and out of the external world, or one must go and seek to be one with some kind of great spiritual drive, which one will never completely identify oneself with, or one must somehow idealize some myth which will never quite come to pass, a Nordic myth, or a southern myth, or a Celtic myth, or some other myth, it doesn't matter which, class, or nation, or church, or whatever it may be, which will constantly drive you forward and which will never be fulfilled, and the essence and value of which is that it is strictly unfulfillable, so that if it were fulfilled, it would be worthless. That, I think, is the heart and essence of the Romantic movement, so far as I can see. Will and the, so to speak, life as not as a man, as an activity, as something which cannot be described because it is perpetually creating. You mustn't even say itself, for there is no self. There is only movement. That, I think, is the heart of the Romantic movement. Now, something perhaps ought to be said about its consequences. About its consequences almost in the present day. And it has certainly had them. It has had them to a very vast degree, but of course it was met by certain counter-forces which to some extent softened the blow. For there is no doubt, whatever else may be said about Romanticism, that it did put its finger, so to speak, upon something which Classicism had left out, upon these unconscious dark forces, upon the fact that the classical description of men, and the description of men by scientists or scientifically influenced men, such as Helvetius, let us say, or James Mill, or H.G. Wells, or Shaw, or Russell, is not the whole of man. There are certain aspects of human existence, particularly the inward aspects of human life, which were totally left out and which therefore distorted the picture in a very violent degree. One of the movements, certainly, which it led to in the present, is the so-called existentialist movement in France, about which I should like to say a few words. For existentialism seems to me certainly the truest air of Romanticism. Before I speak of it, let me make plain what I think to be certain common qualities. For the great achievement of Romanticism, and that is with which I started my lectures, was that unlike most other great movements in human history, it literally succeeded in transforming certain of our values to a very profound degree. That is what made existentialism possible. Let me first speak about these values, and then I shall attempt to show how it penetrates this modern philosophy, and how it enters into certain other phenomena of modern life as well, such as, for example, the emotive theory of ethics or fascism, each of which it has profoundly influenced. I think I mentioned already, but I think I must now put greater stress on the fact that a new cluster of virtues appeared with the Romantic movement. Since we are wills, and since we must be free in the Kantian or Fichtean sense, motive counts more than consequence. For consequences cannot be controlled, but motives can. Since we must be free, and since we must be ourselves to the fullest possible degree, The great virtue, the greatest virtue of all in a sense, is what existentialists call authenticity, and what the romantics called sincerity. Now, as I tried to say before, this is new. I don't believe that in the 17th century, as I think I said to you, if you had a religious conflict between, say, a Protestant and a Catholic, it would have been possible for the Catholic to say the Protestant is a damnable heretic and leads souls to perdition, but the fact that he is sincere raises him in my estimation. The fact that he is sincere, that he is prepared to lay down his life for the nonsense in which he believes, is a morally noble fact. And that anyone, so to speak, who is sufficiently a man of integrity, anyone who is prepared to sacrifice himself upon any altar, no matter what, has a moral personality which is worthy of respect, no matter how detestable or how false the ideals to which he bows his knee. The notion of idealism, as I say, is new. Idealism means that you respect people for the fact that they are prepared to give up health, wealth, popularity, power, all kinds of desirable things which their emotions demand, which that which they can't control themselves, what Kant called the external factors, emotions which are themselves part of the psychological or physical world, that people are prepared to lay that aside for the sake of something with which they truly identify themselves, no matter what. And the notion that idealism is a good thing and realism a bad one, and I think I said to you before, if I say I am something of a realist, you now mean I am about to tell a lie or do something peculiarly shabby. That sense of realism is the result of the Romantic movement, namely that sincerity becomes a virtue in itself. And this, I think, is, so to speak, at the heart of the whole thing. The fact that there is admiration from the 1820s onwards for minorities as such, for defiance as such, for failure as being nobler in certain respects than success, for every kind of opposition to reality, for, so to speak, what is called taking up positions on principle where the principle may itself be absurd. That this in some way is not regarded with the kind of contempt with which we regard, say, a man who says twice 2 is 7, which is also a principle, but which nevertheless you know to be the assertion of something false, is significant. Because what Romanticism did was to undermine the notion that in matters of value, politics, morals, aesthetics, there are such things as objective criteria which operate between human beings, such that anyone who doesn't use these criteria is simply either a liar or a madman, which is true, say, of mathematics or of physics. And this division between where objective truth obtains, say mathematics, say physics, say certain regions of common sense, and where objective truth has been compromised, say ethics, say aesthetics and so forth, that I think is new. And that I think has created a new attitude to life. Whether good or bad, I will not volunteer to say. That is to say, if you ask yourself, for example, what kind of moral evaluation you would give to certain historical personages, I don't know. Let us say you compare utilitarian figures who conferred benefits on mankind, say Frederick the Great, or Kemal Pasha, let us say, about whom you might think that their private characters were not irreproachable, about whom you might say that they were perhaps, in certain respects, hard-hearted, or brutal, or cruel, or were not at all free from certain impulses which, on the whole, human beings disapprove of. At the same time, there is no doubt they improved the lives of their peoples, they were competent, they were efficient, they raised the level of life, they created great organizations which have lasted, and they have been the source of a great deal of satisfaction, strength and happiness to a large number of persons. On the one hand, these. And if on the other hand you compare them with, say, someone who obviously caused suffering, John of Leyden, who caused cannibalism to occur in the city of Münster, who caused a large number of people to be slaughtered for the sake of his own apocalyptic religion, Torquemada, who, let us say, destroyed a very large number of persons whom today we should consider innocent for the sake of their souls, with the purest possible motive. Supposing you ask yourself which of these persons you rate higher, in the 18th century there would have been no doubt. Frederick the Great clearly comes above a religious madman. Today, people would suffer from certain doubts. They would suffer from certain doubts because they think that idealism, sincerity, dedication, purity of heart, purity of mind are qualities preferable to corruption, wickedness, calculation, egoism, mendacity, the desire to exploit other people for one's own benefit, which these great state founders undoubtedly were guilty of. And therefore, we are in some sense children of both worlds. Our peculiar position is that we are heirs to Romanticism because Romanticism broke that great single mold in which humanity, in one way or another, had marched hitherto, the philosophia perennis. We are in some sense products of certain doubts. We can't quite tell. We give so many marks for consequence, so many marks for motive. And we oscillate between the two. If it goes too far, if someone is a Hitler, then we don't think that his sincerity is necessarily a saving quality, although in the 30s it was much argued in his favour. At the same time, he must go very far indeed and flout values which are of an extremely universal kind. So that in some sense we are still members of some kind of unified tradition. But the field within which we now oscillate freely, the amount of allowance we make is far, far greater than it has ever been before. And for this, the Romantic movement is to a great degree responsible, inasmuch as it preached the incompatibility of ideals, the importance of motive, the importance of character, or at any rate so to speak, of purpose, over consequence, over efficiency, over effect, over happiness, success, and position in the world. When Hölderlin said, happiness is not an ideal, happiness is tepid water on the tongue. When Nietzsche said, man does not desire happiness, only the Englishman does. This was a sentiment which on the whole would not have been laughed at in the 17th or 18th centuries. At least, I think not. And I think this is perhaps the direct product of the Romantic movement. Now, as to existentialism. The central sermon of existentialism is essentially a romantic one, namely, that there is in the world nothing to lean on. If you try and explain your conduct and you say, c'est plus fort que moi, it's too strong for me, emotion overcame me, or there are certain principles of an objective kind which although I hate it, I must subserve, or I have received orders from an institution which is eternal or divine, or which is of an objectively valid character, and although I may not like it, it has given the order, it being laws of economics, it being the Ministry of the Interior, it being whatever it may be. It has given the orders and it has a right to my validity. Once you begin doing this, you are simply using alibis. You are simply pretending that you are not deciding when in fact you have decided but don't care to face the consequences of the fact that it is you who have decided. Even when you say, I am partly unconscious, I am the product of unconscious forces, I cannot help it, I have a complex. It is not my fault, I am driven. It is because my father was unkind to my mother that I am today the monster that I am. This is, broadly speaking, and I think he's probably right about this, is broadly speaking an attempt to curry favour or to obtain sympathy by transferring the weight of responsibility for your acts, in which you are entirely free, to something objective. It doesn't matter whether it is a political organization or a psychological doctrine. But somewhere you are trying to shift responsibility from your shoulders because, of course, it is you who decide it. Once you say you are a monster and don't mind being a monster, evidently, it's a kind of complacent acceptance of something which you know to be evil, but of which you take the curse, off which you take a curse by saying, not I, society is responsible. We're all determined. We cannot help it. There is a causality which pervades the world, and I am merely the instrument of powerful forces which I can no more prevent from making me evil as it can prevent from making you good. You are not to be congratulated for being good, nor am I condemned for being evil. Neither of us can help our fate. We are simply fragments of an enormous causal process. Sartre, I think with a certain justice, echoes the views of Fichte, echoes the views of Kant, which is where it all comes from ultimately, in saying that this is in some sense either self-deception or deliberate deception of others. And the existentialists, of course, go further than this. They say that the very notion of a metaphysical structure of the universe, theology or metaphysics, they attempt to say that certain things have essences, which merely means things are what they are of necessity. We arrive in a world which has a certain structure which cannot be altered. Physical structure, chemical structure, social structure, psychological structure, and metaphysical and theological structure, with God at the head of this great creation and the amoeba below, or whatever it is you may believe in. These are nothing but pathetic attempts on the part of human beings to make themselves at home with the world by breeding enormous cozy fantasies, so that the world shall be such that they shall be able to fit into it more comfortably and shall not have to face the appalling prospect of total responsibility for all their acts upon their own shoulders. And when they give motives for doing what they do, when they say, I've done this because of that, because in order to pursue this, and you say, but why should you pursue this particular end? And you say, because it is objectively right. That, too, for the existentialist, is again an attempt to transfer responsibility of what should be a free choice in a vacuum onto something which is not yours, which is objective. Natural law, the sayings of the sages, the pronouncements of sacred books, the pronouncement of scientists in the laboratory, what psychologists and sociologists say, what politicians or economists declare, not I, they. And this is regarded as, on the whole, an attempt to shuffle off responsibility and to blind oneself unnecessarily to the fact that the universe is in fact a kind of void. That is what is meant by calling it absurd. A kind of void in which you and you alone exist, and you make whatever there is to make, and you are responsible for making what you make, and you cannot plead extenuation. All excuses are false, and all explanations are explaining the way. And this might as well be faced by a man who is brave enough and tragic enough to face reality as he should. This is the Stoic sermon of existentialism, and it derives directly from romanticism. Some romantics, of course, went too far, by which I mean this. Let me give you the extraordinary example of Stirner, which I think will perhaps lead us to see what it is in the end that is valuable in romanticism, even for us now. Stirner was a German Hegelian schoolmaster who argued quite correctly as follows. The romantics are quite right in supposing that when we think that institutions are eternal, this is a mistake. Institutions are created freely by human beings for the benefit of other human beings and in time become worn out. And therefore, by looking at them from the point of view of the present, we see they are worn out, we must abolish them and have new institutions freely arrived at by our own indomitable will. This is not merely true of political institutions, economic institutions, or other public institutions. It's equally true of doctrines. Doctrines can also be a most terrible weight upon us, fearful chains and tyrannies which yoke us down to all kinds of views which the present or our own wills no longer desiderate. But if it is true, and therefore theories too must be blown up. Any kind of general theory, say Hegel, say Marx, is itself a ghastly form of despotism, which claims to have some kind of objective validity beyond the choice of individual men. This cannot be right, for it confines us and cribs us and limits our free activity. But if this is true about doctrines, it will be equally true of all general propositions. But if it is true of all general propositions, then, and this is the last step of all, which some romantics certainly took, it's true of all words. Because all words are general. They all classify. If I use the word yellow, I want to mean by it what I meant by it yesterday and what you will mean by it tomorrow. And this, of course, is a terrible yoke. This is a fearful despotism. Why should the word yellow mean the same thing now and tomorrow? Why can't I alter it? Why should twice two always make four? Why should words be uniform? Why can't I make up my own universe each time as I begin? But of course, if I do that, then if there is no systematic symbolism, I can't think. And if I can't think, I go mad. And, to do him justice, Stirner did duly go mad. And ended his life very honorably and very consistently in a lunatic asylum, as a perfectly peaceful, harmless lunatic, somewhere in the middle 60s. But something of the sort was also boiling in the mind of Nietzsche, who was a far superior thinker, but who in certain respects resembles Stirner. And from this, I think, a moral may be drawn, namely, that so long as we live in society, we communicate. Those with whom if we did not communicate, we should hardly be men. Among the definitions of what we mean by a human being is someone who understands at any rate a portion of what we say to him. To this degree, then, there must be some degree of common common values, common language, common communication, and some degree of common values. Otherwise, there will be no intelligibility between human beings. But a human being who cannot understand what any other human being says is scarcely a human being. He is on the whole pronounced abnormal. To the extent to which there is normality, there is communication, there are common values. To the extent to which there are common values, it is impossible to say everything must be created by me. If I find something given, smash it. If I find something structured, destroy it, in order to give free play to my unbridled imagination. And to this extent, romanticism, if it's driven to its logical conclusion, does certainly end in some kind of lunacy. In a certain sense, fascism too is an inheritor of romanticism, and that is an inheritor not because it is irrational, plenty of movements have been that, or because it believes in elites, plenty of movements have been that. The reason why fascism owes something to romanticism is again because of this notion of the unpredictable will, either of a man or of a group, which forges forward in some impossible to organize, impossible to predict, impossible to rationalize fashion. That is the whole heart, so to speak, in a certain sense, of fascism. That is the whole heart. The whole heart of fascism was what the leader will say tomorrow, how the spirit will move us, where we shall go, what we shall do, that cannot be foretold. The hysterical element, the hysterical self-assertion, and the nihilistic destruction of existing institutions because they confine the unlimited will, which is the only thing which counts for human beings. The superior person who crushes the inferior because his will is stronger, that is a direct inheritance. In an extremely distorted and garbled form, no doubt, but still an inheritance from these romantics of whom I have been speaking. And this certainly has played an extremely powerful part in our lives. The whole thing, indeed, is an attempt to impose an aesthetic model upon reality, to say everything should obey the rules of art. If you are an artist, then perhaps some of these propositions which I've tried to utter during the last 6 lectures have a great deal of validity. The attempt to convert life into art presupposes that human beings are stuff. That presupposes they are simply, in some sense, material, even if paints or sounds are material. And to the degree to which this is not true, to the degree to which human beings, in order to communicate with each other, are forced to recognize certain common values, are forced to recognize certain common facts, are forced to live in a common world, to the extent to which not everything which science says is nonsense. Not everything which common sense declares is untrue, because to say that is in itself a self-contradictory and absurd proposition. To this extent, romanticism in its full form, and even its offshoots in the form of both existentialism and the fascism, seem to me to be fallacious. Let me end on one further note. What can be said we owe to romanticism? Well, we owe a great deal to it. We owe the notion of the freedom of the artist, and the fact that neither he nor human beings in general can be explained by oversimplified views such as were prevalent in the 18th century and such as are still enunciated by over-rational and over-scientific analysts of either human beings or groups. I think we owe to romanticism also the notion that a unified answer to human affairs is likely to be ruinous. That if human beings, if you really believe that there is one single solution to all human ills, and this solution you must impose at no matter what cost, you are likely to become a violent and despotic tyrant in the name of your solution, because your desire to remove all obstacles to it will end by destroying those creatures for whose benefit you offer the solution. The notion that there are many values, that they are incompatible, the whole notion of plurality, the whole notion of inexhaustibility, the whole notion of the, so to speak, in some sense, imperfection of all human answers and arrangements, the notion that no single answer which claims to be perfect and true, whether in art or in life, can in principle be perfect or true, that, I think, we certainly owe to the romantics. And so, a rather peculiar situation has arisen. Here are the romantics whose chief burden is to destroy ordinary tolerant life, to destroy philistinism, to destroy common sense, to destroy peaceful avocations of men, to raise everybody to some passionate level of expressive experience of such a kind as perhaps only divinities in the older works of man were supposed to exercise. This is the ostensible sermon, the ostensible purpose of Romanticism, whether among the Germans of whom I speak, or in Bayern, or among the French, or whoever it may be. And yet, as a result of making clear the existence of plurality of values, by the result of driving wedges into the notion of the classical ideal, of the single answer to all questions, of the rationalizability of everything, of the answerability of all questions, of the whole jigsaw puzzle conception of life. By doing this, they have, as it were, put forward prominently and laid emphasis upon the incompatibility of human ideals. And if these ideals are incompatible, then human beings sooner or later realize that they must make do, they must make compromises, because if they seek to destroy others, others will seek to destroy them. With the result that as a result of this passionate, fanatical, half-mad doctrine, we have appreciation of the necessity of tolerating others, the necessity of preserving an imperfect equilibrium in human affairs, the impossibility of driving human beings so far into the pen which we have created for them, or into the single solution which possesses us, that they will ultimately revolt against us, or at any rate be crushed by it. So the result of Romanticism is liberalism, toleration, decency, and the appreciation of the imperfections of life. Some degree of increased, if you like, rational self-understanding. This certainly was very, very far from the intentions of Romanticism. But at the same time, so far as Romantic doctrine is true, they are the persons who most strongly emphasize the unpredictability of all human activities. And in their own particular case, they are hoisting their own petard. Aiming at one thing, they produced, fortunately for us all, almost the exact opposite.